Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for making time to join us for your favorite show, the Open Forum Political Discussion on Tembei TV. I'm glad that you're watching out there. Thank you so much for ensuring you stay tuned and continue participating in these worthwhile discussions that are shaping the opinion of this great nation and help make life better for this great nation, not just for these generations, but generations yet unborn. Well, it is that time again where we are inviting the entire world on this particular platform to look into the politics that are at play right now in this nation, and look at the things happening on the front of political pull and push. There is the agitation of politics of coalition versus politics of single party. What has the key to unlocking and maximizing our potential as a country, and why? That is what I want us to look at, even as we get down to the debate. The link on how to join the discussion is there into the comment section. All you need to do is click on it and get into the studio, and let us begin to discuss. We appreciate all of you that are joining us from wherever you are around the world. Please let us know where you're joining us from, and let's all celebrate together as a big family on being part and parcel of what makes this nation tick, by ensuring that we look keenly to what is developing our country and what role can we play to make things better. Hemstone, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Inside from Homa Bay, karibu sana. Remy Korir tuning in from Bomet. Karibu kwa show. We salute you. Thank you so much. Alex Masehwe, hi, good job in Kakamega. Karibu sana. There is Kenneth Kemoi ndani. Let's all welcome one another, invite one another. Let's have a great time together as we look into this politics of coalition versus politics of single party. What has the key to unlocking and maximizing potential as a country, and why? So today we are looking at what will make this nation tick again as far as our political agenda is concerned. We have had all manner of challenges between the front runners in politics, and even the rest that are participating into this political race. And there is a pool of we should sell agenda, we should sell our manifesto and things like that. But there is what stands out as far as our politics is concerned, and that is politics of coalition versus politics of single party. We have had all this experience in this nation form. Which one has the key? Which one holds the key to unlocking and maximizing the potential of this great country, and why? So let's get in and let's get talking. Everyone, thank you, all of you that are making time to be in here and participate into the discussion. Let's keep coming in. Let us keep coming in. Paul Krista Bunde, thank you so much. Then there is Edika, karibu sana. Let us all get talking. Hey, Murunga, how are you? Murunga, are you here? Okay, Bwana Murunga seems not to be ready. Yego, how are you today?
Hello, Bwana Bernard. I'm doing good. How about you? Yes. The other day I ran away because you are hitting me hard. So I hope today it will be a fair and a democratic discussion.
Okay, agreed. We are all going to be one big family today. Just
Yes, hello, good evening.
to make Kenya better. Murunga, thank you for
Hatuna
joining
stima
us.
leo,
Hold
lakini
on
wacha tu
as we
tujikaze.
Diego, you come in.
Now let me talk
Diego,
about this politics of single party and you know.
Okay, Bwana Murunga, go ahead, go ahead. And there is noise in your background. Murunga not ready. Net yake imekataa. Bwana Diego, come in. Tuambie hii maneno ya politics of coalition and single party.
Okay, Bernard, I think actually as for now, the politics in our country is actually at its high level, and we appreciate that since the other day when Linturi mentioned something there, the politicians are now rearranging themselves and making now good comments and giving the direction in which we should do this politics. Let me start with the point on coalition. As we have seen now, the law that was amended the other day is still giving us time to make these coalitions. And I am hoping that we shall be seeing many coalitions coming, because there are leaders that they are thinking that if they work together, then they are going to be the best. So actually, I can say the thing to do with the coalition is a good thing, because when we go into coalitions, we are promoting unity. We are bringing together national unity. We are bringing many communities together, and I am hoping that this one shall be a good thing. We shall be living as brothers and sisters. So I don't know if there is any other question, Bernard. Maybe on the introduction part.
So you are for politics of coalition are better for this country than single party.
Yeah. Coalition actually works best because when I want to come to your place, I don't have to destroy my house for me to come and live in your place. What we have to do is that invite me in your house, buy my ideas, and we shall move on together. Yeah.
Okay, that's
the thing.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
What you're saying, and you have are you listening to news or something?
Who, me?
Hey, there is somebody with the feedback.
Okay, I was watching this news. So maybe is there any problem with my background? Yes.
Conclude then when it's okay.
Okay. So maybe I was saying you were asking me about if I'm supporting the coalition thing or I'm not for the coalition thing. What I want to say, Bernard, is that the coalition thing is a good thing, and this is what Kenyans should now embrace. Because when I am in a coalition with somebody, for example, me personally, I come from Rift Valley. When I am in a coalition with somebody from Nyanza, I am in a coalition with somebody from the coast, I will be bringing all the communities in those regions together on my table, and we'll be tabling issues, we'll be tabling the views, and eventually, at the end of the day, we'll be getting somewhere with the concrete ideas that can steer this country to a better level. Yes, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Diego. We appreciate your contribution. Let's move forward. Mumia, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you. Karibu
Yes.
sana.
Thank you so much. We are talking about coalition and single party.
Yes.
I think currently in Kenya, coalition is the way to go, and coalition should be based on people coming in with the different parties, the way NASA was. That is the only way a coalition can be strong. That way, that you can now have a sense of ownership to the coalition. Because if you say that you are coming up with a coalition, you know, like not to be biased, but when you face like a party like UDA, the way they are coming up, their coalition is coming up as a way of you come in and you kill your party. That one, you know, you don't have a sense of ownership. So parties right now, Kenyan politics, the only way to survive is to have a coalition. What I'm seeing like with Oka, they know very well they cannot do it on their own. Someone like NC is weak even back in its own backyard. When you look at Wiper has been weak even during some by-elections. They lost some parties to some elections to independent candidates. For Wetangula, you cannot talk about him. He's just a businessman. He has nothing else. So currently saying that someone with a single party will come and win these elections is a lie. And mostly that's when the Azimio is coming up the way it's coming up, because people are embracing it, because you come in with your party and you remain in your party. You're only coming there to spearhead for the presidential and for your own safety down here. But if you say that we are going for a single party,
Okay.
I'm against the single party. Single party right now, mostly because single parties are the remaining the only parties that were nationwide were Jubilee and ODM. Those were like the single party that I have a picture throughout the country. Like they have a face of the country. They have, when we look at the MPs from Jubilee, you'll see MPs from different countries, different parts of the country. When look at ODM, the same. Those are the only parties that you can say they can vie as a single party and try to muscle up for the presidential or for those seats. But the other remaining parties, when they say that they're going to go as a single party, it will be a tough one. So for other parties that have not joined coalitions, like the Oka is a dead thing. Oka is already dead. Let's not talk about Oka. But for Mudavadi, for him to survive right now, he has to join the other parties. Whether he go to UDA and negotiate and say I'm coming to UDA with my party, not as an individual, I'm coming with my party. Let him do that. If Kalonzo is going to come to Azimio and say, definitely Azimio will not take Kalonzo as Kalonzo, he will take Kalonzo as Wiper, because he also has that national image. So for them thinking that they'll go on and win this thing as an independent party, as a single party, it's tough. It's tough for them, and in fact, it's even becoming tough for people on the ground, like MCAs, because even in MPs, even senators, right now they are fixing themselves into these coalitions and other parties just to have that image of ya kuonekana. Because when you say that we are going to depend on a party like Ford Kenya to win in Western, with this wave that is coming up, you won't win. So currently, for me, I think the only way to survive in 2022 right now is through coalition. Single party, no, you won't win. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mumia. We appreciate your observation. Let's make progress. Inawezekana vipi?
Salama sana, Mr. Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Happy to see you.
Thank you so much for once again giving me this opportunity to air one or two of my views. I know this is a very busy channel. I have been observing for the last 4 days the heated debate that was happening. I could not air my views because maybe I felt I was not experienced. Let's not talk about it. Hiyo ilimalizika jana na juzi. So today I have felt the urge to like comment one or two things about the politics of coalitions and single party in Kenya. And to this one point, I feel like I think the coalition way is a better way. It's a progressive way, and Kenya needs to head to that direction. We need to move away from where we have a single party, where the single party is the one that is running the country. That one tulikuwa huko. I don't see the need for us to kutoka huko when we have multi-party system, na tukuwe na chama moja ambayo sasa, for example, let me use UDA ambayo sasa ndio itakuwa sasa baba na mama tena, you know. I don't think that is going backward. Going forward, we need to have a coalition, and developed countries like Germany and Israel, in their recent elections, the winning people have been wameshinda through coalitions, like the ones who outseated Netanyahu in Israel. Hiyo party imekuwa formed under a coalition. In Germany mwenye ametoa Angela Merkel, I think, if someone will correct me, ilikuwa ni coalitions. And the coalitions is because there is unity of purpose. These parties that come together to form these coalitions, they feel more united, more than having a single party that have many MPs from all over the country. It is more united when you have different parties coming together than a single party having individuals. I think that one makes sense. Another thing, I feel like in a coalition, we have diversification. You know, diversification is important in a country because different parties will have their different opinions, but in the end, they come together. Because they come together, they feel attached to one, you know, but they can express their different views under a single umbrella. So that is another importance of having coalitions over a single party. And I think the last point that I can put forward is that it is a good winning formula where all the people can come together, and you as a candidate of an umbrella of a coalition, you can easily win compared to this other guy that is trying to have a single party. You know, that one clearly it's hard. It's hard to win using a single party. That's why the DP in his recent remarks he said lakini if I may say, kwa kiburi alikubali tu akasema you don't have to go to parliament to make it a law. You just agree with someone, like we are seeing him is going to agree with Musalia Mudavadi to form a pact like a coalition, lakini yake ni ya kukubaliana, si ya kuandikwa chini kama sheria. But yeah, we have to admit that's the way to go, and I think it will develop Kenyan politics and everything Kenya to be better using coalition. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Inawezekana. Naomba tuende na huo mkururo. Bwana Kizito, vipi?
Poa sana. Good evening to you all. I hope I'm audible.
Very audible. Welcome.
Today, I don't have too much, but the topic is what in my life I appreciate, and I'm in for coalition because, you know, I come from an area, and me myself, I'm a polygamous man. So any coalition inawezekana, but if you are doing it alone, any man who is having one wife, you can't compare him with a man who is having 2 wives, 3 wives. The man will be fat every day. You don't lack what to eat. So coalition is the way to go. Today I don't have too much things to say because Yego today is very polite. But thank you very much.
Bernard, I'm very much polite.
I love your analogy, and
yeah, no, me as a polygamous man, I know how coalition works.
Thank you, Bwana Kizito. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. And those of you joining us on the comment section, please, let's keep talking one to another and give your views. Let's keep our language very cordial so that we don't get at each other's neck. We appreciate Millie Aviambo for joining us. Eric Robert, thank you. Kengo Omwangu on board as usual. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Kibe Duncan anasema NASA was a big coalition, but its end is in vain. Probably you will need to respond to that. This is called Mpe Manjo Emmanuel. Is multipartism the same as coalition? Think deeply. Haya maswali ndio hayo. Samuel Waema, thank you so much. You say Kenyans want a solution to their problems. Raila Kalonzo Musalia, they are blind. They forget Prezo Uhuru has all power and money, but his people and the rest of Kenyan rejected him. The group without a solution to Kenya will be rejected just like Uhuru. Haya, Samuel, haya ndio maoni yake. I want to bring in Imbwaga. He was here earlier and thrown out. Now he's back. Tuendelee na Mkururo. Imbwaga, how are you?
Oh, hello Bernard, how are you?
I'm good to see you again.
Okay. Okay, I'm getting you. Okay, what I was saying is on this topic of coalition versus parties, we realized that we've experienced what Jubilee underwent for the last 4 years. And we've seen the resistance that came in Jubilee. And it was for the efforts of Uhuru Kenyatta now reaching out to Raila Amolo Odinga, whereby he now got that leverage even to run the government. So what it means to have a single party, there are advantages and also there are disadvantages. But I think when we talk of a coalition of parties coming together and to support one presidential candidate, it's far much better because it brings many people on board. That includes the bigger and the smaller parties. But when we want to focus on a bigger parties, it means we are disenfranchising those people who are on smaller parties because they may not have a presidential candidate, and so you will find them not being given an opportunity like any other political parties to express their interest and also to have a say in the formation of government. So I think a coalition is the way to go. We've had coalitions before. We've had some of them succeed and some of them have failed. But I think if we look at the bigger picture and where the country is as today, I think coalitions are far much better than going into an election with a single party. That is why you see with Azimio la Umoja, Raila Amolo Odinga and those who are supporting him are trying to bring people together, as in whether you are in a smaller party or you are in a bigger party. The most important thing is that we have peace in the next general election. But when you look at those trying to advance for a single party like UDA, you can see the kind of resistance they're getting. Because in some regions, we have people who are not comfortable moving into that party, but they're comfortable supporting William Ruto. So what happens to such people when there's no coalition? You will find they are being forced as in to join a party that they don't feel comfortable in. But for those who want to support, for instance, Raila Odinga, and they don't want to join ODM, they can still engage other parties under the Azimio la Umoja coalition and support Raila Amolo Odinga while still vying on the individual parties, the parties that they feel comfortable with. So I think it is good for us to have coalitions rather than forcing people to join a single party in the name of forming government.
Okay, thank you, Mbwaga. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. Richard Omar.
Yes, good evening, guys.
Good evening to you.
The topic is very good. The topic is good, and I am happy that now we are very sober concerning what our topic today. Generally speaking, one party system cannot move according to the current political time, which is now. And from the root of my study, my observation of a bit on politics, I've seen coalitions are the one who are somehow bring some changes, and they succeed. For example, we start from especially this our new constitution, which started a long time ago, 90s. We see section 2A. It was came up, the multipartyism came out as a cell of parties coming together and pushing for the change of section 2A so that we can have multiparty. And it was under the umbrella of IBBG, which was interparliamentary party group, which had which all political parties under that umbrella had a representative in the group. So they discussed over that. Again, when we came 2000, when there was a coalition of NAC coalition, which was under the DP party, SDP, it was for Ngiru, RDP, you had it for the Kenya. When they come together, they want direction. So when they were competing against KANU, which was a single party, and from the root of things, even now, when we come together, when we come to observe when NASA came in, although the election went the way it went, but they gave the ruling party run for their money. It's as if the way it happened, but it was very strong. Although it did not go through, but it was very strong concerning how they performed. So you see, like now, the Jubilee, when they decided to break up the parties, small parties, and formed a big party, in the metro, the 4 years, as Ibuaga said, there came a problem. Because they could not succeed to go through, which made now the president to come in to look for to bring the opposition parties in the opposition to support him to do his to finish his agenda. So one our single party system at this time cannot work. You can try, but cannot go anywhere. So the best thing is a coalition system. Bringing the parties together, we share ideas. This party can bring all parties who can make a coalition can bring their manifestos, and these manifestos, when they sit together, they compare which here, which is here, which can work. Now that one at least could make even if they win, they come to the government. At least their manifestos will bring some development. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Richard. Let's move forward. James, you're behind the camera. Are you fine? James 1?
Hello?
Yes, James 1. How are you?
Give me some 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Let's go to who? Trupen.
Hello, my friend. How you doing?
Nyaga. I'm
Hello.
good. I'm good. Karibu.
Asante sana, asante sana bwana. Yeah, I didn't want to talk too much. Kusema tu, you guys give examples here, America, lakini when you want to. America has had two parties over 100 years. Kusema hiyo tambo pena. Lakini hakuna mtu Yahudi anasema turudi wakati ya Moi. You guys are misinterpreting it. Vile ule mwingine alisema Germany or Israel, they have multi-party, but they follow their own constitutions, they follow their own rules. But here you are changing the constitution in the parliament to force somebody when they join these other parties or whatever. But it's all mixed up. Only thing that you have to focus is the constitution of Kenya. If you have to change it, go through the constitution and change what you want it to be. But as of right now, UDA has never said that we want only one party. We just want your political ideologies outside if you join UDA. But if you have to form other parties, you're free. The freedom that was fought for by the likes of Anyona, Shikuku, is the one we are living on now. And let us embrace that and use that. But now, it is personal issues that you want to bring in as, it's really shocking. That's why I comment sometimes on your show, on the comment side. It is shocking. There's nobody, zero. UDA has never said that we want only one party. We just want your political ideologies outside, because we already have bottom up, which is an economy that focuses on somebody that is not well-to-do. And then those not well-to-do, if you spend on them, they will spend on their money if they want to reach anyway. So only thing I wanted to comment on that, Bernard, is we have never said we want one party. You can form as many parties as you want. If ODM thinks that's the only way they can win the election, so be it. And if they win, more power to them. It's not time to fight or anything like that. It's politics. That's not where you get your food from. That's not where you get, your love from. It's just politics. Let it go. And as I think David said yesterday, you have to carry political issues on your chest, not in your head. Now, when you, that are anti-UDA are so emotional, and they are emotional on their own. That's their own emotion. It has nothing to do with us. We are very happy. You see, everywhere UDA goes, there's a gazillion of people showing up. Of course, you have so many bloggers on TV telling you what you want to hear, but that don't face us. And when I come to your show, Bernard, all the gentlemen that talk negative about UDA, they make me feel stronger. Or us who are the UDA stronger, because I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to tell you something that you can.
No, Penny, just hold on a question. UDA says if you want to come, you must fold your party and join UDA. Okay? Isn't that
Somebody's trying to call
having a single party? Because if I want to join UDA to fold my party, and then on the issue of changing the constitution, every undertaking of the government or every undertaking of Kenyans must be factored within the provision of the constitution. Now, the 2010 constitution doesn't have, it only recognizes a coalition, but there is no framework of those coalitions. There are no laws that govern how the coalitions are going to operate. What is wrong with making an act of parliament that is going to facilitate the operation of coalition, even as they are supported by the constitution? Penny, if you can respond, please.
Bernard, let me add on that on the parties.
Sorry, Richard, you wanted to add? Go ahead.
I wanted to add on what you were saying, and to remind him that we did not have the constitution of the 2010 constitution did not outline the guidelines on coalition. It gave a go ahead, you can form a coalition, but you have no rules how the coalition would be governed. That's why you see it. Even if you form a coalition, the bigger party, that's to say the party which wins more seats in that coalition will be the undertaking. It's the one like taking care of the other parties, which is and is the one which will get a bigger share from the political funding. Now that's why they wanted to make that any political party which is in that coalition should benefit from political funding, whether it gets a political seat or not, as far as it's registered in the register of political parties.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Penny,
I think yes.
Hello.
Yes, Penny.
Hello?
Unachelewa. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. But no, your question is nearly the same. What we formed in 2010 is freedom. We are free to join anybody we want. We want to join Bernard, we do. But now to put a law as to why and how Bernard will pay me or I will pay him is totally wrong. We are free. We are a free country, not a dictatorship. That's the gist of your question, Bernard, was very good. A majority of it was good. But the only point that we don't like.
Our freedom cannot be free of rules and regulations. There is no freedom of people doing the way they like. In the country, we are governed by the Constitution, and the Constitution needs to spell out. If we say you are Chief Justice, who is a Chief Justice? What is the role of the Chief Justice? What are his limits? What are his roles? So if the Constitution does not spell out those roles, even if we give you the docket Chief Justice, you're going to have to work in contradiction either with the executive or with the legislature. So every constitution has to spell out what makes a political party a political party, what makes a coalition a coalition. And 2010 provision, 2010 constitution does not even recognize a coalition running for an election. That is why the NASA coalition, all the people that ran on the NASA ticket had to use ODM ticket because the constitution recognizes party participating into election and not coalition. And that is why there is a need for amendment of that political party act to create room for coalition to participate in election as coalition, not as a political party that is carrying other people on the back, and these people on the back become a problem eventually because there is nothing in the constitution that safeguards their rights in that coalition. Then they can dissolve halfway or midway.
I'm from Kisi.
So,
and,
what do you say?
Just 1 minute. Bernard, I think he has not understood what is it being.
I understand a lot.
This law is safeguarding political parties. Any political party registered under the register of political parties is safeguarded because they are going to be funded. And if you are being funded, you should be guided with some laws, and those laws should be in the constitution, which we did not have. So for now, any political party which it does not win, it ran in the election and it did not win a seat, it cannot get any funding. It cannot get money from political funding. But now, according to what is coming out, any party which has been registered and has run an election and is under a coalition will get direct funding not under the umbrella of corruption. It will get a direct funding from the political funding
You're
from the
repeating
government.
yourself. Let me answer your question.
That's what's going on.
You're repeating yourself. Let me answer your question. Barely, like I was saying, if
Yeah, I'm not
Honorable
repeating
Raila
myself because you are
Kinshasa-
complaining. You are saying
let me
that
answer my question.
you are saying that.
Order, Richard. Okay, Penny
I
respond.
mean, that shows how weak you are. You cannot even let me talk. That's your weakness on your side. All I'm saying is
No,
this:
Penny, go.
when
to the answer,
Honorable
please.
Raila would not pay all these other people the memorandum of understanding, does not call for me to pay taxes so that he can be forced to pay those taxes. The rules, the constitution does not, Bernard, does not regulate everything in the in Kenya, but it generally gives an idea. Today, as we speak, it is because Raila Odinga will not pay in a Mudavadi, in a Karoso money. Now you're making the rules on how he should pay them. That's a waste of money. That's a waste of time. Instead, we should be focusing on the disease that is killing us. Instead, we should be focusing on a lot of kids that are not have employment. We should be focusing on so many things. If people are killing themselves, where does this rule come from? That is so important so that he can win the election next year.
Look here.
But if he wins, so be it.
Hold on. Just listen to me. I don't think what you're advocating for even works where you are. The truth is, like you said that in America there are only 2 political parties. That is not true. There are many other smaller political parties, but they work in coalition with the 2 big parties in a gentleman's agreement or otherwise. On the other hand,
no, they don't.
If now, like for example, the constitution says every Kenyan is free to live anywhere in Kenya. All right. Now, if I moved to your land, which you own, then I began building there, and then you came to say, why are you in my property? They tell you the constitution says I'm free to live anywhere I want. All right. Then that statement, I'm free to live anywhere I want, has not been defined that they are properties that are private and public. Okay? Where are you going to take me so that I move from your land without a law?
The constitution has the law. As of we speak today, you got to stay in my land in Nakuru, Nairobi, to see the constitution of Kenya today will tell you that you are in so and so's land. Period. Simple. Yes, here in America there are so many parties, my friend, but they do not work with the Democrat Party or the Republican.
I'm trespassing. Hold on, Penny. Look here. The only way I'll be trespassing in your land is because the law has spelled out that that is your private property, and anybody going in is a trespasser. But you want us to have an agreement that is not spelled in the Constitution, okay? So that when it collapses, we can't take you anywhere because there is no law that supports it. Now, why should you be advocating for something like that when you are, in my opinion, look here, in my opinion, you are a senior citizen. You are supposed to be helping us understand on how to live in order. But you are, in my opinion, you are encouraging disorder.
Let me answer that one. I'm a senior citizen, you're right. But what I'm telling you is what the senior citizen will tell you is that right now, in as far as the law that we are talking about, if I make a political deal with you today, Bernard, or you make with me, and I don't, perform like I'm supposed to, that's a big problem between me and you. It has nothing to do with the Constitution of anywhere. In America, in Kenya, anywhere. We should not. But like I say, let me concede. Like I say, if you win by mixing up all those parties together, so be it. Life continues. But we cannot assume that anytime I break my promise to you or you break a promise to somebody else, the law should be made so that they can protect those people. No, that's unbelievable. Because right now, whether we are going to go, if the court says that you're right, you're right. Let the institutions work that are supposed to work. That's all I can tell you.
So when you finally go to court, what will you be citing? Is it the law, or you be citing that it was late to change the constitution?
So many things. It's only one party is perpetuating this. That's it.
All those things, Penny.
It's only
there is
NASA.
no lawyer. Hold on. There is no lawyer going to court and argue a case without citing part of the law that has been violated. You want us to have coalitions without law. You want us to have political parties without definition of what a political party is. You want us to have a company that are not governed by law. So how is that possible?
Let me answer that question. I want us to have parties. I want us to have agreements that are gentleman-like. Know the line. I do not want the government in my house, in my everything that I do. And that's exactly what you're advocating for. If they agreed on whatever and they followed that law 2017, do you think the law will be there today? No. The law is perpetuated today because somebody broke the agreement. The agreement, when we make a deal to buy land, whatever.
You are wrong. You are wrong on that.
Thank you.
Was protected by the law.
Why
now the other aggrieved parties should have gone to court. The reason they didn't go to court is because ODM did not violate any law. The law is clear that there is parliamentary political parties who have a sizable number of parliamentarians. If you don't reach that threshold number of parliamentarians, you are not recognized as a parliamentary party, so you are not entitled to political party
funding.
And I believe all of us need to appreciate that the country does not operate in air. The country operates by rules and regulation. And anybody want to look on the other side where the law demands that there should be regulation, then I think it's somebody who is advocating either for the law of the jungle or lawlessness. Because I don't see why somebody should be against a well spelled out law because he likes gentleman agreement. Except this gentleman agreement is a ploy to deceive more people.
I think our brother is pushing for a single party, no coalition. That's what is according to his mind.
No, I'm sorry.
So, Richard, let Amos come in. Thank you.
Yeah, so I would like to say that I didn't expect that one to come from Penn, the Nyagaka, who is in the US, is my neighbor here. Because we all need to understand that the Constitution is a living document. And it's meant for the most vulnerable. So even those who are in the US or in the diaspora, we know very well how the laws are formulated here. If there is an accident, if an accident occurs somewhere and it's as a result of somebody who was crossing the highway, they'll go and say, hey, from today or from next month, this is a new regulation or this is the new law. You shall not cross the highway. If you'll be violating the highway code. That's how I'm saying we don't expect to misinform the public. The Constitution, if any misnomer occurs in the society, even culturally, that's how those what do you say? Those wazes back home, they used to come up with some code of ethics. You should not do this. You should not. Even some cultures, they're just. Our cultures are actually a constitution from wherever we come from. So this law that whatever that is happening here, I live in Quebec, in Canada. This last year we had elections. So we used to have some parties fronting their politicians on their own, those party tickets. This time they had coalitions. They call them syndicate. So you find that this syndicate is is a coalition of people from different parties, so that they can have a very strong team in case they are elected into parliament. Let me give you another analogy. When I used to be, when I studied in Kenya, when we used to have sports initially, football, let's say, at the village, or the local schools, there used to be inter-school. Then they select the best players from those locations. Then this location goes to another, let's say, district. Then they select a very strong team. Then they go to provincial. Then that province takes a very good team, formidable team, to the nationals. So, and I tend to think that that is by coming up with a coalition of parties, it's going to even bring the best, because as a single party, you might not have the best in the society, or in that community, or in that constituency. So when you say, okay, let us coalesce, each party is going to present its best. When Mchujo, baada ya kuchagua the best of them, then in case you form the government, then you'll be having the best brains. Look at the coalition of 2002, the CORD. They had the best because they had coalesced from all other, parties. Then we had the best in parliament and wherever they. So my opinion is that whatever that is coming, whatever that is being discussed in the Senate right now, that coalition of parties bill, if enacted, then we'll have the best, so that even if there is a misunderstanding, everybody can say, hey, this one has violated the law. So it stops anybody from maybe breaching a contract. I can have a contract with you, but then if the law is always overrides any contract, That's my contribution for now.
Okay, thank you, Amos. Let's move forward. Jackie, it was time for James. James, how are you?
Yes, I'm fine.
I hope you're ready now.
Yes, I am.
Karib.
Asante. So, single party coalitions. Bernard, we have come a long way. If you remember in 1992 when we went multi-party, Moi won by only 35% of the Kenyan votes. And then when we came to 1997, he improved that to 40%, meaning the other Kenyans voted otherwise. And what Moi used to do is to approach individual MPs and induce them to join KANU and then fund their re-election so as to increase the numbers of the ruling party. Now, that came to be unsustainable after some time, and therefore you saw a progression of parties coming together. You remember the Kijana wa Marwa, Charity Ngilu, Mwai Kibaki, each had their own parties. They come together and approach the elections as a unit. On and on until where we are now. NAC was a coalition of parties, and it was yet another milestone. The only time we have had a party that could have been said to sweep through the various regions of this country was KANU, when it was a monopoly. Therefore, coalition is the way to go. First of all, we must acknowledge who we are and our political progression is that we have parties, and then these parties have come to an agreement with other parties to push certain agenda. Why am I saying this? First of all, we have to accept who we are. Kenya is fairly community-based kind of approach in terms of fighting for rights. Therefore, you find that people are more comfortable with a party and party leadership that comes from their backyard. However, this does not negate the fact that they are Kenyans and they have legitimate interests and goodwill towards the nation as a whole. It's only that they feel maybe their interests may not be well accommodated in a wider form. They would rather approach politics from a smaller unit and then go and lobby for themselves in a bigger unit. There is nothing wrong with that. The Political Parties Act that is currently being made in Parliament and Senate is another milestone for Kenyan democracy. Why? Because look at the situation of big parties like ODM. They cut across quite huge chunks of this country, but there are zones that they are completely out of those zones. And therefore, a leadership that will come directly from ODM would quickly be legitimized by the other regions because they have not even an MCA in those regions. However, with the new arrangement, it is easy to bring these chains of interests in one umbrella and form the government. Let nobody cheat you here. In Kenya today, where we are, it will take many years for people to be into what UDA is trying to advocate here, where you sweep the country from north to south with a euphoria. That one will not happen. And it is surprising that there are those who are fighting this Political Parties Act. It seems they do not understand how our politics works, or they have a hidden agenda. Why? Because our attempts at coalition building has often left bitter feelings among partners, and therefore to secure the interests of each party, it is important to anchor that in law. Anybody talking about gentleman's agreement here, that has been tried, it has failed. And it is not about Raila, it is not about Kibaki, it is not about Moi, it is that the competing interests sometimes could overwhelm. And therefore, the only way to deal with our political situation is to accept what is being called coalition parties, where 3 or 4 parties can come together, fight for power together, and then share out the government. There is something good about this. One, it will remove the feeling that if ODM takes over, it is one region that has taken over, and the others are exclusively removed from the running of the government. It is actually the most progressive act that this parliament has conceived. Whoever came up with this is a political genius and has actually studied our political progression very well, and now wants to take it to the next level by first accepting who we are and then building on that. Going forward, I am seeing a situation whereby we'll have parties which will go growing by every election, and then maybe you'll find 2 or 3 parties in one umbrella and another 2 or 3 in another umbrella. And then we kind of have 2 coalition type of parties to drive our politics going into the future. It is very sad that we have a culture in this country where people just seem to look at politics from a very personal point of view. Let me ask those who are in this forum. Right now, one MCA position may attract 15 young people. And then you are forcing that region to be in one political party. Don't you think it is not right to kill the ambitions of these 14 others? Rather, it is better we have a wide variety so that the people can pick the best out of those who have presented themselves. We have a situation in this country where sometimes single political parties, like KANU in the past, and others, have forced people to elect people who have ended up being a major disappointment. But when we go now into coalition parties, we are likely to partly solve this problem and also remove the issue of people opting out to be independent candidates. I think we shall now have a more organized form of politics where right now I'm seeing ODM going into the same basket with Jubilee and other many Mount Kenya parties. Meaning even if the party wins only 2 parliamentary seats and 5 MCA positions, their position in the political space is secured and they will be recognized and meant to exist because those people who voted for that political party are Kenyans who have expressed themselves. Sometimes it may be just a party that is formed to push for the interest of maize farmers, but it is within a wider coalition a wider coalition, so they are able to push for their interest therein within the wider coalition. So this is one of the most progressive acts in the development of our democracy since we went multi-party in 1992, and it is informed by the history, our history of political formation, our political conduct, our political mobilization, and the comfort that we draw from how we conduct our politics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Let's keep the conversation going. Tunaenda kwa Jakindu Bey and then Derek. Tukienda hivyo. Jakindu Bey, karibu.
Asanteni sana. Hamjambo jamani?
Hatujambo. Vipi leo?
Mimi si jambo, sina neno.
Karibu.
Nashukuru kwa mjadala wa leo. Nataka kuanza kusema kwamba mimi nafikiri nimekuwa nikisema lazima tufikirie outside the box. Tusifuate tu watu kiholela ati Amerika imefanya sijui wapi haijafanya. Sisi kama Wakenya tunataka kujitengenezea sheria na vitu ambavyo zinatufaa sisi. Tutaki tuanze kutengeneza vitu ambazo zinatufaa, kwa sababu bila hiyo sheria unaona watu wanaenda wanasema ODM ilikataa kuwalipa sijui nini, na ukiangalia kisheria ODM haikuwa inafaa kuwalipa chochote, kwa sababu kufuatana na sheria za ambazo ziko unalipwa kufuatana na kama mko na wajumbe, kama mko na MPs, kama mko na wale wanaitwa representative, wale kama uko na governors, kama hizo ndizo unalipwa juu yake kama party, na kuna kiasi fulani hata ukiwa na mjumbe mmoja ulipwi, inatakiwa wajumbe fulani, na hizo vitu zote. Saa zingine watu ambao hawafuati sheria watasema uongo juu ya vitu kama hizo. Ndio maana unaona watu saa zingine wanaita jina la Raila, hata mahali hawafai kuita jina la Raila wanaita jina la Raila. Hiyo nasema si ukweli, sio kila kitu chama hivi vyama. Ndio maana ni vizuri sasa kutengeneza sheria ambayo itasaidia hizi vyama wakati ziko na collusion. Tusipotengeneza hizi sheria tutazozana siku zote. Hizi sheria ziko hata kwa Biblia ziko. Mungu ametuwekea sheria ambazo tunataka kufuata, ambapo usipofuata hiyo sheria ni kwamba umekosa. Unaona? So hata sisi kama wana Kenya kuna vitu vingine tunataka tujitengenezee ambazo zitatufaa sisi kama Wakenya, ambazo haziwezi kufanya kazi Amerika au nchi nyingine. Tunatakiwa hata sisi tutengeneze zile zinatufaa, kwa sababu Kenya ni moja tu, hakuna nchi nyingine kama Kenya dunia. Kenya ni moja na iko unique, na kila nchi iko unique. Kuna nchi Japan iko peke yake, hakuna nchi nyingine kama Japan ama Amerika ama wapi, hivyo. Na hata sisi katika manyumba zetu, kila mmoja ana sheria zile zinafanya kazi kwake, ana namna ya kujitawala pale nyumbani kwake. Nayo nchi yetu lazima tuwe namna ya kujitawala. Kama sisi tumeamua kwamba hizi vyama zishirikiane, ziwe na mikakati vizuri, ziwe na mipango vizuri ya kuweza zisizozane. Hiyo ndio tunataka. Tusiseme tu eti gentleman agreement. Kitu gani gentleman? Hata wakati ukienda kuoa kienyeji, kwa kienyeji, wendi tu pale unasikilizana na baba mkwe na mama mkwe. Hapana, wanaitwa watu mashahidi, wanaitwa kuja kuona, uncles na nani wanakuja pale, wanathibitisha kwamba zile vitu umefanya ni haki. Umeleta mali, umeleta ng'ombe ngapi, hizo zinafanywa. Unaona? So ni vizuri na shirika kushirikiana ni jambo la busara, kwa sababu itapunguza mzozo. Ni kama tu kuna mtu alisema hapa juu ya mtu mwenye mabibi wengi. Ndio, mtu mwenye mabibi wengi hana shamra za kuruka hapa na pale. Hata wakati wazee wanakunywa pombe, wale wenye bibi moja ndio wanakaa mlangoni, ndio wakiitwa kwamba bibi akisikiliza anakimbia, akikaa huko nyuma atamwaga pombe na wazee watakosa hiyo pombe. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri yule anataka kuwa na moja awe na moja, yule anataka kuwa na pati moja awe na pati moja. Hakuna mtu kwa hizi sheria, hakuna mtu anakataza hizi vyama zisiwe moja. Ukitaka kuwa na chama kimoja bila kushirikiana na wengine ni sawa, na sioni kwamba hii sheria inakataza. Hii sheria ikatazi. Hii sheria inasema tu wale wanataka kuungana watafuata vitu fulani. Mkiungana mtafuata ABCD. Hivyo tu, na sioni kwa nini wengine wanakataa. Mimi naweza kusema wale wanakataa wamezoea kukataa kila kitu. Kile kinachotaka kuleta uwiano, masikilizano, wanaivunja, hawataki. Hiyo hatuwezi. Tunataka nchi ambayo tunasikilizana kwa mambo yetu. Kwa hiyo mimi naunga mkono kabisa hiyo sheria, ndio vyama hizi zisije zikafanya kama wale jamaa ambao wako kwa Oka, ambao hata sasa bado walikuwa wanalaumu ODM, na hata sasa wanavurugana. hawana nani chochote, na walikuwa wanasema ODM ndio inawanyanyasa. Sasa nani anawanyanyasa hawa jamaa? Mimi nataka kuambia hawa watu sio viongozi, na hawa watu hawajui, hawana kitu tunasema subira. Subira ilisemekana, subira huvuta heri. Hawana subira hata kidogo. Hii ndio maana wakati kulikuwa na Ford, Matiba alikosa kuwa president kwa sababu ya kukataa subira. Subira aliambiwa angoje mpaka Bwana Mwite alipanda ndege akaenda London kwenda kumsihi, kumwambia pana bwana, usije na chama nyingine tafadhali, wacha tu tuende na hii. Wewe tu nimekuachia hata makamu wa rais, mimi nimekuachia uende uwe makamu wa rais wa Jaramogi. Alikataa subira, na ilichukua muda wa miezi 8 ngapi. Kama ni president, angekuwa ni president, sasa yeye ndiye angekalia kiti cha president, na ilipita hivyo. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema katika maisha vijana, mimi nawaambia hii kitu inaitwa subira ni kitu muhimu. Msifikiri watu wanasema subira huvuta heri kwa upuuzi. Ni jambo la muhimu kabisa, subira. Kwa hiyo unapokuwa na subira huvuta heri. So hawa wanaoka wamekataa kuvuta subira, na vile wamekataa subira hiyo, uraisi wanataka, sidhani kama wataipata wasipofuata ile subira. Subira ni jambo la muhimu sana, na vile vile jambo lingine ni uaminifu. Uaminifu na uadilifu ni kitu cha muhimu. Sio tu unaenda pale alafu unaanza kuvuruga mtu ambaye yuko mbele yako eti kwa sababu unataka hicho cheo chake. Haukipati, kwa sababu hiyo utakuwa upati baraka kutoka kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Hizi vitu zote msifikirie tu zinakuja tu kwa eti unapiga kifua eti utapata. Hapana, hizi vitu zinatokana na utaratibu na uvumilivu. Hata ukitaka kujenga nyumba, hata wakati unakuwa, wazazi wako wanavumilia, unawakojolea, unafanya nini, mara unakuwa mgonjwa, mpaka siku unakuwa mtu mzima. Wamevumilia siku nyingi sana kufanya wakulishe ukue, wakupeleke shule na nini, wanavumilia. Kwa hiyo hata nchi yetu lazima tuvumilie. Kuna wakati mwingine tutakuwa na shida hapa na pale, lakini lazima hizo shida sisi wenyewe tuzikabili kama wana Kenya, na njia moja tu ni kuvuta pamoja. Ndiyo maana mimi naunga hii mambo ya shirika hizi za vyama, watengeneze sheria nzuri ambayo haitafanya tuzozane, lakini vile vile tuwe na kitu inaitwa azimio la umoja. Sisi Wanakenya wote tuwe wamoja, hata ukiwa kwa UDA tuwe na umoja, kwamba ikifika saa ya kujenga Kenya tujenge pamoja. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante Jakindu Bey, we appreciate your continued support and contribution now. Richard, keep your mic mute, please.
Keep your mic mute, please. Okay, good.
Okay, then before I bring in Derek, there's something I want to respond to. It's called Cheshari Den Joel. He says parliamentary seats mean coalition. I don't know how that plays. I say president-elect, he's for the whole country. So every tribe will form a party. Every tribe will form a party. That is my area of interest. It is not possible to have a tribal party in Kenya. The law is against it. And if you have ever attempted to register a political party, you're supposed to prove that your party has a nationwide followership, a nationwide membership. You don't carry there your wife, your children, and your brothers. You say you have come to register a political party, and the registrar of political party gives you a certificate. It doesn't work that way. And one of the things we need to appreciate is that political parties evolve, and politics and democracy evolve. So we need to move with time. We can't be static and remain in one place and want to pull everything into one place. We should allow room for growth so we develop. And one of the things bedeviling my party system in Kenya is because we have not allowed that growth. We have always been stifling, frustrating, opposing, and making other parties small so that ours look big. That is not how democracy works. Democracy enhances development, because when we have developed political parties, we'll have developed ideology. Developed ideology is going to enhance proper forecast for where the country is going, and we prepare for it before we get there. So I want everybody to relax, and especially those of you who are afraid that if a political party becomes strong, it will kill yours. You don't have. We all went to school. We were like 4,000 of us in one school, or 3,000 of us in one school. We didn't need to kill others so that the school becomes better. It's important that we coexist in a healthy way by enhancing everybody's betterment. Thank you. Derek, you can come in now.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, and I'm glad to share with you today. Actually, today I got a few comments just to share with my fellow panelists and everyone who is viewing from diaspora or within the country. The topic of today is really nice and good, and it entails a lot that we all need to know according to the state of the nation. I think all of us are aware of the kind of politics that is currently taking place in our nation. Although it is a two-horse politic, but remember, we also have other people who are also trying to, they are trying their best. They also have got hope. First of all, what we have to get convinced, and we must know that our nation is a multipartism and also it's democratic. And having said that, there are some people or some individuals who have taken it as an advantage. And by taking it advantage, they form some parties for the interest of causing chaos and also causing division among the individuals. Just to mention a few, since independent, we have so many political parties in this our nation. And if you do the comparison, you'll realize that the political parties that we have in our nation, they are comprised of different people from different places, from different tribes, from people of different ethnic groups. But there are some people who are forming parties based on tribe. And that is why in the latest debate that was just which was last week, it was in the parliament that people talked about numbers, having numbers. And the reason as to why they were much conversant with knowing the numbers, it is to know the composition of the party. And for the party to be regarded as a national party that can rule or that is legalized constitutionally, it should not be tribal based. It should not be for a certain community. it should not be for a certain ethnic group, but it will comprise of different people of different caliber. And that is why I strongly agree that we should have a coalition so that these single parties, most of these single parties, they are not legalized, and their main interest is to ensure that they have caused division amongst other political parties. What they will be doing normally, instead of selling their agendas or manifestations, they will be talking ill against other political parties. They will be using abusive words, which is unconstitutional, and that is why currently you see people running to court, being taken to court because of the words that they are uttering in different gatherings. Some are being arrested because they don't know what it calls to be a political party and to be a member. What are the qualifications? And that is why most of people will just come out and say, I have a political party and I want to name it as Derek, or forming some acronyms which has got no meaning. So with me, I can advise that if it is a must that you must form a political party in this our nation or in Kenya, there should be vetting first of all. Vetting should be done, and then thereafter, the number required should also be set so that people don't make noise going to court or going to parliament to look for numbers, whereby they also look for, they manipulate data, of which I don't want to go into that. If vetting can be done, and then they set a target number that if it is 20 or if it is 500 or if it is 30, it should compose of 30 people, and then the tribal based, maybe it should be of 1/3 or 2/3 of the members. I think we can be at par. But you'll realize that there is a party that is composed of the 50 or the 60% of it is from one tribe. That is a party that cannot work, because the other time, let me just, Mr. Bernard, kindly please allow me to say this. The other time DP was in Eldoret, and one of the aspirants publicly said that once the UDA, if in case they win, all the cabinets will be from the other side of the region. All the cabinets will be from UDA. From where? Do you think that is the safest way that the nation can be run? It cannot be like that. So with me, Mr. Bernard, I strongly agree that coalition is better than these single parties. It is very important. It is very important, and that is my submission at this particular moment.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Although I can confirm what you're saying that the aspirant said, but we have seen that happen in the past, so it may happen if that happens. But I think moving forward is Kenya must belong to all Kenyans, for every Kenyan to be safe. As long as Kenya belongs to a few and the rest are treated as squatters, we can never be safe. And so our politics needs to appreciate that our diversity is not a reason for division, but a variety that enhances our unity because of our need for one another. There is what Coast people can do better than the Western people, and there is what Nyanza people can do better than the Central people. When we mix all these people together, we come up with a powerful force that will help this country develop faster. We have spent too much time fighting each other instead of developing the country. And so it is about time we settle down and say we are all in this basket. It's like we are in the middle of the ocean and our boat is beginning to sink. We cannot be fighting each other in the boat. We should do everything to keep the boat afloat so that we sail through to the other side. So the coalition, I believe, is should be built on that basis. The Azimio la Umoja and the rest should be on that basis, whereby ceasefire, no fighting, no being at each other's neck, no nepotism. Let us build Kenya. At the moment we begin to build Kenya without trying to cut each other down and cutting each other into size, we will move faster. But if I am building, then I have to check who is trying to stab me, who is trying to malign me, who is trying to cut me. That will be a distraction that will not help much. Before I bring in, who is this? I think it's John Days. Before I bring you in, there is this man called the Seventh Estate. He's new here. I began to see him yesterday. You seem to have a problem with the ODM and the balance between who gets arrested and who should be arrested. All that advice you can give to the DCI, okay? This platform is for discussing politics, yes. The balancing of the politics you people are asking me for, it does not work. Balancing and being fair on this platform is not between UDA and ODM. The reason why we have this show against the truth, okay, against the constitution provision. So if you want to tell me that ODM came and lied here, I should now make provision for UDA to lie, I will be abusing the purpose of the existence of this platform. So kuwa hapa na ukue mpole tafadhali, na kama uko na shida na ODM tutakuonyesha direction ya Orange House, kule unaweza peleka petition yako. Not to abuse people and begin to call them names and say that we should be discussing how the ODM people have been arrested or ODM people have been spewing hate speech. We discussed that for 3 days here. It was not an attack to UDA. We are discussing the issue that is touching on Kenya. Now, if you don't understand when you come to the platform, learn fast before you begin to make your comments. That is my humble request to you. But if you continue being vocal with the vulgar language, tunakutupa nje na tuna kuomba msamaha kwa hilo. Samahani kama I have been heard differently, but that is how things are done. Thank you. John Tez, karibu.
Yes. Hi everyone. Habari zenyu? Okay. First topic ya leo iko fiti. Sawa. Thank you everyone for this moment. Nashukuru Mungu for this far tumefika leo. So I've seen the topic that has been pinned. Political parties going single or being in a coalition. First of all, it's something we have been touching on tukisonga, but it's a good topic. As we know, this country is so big and we are very many, which I don't think all of us can fit in one bus. I think we need many buses to ferry us to our destination. So politically, a nation which is being run by several parties, and since we all know the basis of our political parties, this is something that we always try to run away from it, but mi hupenda kusema, let the facts remain the facts. You see, for example, let me begin with ODM. ODM is being perceived as it's a Nyanza-based political party. That's what other people think so. But the truth is, ODM is a national party in a way that it has representatives from Mombasa, Northeastern. We have an MCA in Central, I know. As in, it has people representing it from different areas. But now, what people usually look at it as a Nyanza-based political parties, because the people who are holding the big offices at the helm. That's why you'll hear people terming it as in it's a blah blah party from Nyanza. Wiper, the same way. Who is the chairman? The people will term it as a, for example, a Kamba party, because most people who are at the helm are from that side. But all these parties, they are national parties. So people should not lie to us that now they are building a party which as in it has a national face. What difference does UDA has, which these other parties don't have? Can they state any difference? Because even me, I can say UDA party is basically for Rift Valley people, because who are at the helm, who are running the show, sindio? Because wale watu wanaongoza ni watu wa kutoka this area, so it will be perceived by people that this party is from this, but no, the fact is hizi vyama zote zimeundwa kwa misingi za kitaifa. We had Ford Kenya even in Central, wakina Vitobu Imanyara, those people wamekuwa kwa Ford, but Ford at now ukiangalia iko only based, tutasema is like from Bungoma area where Wetangula is coming from, because he's the leader of that party. But Ford Kenya is a national party. So hii issue yenye watu wanajaribu kupaint, wanasema this party is not national party, this one is a national party, hiyo tusahau. Ukweli ni all these parties are national parties, na si makosa watu from this area ama from this location of Kenya kukuwa at the helm of these parties. It's not their crime. Another thing, now touching on the topic about political coalitions and single party. You know, I hear stories because I wasn't there during 80s, 70s politics, but tumesikia the liberation that happened, the second liberation, the multipartyism. Yeah? Why? Kwa nini watu walipigania we have a state whereby we can have different parties? Because when you have one party that is ruling the entire country, you are all mmekuwa boxed in one place. Therefore, you don't have varieties of leaders. You don't have choices to make. But when you have many parties, you will have many choices to make. Like, why do we have to go for an election when you are only having one party, whereby this party, it will nominate one person, yeah? Then we'll go and vote for him. But when you have several parties, that's why even, you see, these parties are not even enough. We have people vying as independent candidates. That's true, yeah? That's why I'm saying even these parties, there are many, but we have people, some candidates going as independent, which means even these parties that people are saying there are many, they're not many. We can have as many parties as we can, as long as all these parties are liars to the law of Kenya. And then when you have so many parties, they'll keep the government in check. But when you have one party which is ruling, we won't have any other people making noise. Like we have only two parties. Yes, these parties can go in a caucus and agree to amend something. But when you have different parties which have different, as in wana malengo tofauti, utapata senye wameenda kwa mikutano, kila chama itakuwa na maoni yake. That's why even now, this bill in parliament, umeona, ime have watu kuungana. Oka, those who are last to Oka, those who are last to Azimio, those who are last to, they have to come together so that wapitishe hii kitu kwa manufaa wa Kenya. Na hiyo ndio umuhimu wa vyama kuwa vingi ama vyama kuwa tofauti. Kitu kingine ambacho kinafanya vyama kuwa tofauti ni kwamba nilisema vyama hivi vyetu vimeundwa kwa misingi. Kwa mfano, wapwani kuna wakati walikuwa wanasema hawako Kenya. Walikuja na chama, wanataka kuwa na vyama, so that even huyu governor, this governor, jina lake nimesahau, he was an ODM governor but ameform party yake. Yeah, Amason Kingi.
Kilifi.
When aliulizwa alisema Kilifi governor. Okay, thank you. Alisema aje anaunda chama so that akikuja kwa bargaining table, na nielewa, ataleta shida za watu wa kwake wasikizwe, so that when that cake is being distributed, they can also have a share. Why? Because he feels when he represents his people from this angle, he'll be heard more than when he's in a party whereby this party iko na watu wa Nyanza, iko na watu wa huku, whereby wana represent pia malilio yao. So that's why unaona all these parties are formed. That's why unaona mtu kama Moses Kuria alisema he will not run for any seat, but he's focusing on building his party, whereby these coalitions, they also want to have their shares. Now, unataka kuniambia we want to have one single party called UDA. These are the people. How will they air their views? And I know why. All these politicians, they do these things for their own benefits. If UDA inataka kukua no other parties, you uvunje chama yako, it means when you go for nominations, all these candidates will pay money. Therefore, in one area, since it's one party, we have like 50 members who want to be nominated for this seat. That means that mathematically, if I'm correct, it means that these 50 MPs or MCAs will pay registration fee ama running fee ya chama. Therefore, each chama it make a lot of money kwa watu. It's just a way of exploiting the aspirants. But when you have many parties, like for example, venye nimesema, if you have 50 people who are aspiring to be MPs and wote wanataka kusimama na UDA, they'll pay registration fee, right? Kama ni 30,000, kama ni 100, they'll pay. That 100 if you multiply by 50, and that, mind you, that seat is only for one person. But if you have several parties, utapata each and every person anaenda kwa hii chama na hii chama, and we will get quality leaders because we will have choices. We will have many choices to choose from. So the best way for us to go is for a coalition, because we will have variety of leaders from variety parties, whereby mtu hata kwa anajipiga kifua, anajigamba, anasema tumesema hivi and we all go that direction. No, itakuwa tukienda hivi, we will have people when you are opposition. Even in that opposition, they'll have to sit with other members when you are with other parties so that we agree. So for me, coalition is the best way, because this country is so big, and remember we are of tuko many tribes. We lazima sisi wote to feel tuko represented, na hiyo ndio imekuwa culture yetu, and that is our nature. So and we cannot run away from that until sijui generation, because it's a fact all our parties ziko based from regions zenye tunatoka na tunawakilishwa nazo. That's my submission. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, John Tez. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. And like it's been well put, we appreciate our differences, our diversity, and I support the idea that different political parties, no matter how small they are, their voices help into quality legislation. When we have this uniform, we went to State House, then we all agreed tunaenda kupitisha hii. We come up with very poor legislation because nobody interrogates what we are passing. So even if we come up different parties, then we go what is called party parliamentary group meeting. Each party will have to contribute towards that bill. And in the process, we'll end up having good legislation that is going to help the country move forward, because we look at it from different angles. Other than having a single party that has the majority of politicians, wherever members of parliament, and they are all chorus people. Mkubwa akisema kuanzia leo wanaume wote wavae kaptula, wanasema ndio. Then it becomes a law. That is what we suffered under the single party system. We can't go back there. Let's accept hiyo imepitwa na wakati, na tukue updated. We remain up to date. Let's become current. WG, karibu, tusonge mbele na tuchunge muda tafadhali.
Thank you. Thank you. Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening.
Asante sana. I want you guys to appreciate the fact that Kenyan democracy of multipartism and of many parties is still young. We are struggling, and we are still on that at the stage whereby we are finding our equilibrium as far as many parties are concerned. That is after we were forced into one single state for close to 24 years. And even when our first, the founders of this nation began, I think they began on a wrong footing as far as coalitions and parties are concerned. So when now Daniel Moi took us to one single state, one single party, it left us with a lot of challenges, and we are struggling to this date. I want to request to differ a little bit with Johannes regarding the status of some of the parties. And that is where I also somehow side with the terminology of the DP, that we have, tribal. Let's call spade a spade. That is tribal. Because when you see Amazon Kingi coming up with PA, and all the officials of that party comes from the Giriama nation. The recently launched, was it DAP Kenya, or is that what the name is? The Wamalwa, Wafula wa Munyinyi party. And then when they begin to put forth their officials, the names we hear is from the Bukusu sub-tribe. Then we should know that there is a serious problem with our parties. That one we must not, sweep under the carpet. Instead, I would advocate for parties that are comprised either of, if not tribal, then they are comprised of different demographic groups. The parties for workers, that is COTU, parties for teachers, the parties for youths, not even religious. That one is also very non-inclusive. So when you get a party for teachers, there are teachers from all walks of life, from all corners of this nation. Turkanas are there as teachers. We have Taitas as teachers. And therefore, when they come to parliament, when they bring their members to parliament, these are members who are not going to put their efforts and mentality on their tribes, empowering their tribes. But they are going to look into how all teachers across the nation are going to be empowered. So in that way, then the country benefits. But when it comes to idea of now, let us have people from our clan. Actually, some other parties are not from one tribe, they are from one clan. So let us have our party from our clan so that we can go to this table and bargain. You are bargaining for yourselves, yes. But where do you leave the rest? For example, now in Coast, PA, hello? Yes. PA as a party is only a sub-tribe ya party zingine. Some community in Coast. So where do you leave others? So that is where I'm saying, even as we uphold the coalitions and the parties, we must look into that and let us not sweep things under the carpet. Having said so, coming back to the coalitions as it is today and the current politics, I want to say that I'm not so much conversant with the bills that's going on in Parliament. I didn't understand it so well. So I will not, put my argument
Now,
based on that.
WG,
Yes.
before you go forward, before you go ahead,
Yes.
your facts about PA and having officials from one place. Okay, I don't, I'm not privy to that personally, but what I know is that the registrar of political party is not allowed to register any political party that is tribal, or it's family, or it looks like it's from one place. You must prove to the registrar of political party that you are national party by her going through the list of your membership and the signatures and confirming that these people are really from Garissa, others are from Kakamega, others are from the coast. So when you say that PA is a coastal party and it only has one tribe, that is an implicating the registrar of political party, if that is true, in my opinion. But for us to say that our political parties are tribal, there is something amiss with that. Yes.
Bernard, are you convinced that what you are saying is the truth, practically outside here? That's the reason why we say
what I'm saying is the stand of the law. The stand of the law.
Yes, it is. But is it what is reflective on the ground?
As far as political party registration is concerned,
then the political parties, have let us down. That is not the case. Take, for instance, even a very outstanding political party, ANC. It is up to date that it is struggling to try and make some to look like it's reorganizing itself. Otherwise, initially, all members of ANC used to come from one community. Is that true or not? And therefore, if that is the case, then the political party's office
all members of officials. Okay, let's WG. I want us to remain factual, and this is what I will say. Let's say in the initial application for registration, the parties endeavor to ensure that they are nationwide. But as they evolve, they shrink back into their clanism or tribal, based on where they are supported most. But and then because of the returns, okay, you can change officials after every annual general annual meeting and all that. So that's what makes leaders become one-sided. But for that to be a standard upon which what our political parties are, it is not the standard. It may be the circumstance we find ourselves in, but it's not the required standard, in my opinion.
You are right, Bernard. You are right, and that is what we are saying here, because here we are not just parroting. We also need to probe these things so that those who are listening to us, including members of those parties and bosses of those parties, should take what we are saying into action and correct the situation. You see, when other old parties like Ford Kenya and even ODM and those parties that were created there before, when they were being created, you will realize that they were so much sensitive to the tribal issues, that balancing. All these parties were balanced. They were really balanced. So, but the current registration and the current party bosses have other ideas of political parties. What they are aiming is to have that seat of tribal chiefdom, so that someone can be referred as this boss of this end, boss of this end, so that when people are coming to bargain for power, they come with their constituencies, which could be okay, but to some extent is not serving us very, very well as a nation with diversified ethnic groups. So I think that one should be taken into, we are together, Bernard, there. Between me and you, I think we are together, but the mistakes that were done are not, could not even be with the bosses, the political parties' officers. Those people who vet these political parties for purpose of registration are the people who've let us down so far. So allow me to go on, please, with a short remarks.
But Bernard told you that the power officials are not from one community or tribe. It can never be registered because the regulations are simple. You cannot have from one community. You must have 1,000. The recruit before it's registered. It's simply that you must recruit 1,000 members in each of 24 counties and set up branches, offices in them. So you might, what you could have said was, maybe there is no follow-up in things like this. Maybe the 1,000 people, and then, but the names that were given in the registrar of parties are not from one. You have to withdraw that. I've looked at the names and they're not
Alex,
from one.
Alex,
they are not from one place.
Okay, Alex. Thank you, Alex.
Alex, what I'm talking about, everyone knows because we watch them on TVs and on the news every day. So I'm making a lot of sense. We only need to approach it broadly. Let's leave that to rest anyway.
WG, one point, Mr. Bernard, I agree with you, WG. Bernard, it's just one sentence I like to put forward. Yes,
okay, go ahead.
I am agreeing with what WG is saying, and what Alex has also said, and what you have said. The fact is, when these parties were being registered, they got that national picture, but with time I would like to put the word that they shrink to these guys who maybe they are active now. The party now looks like it's tribal to some extent. So what WG is saying, we just have to agree that like what DAP looks like and what Ford Kenya looks like, it's just the way it is. It's to some extent tribal. We don't have to deny that.
Yes,
That's
thank you very much.
Thank you, Now,
Bernard, let me add something there.
Goja Kwanza. This thing is going to take too long. Goja Kwanza, please, everybody mute your mic.
Just a minute.
So, what I will say is, political parties, like any other organization, they need to grow, and part of the growth requires funding. Okay, so it's just like church and evangelization. Mnaweza kufungua kanisa Nairobi na ikufie Nairobi. You did not open. Please, when I say all mics mute, let's obey that. There is no need of you keeping your mic on. It's causing disturbance. Now, what I mean is a political party, after it has been registered, the next thing is to build it up. And build it up means all the branches must be function. And for those branches to be kept alive, they need to be funded. So some of the reasons why the political parties shrink is because maybe they don't have funding, or they just neglect. Like for example, ANC and Ford Kenya, after the 2017 election, what did they do? What did they do? They sat back waiting for 2022, and that's why they have been caught unprepared, and now they don't know where to stand. But if you keep your party in momentum and you keep revamping it and reorganizing it, it will stay longer and be able to reach, get roots in all corners of the country. So let us separate between the actual state of affairs and the current appearance of things. But to say that political parties are tribal and they are meant to be tribal, that to me is not up to date. Thank you. WG, make your submission, please.
Thank you. Nani has something. James, allow me to listen to James, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Bernard, you notice that with the new Political Parties Act, it removes that possibility of one or a few people monopolizing our politics. You are aware that there are countries that have been captured by moneyed people whose source of wealth cannot be ascertained, and some of the countries standing to drug hubs and money laundering hubs. So through this Political Parties Act, we cushion ourselves from these buccaneers and put our country on a more firm path of growth and prosperity. Let me also say that it is not right for somebody to seem to want to portray the country as evil by people even organizing themselves according to the community. This is who we are. You are Aruya, there is a Kikuyu and Arua, and there is nothing wrong with that. The only thing that would be bad is if you use that to oppress others or try to destroy the country, or to do something that is that is not contained within the constitution. So whether the party has officials who come from the same place, as long as the interests that they push for are legitimate and within the law, there is nothing wrong with that. Let's outgrow this shame that we are put by the colonialists, that you start becoming ashamed about yourself, your culture, your way of life. I don't buy that one myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, that one is that. I was only trying to say that we should be considering other democratic
WG, unmute. You are mute. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, so I'm
we
saying
should be considering. That is where you are still mute. Why are you muting yourself?
That is what I'm. Okay. I was trying to consider the fact that it would be better for our country to move forward in terms of cohesion if we considered demographic groups that don't come from one region, but is more inclusive, like the ones I had mentioned earlier, just for purpose of inclusivity, so that we may run very fast from this negative ethnicity. But that one put aside. Let me just go on. I wanted to also put it in terms now of coalitions. Coalitions and its advantages and disadvantages to political leaders, especially presidential aspirants. I think if it's not handled properly, even if someone or a presidential candidate stood a chance of clinching the seat, he may experience some challenges, especially when it comes to now, getting support in terms of MPs in parliaments, in both parliaments. For example, the Azimio la Umoja, well, this might be a great advantage to Mr. Raila. But now, when it comes to the other seats, in terms of governors and Senate and MPs, that is where the challenge will come if he has not anticipated in advance to see how he's going to organize his troops. Because you realize places like Western, where we might have many parties, but under Azimio coming to fight over one single seat. If they divide the votes, then the other opponents, like in terms of UDA, will just come and with a very marginal or little votes, will just end up beating them. And therefore, when they end up in parliament, then yes, he's the president, but a lame duck president who cannot force his policies through the two houses. So that is the danger which I see with the coalition, especially when those contestants are not prepared well to juggle. There's no any other way of engaging in a country with many parties apart from by way of coalition. So people who are opposing the coalition, I don't know what they stand for, because when you have, like in Kenya, it was registered 83. Were they 83, or it was 83? Then one was rejected. They remained 82. So all these people have various interests. They must be brought together so that they also feel like they are good participants in a government, either in terms of being in the sides of government or in sides of being in the other side of the opposition, so that they can be forceful. Otherwise, some parties are so small that their impact cannot be felt, even if they had very good policies. So those are the advantages of coalition, which I personally support. Asante sana for now. Maybe I will come back later. Asante.
Okay,
Can I
thank
say
you.
something, Mr. Bernard?
Let's hear from Alex. Sorry?
Something.
I
wanted to say
John
something.
Tess, you are the one who's unmute. What is
To ask a
happening?
question.
You have a question for WG?
I want to ask a question. Yeah.
Okay, ask your question. You are mute. We can't hear your question.
Okay. I've unmuted. I think he's the one who was correcting me, right? So I wanted to ask him, what you see, like they have said these other parties zimekuwa ndogo ndogo, so zimeshrink into tribal, and we all know UDA, this is the first election UDA wanaenda, si ndio? What will happen after this election? What if they lose? Do you think this party will also shrink to become a Central and Rift Valley party? Because they haven't had any election yet, but after this election, do you think if they lose and Raila becomes the president, do you think this party will still remain as a brand, as a national party? Because I know, depending on how people will vote, if Western will vote for Raila, trust me, they won't be in that UDA. There will be no MPs in that UDA. If Coast votes for Raila, now this party, do you now see how they usually shrink? It will become the Gachagua and the Rutos, only that party. Another question is, have you asked yourself, why all these parties, we are all just saying that these parties are mushrooming up, but and then they want to address their own interest or tribal interest. Have we asked ourselves, why are these parties being formed, and what has led to other people to believe that maybe they are left out? So we need to come up with a party to fight for us. Maybe a certain tribe in a feel like, or region in a feel like, we have been left out of the government. The only way is tukuje na chama itupiganie. Have we asked ourselves those questions? Mbona wanafanya hivyo? Ili ndio wasikike, ama ni nini nasababisha hivi vyama vinakuwa? Tukipata majibu hizo maswali, tutakuwa tunaanza kusolve na kukuja na national party.
Bernard, do you expect me to react?
The question was directed to you. Respond. Or
Okay.
you want me to assist you?
It's okay. I think I agree with my brother to some extent. It all depends with the purpose why a political party is formed. And let me just repeat for the sake of records, is that what led me to put that notion is because of cohesion. We need a one country. You see, people who, or a group which comes with to defend some interest in terms of religion, in terms of exclusiveness. Do you know that the absence of that inclusion or political parties, what it entails? It entails forceful solution, which makes that that statement of yours very valid. So all these people, we must allow them room. Look at but my approach, if I was given chance, would be the northeastern people, those who came up with the herders, those who take care of cattle. How do we call them?
Upia.
Yeah, the Upia party. You see, it goes beyond just one section of our community, because one region, you see, like Nyanza, when we are in Nyanza here, things that affect us in Luo Nyanza affects the Kurians, affect the Kisis. So I wouldn't like to see that a party that comes from Nyanza. Sorry, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead, please, and summarize.
Yeah, I was just trying to explain that could be, you know, because where we are is not like just any other ideal country, an ideal country that is looking for, we have our own challenges. So whatever we are doing in terms of politics and any other things, we should also take into account our position or our challenges, the ones that we have currently. So that's the reason why we need to look deeper. When we are forming these political parties, what does it entail? And which group, how many people stand to benefit? If it's just a section of a small, ethnic group that will benefit at the expense of the whole country, then that kind of party, even if it is allowed by law for its existence, then it becomes a danger to our society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, WG. I hope John Tez is satisfied with your answer. I would also want to respond on what you said.
Ben, can I respond before you respond?
We are coming to you, Alex. Just hold your horses.
Okay.
We are coming to you. You are next. I am saying when there is a coalition, there is thorough negotiations that take place. And there is a new proposition in PM specifically, whereby they will not just carry out nomination based on who gets the most of the votes, but they want to specifically go to that particular constituency, carry out a poll against the people who want that ticket, and find the best candidate based on the opinion poll and then the other participant. So at the top level where Azimio is, the Azimio parties are going to share the regions based on their strength, so that they don't field many candidates and end up splitting the votes and making the other ones have a walkover. So the NASA mistake will not be repeated in 2022, in my opinion, whereby all political parties field all candidates everywhere and ended up messing up the numbers the parliament. But all in all, NAC swept the entire country in 2002, and everybody vied on NAC, although NAC was a coalition of different parties. So, and Azimio is going to be like NAC in 2002. So I don't think there will be that problem you are citing up. And as long as coalition is well managed, the country will be stable and things will move forward. And with proper management team at the top, I don't think there will be a problem. Alex. Alex, umehama tena?
Niko Ben.
Haya, karibu endelea.
So Ben, I wanted to respond quickly. This is not my submission, but I'll respond quickly to what he was saying, and I'll give my submission later on. There are two things that we need to acknowledge. The guy asked a very poignant question. Why do our parties die natural deaths? History is good. Let's not go to faraway history. Let's go back to Jubilee. 5 years ago, 4 years ago, Jubilee had the greatest structures in the country. You see their headquarters, you see their structures, you see their assets, and you see their members within the parliament and their contributions on a monthly basis. Jubilee is not a party that should fail. Why is Jubilee failing? So that will be the right question to ask, so that from there we can draw reasons, because some of these reasons we are putting are not true reasons. When you take a live example that is existing, is Jubilee on its deathbed? Yes. Is Jubilee having structures? Yes. But why is Jubilee dying? We are running away from this issue called internal democracy and party discipline. It gets to a point whereby when you want to discipline an individual within the party, if they are from a certain group, people start being tribal and petty and myopic. For instance, it's unconstitutional for Uhuru Kenyatta to hold Jubilee in hostage without holding an NDC for 5 years, irregardless of whether we love him or not. A party structure must have internal democracy and structures that people are free through its ranks to speak what they like and what they don't like. When a party of a national caliber like Jubilee is having transitional leaders for 5 years, it is unconstitutional. Tuju has been a chairman that is on acting capacity for how many years? So why is it so? It is because of personality cult politics. Our politics is based on individuals. If Ruto gets out of UDA today, we will not have UDA because of personality cult politics. So let's not run away from why are our parties dying a natural death, yet they have money, they have structures, and they have supporters. It's because first and foremost, The strongest parties we have in Kenya are personality cult. Personality. If Raila today moves out of Azimio, we are left with a shell. Joho cannot do anything. So let's go to ideological politics. And if we cannot do that, we will not build institutions. And this institution, for example, we are quoting here, the party, is it the party tribunal, whatever, that is headed by Ndungu, a lady called Ndungu or whoever. It has been the weakest institution in terms of registration, in terms of regulating, and in terms of being honest. When we come to statistics, true statistics of Kenya, how we can truly know, were there 1,000 people in every county recruited? We cannot substantiate those things. So these are the small things that we need to agree, all of us, whether we are on this side or this side, that as long as our party will be strong because of an individual, when this individual goes, the party dies a natural death. Whether it is strong as Jubilee, strong as ODM, whether an individual supersedes a party, then it dies a natural death. Somebody gave a good example yesterday. The speaker for Tanzania was forced to resign because they disagreed with the president. And when they do that, you resign based on principle. Then you are building strong parties. And nobody is going to follow the speaker that the speaker is from our area. Now, case study in Kenya, if the speaker will resign, my friend, you will see some people from Meru on the streets that Mutuwetu. So we have to know that our natural death of parties is always tied to our tribes. So we cannot ignore here and say what we are saying, and we think that the body that is regulating the parties is going to be strong if an individual is stronger than our party. If we want Azimio to be strong, let Raila be the face, but not the body. Let the face go, but the body remains. Why? We speak on principle. So the natural death of Jubilee is because they cannot hold internal democracy. We fear internal democracy. We can handle national politics because it's here, it's easy to criticize people nationally. But when it comes to internal democracy, when we lose a nomination like Ngirishi, he goes the other side, we start supporting him. Ngirishi must stay in the kitchen Atakama it is hot and handle the internal democracy. That is the only way we can build parties. We must accept when our kitchen is hot, we stay there. And if we lose on principle, and we agree that we lost on principle. Because when tribes come in, now that's where we go, nepotism. And that is the worst part of it, that now clans have become the worst part of politics when it comes to MCA. If your clan is biggest, you will never get another MCA if your clan is not the biggest. That is how myopic we have become. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Alex. That is an observation. And I have always held the opinion that we don't need regional parties because we already have devolution. Devolution is to address the interests of that particular region. So if the region needs development, needs economic emancipation, and all these other things, they should be channeled through the county, wherever the county assembly, through those MCAs of that particular region. We don't need a regional political party. Now, if you think you must have a regional political party for your interest to be taken care of, you are not up to date as far as the 2010 Constitution is concerned. Personalities and our political parties is a big issue at this point in time, and we hope that we will outdo it, but it is going to take time. And then partly is because we never let political parties take off. We kill them at the start. Like Alex, you said Jubilee had structures. Jubilee has never had structure anywhere. They had buildings, they had painted buildings around the country, and they put people there as a picture. They had an appearance of a national party, but they never put up structure. They never held grassroots elections. So it was just a screen political party to carry us with the euphoria of it. And they succeeded. That's why they collapsed as soon as they got into office. So let's be honest on this one.
Don't put fuel on fire. Don't put fuel on fire. Bernard, be careful what you are saying.
Smoke screen.
Asante.
Nataka kuunga Alex mkono kidogo, na ndio maana mimi nilikuwa nawaambia tangu zamani kwamba nilikuwa na mashaka na hizi party, kwa sababu ukiziangalia kuna ukabila mwingi ndani ya hizi vyama. Hizi vyama na kuna ubinafsi mingi sana katika hizi party. So ndio maana mimi niliwaambia tutumie vitu viwili, either tutumie ukabila kuua ukabila, au tutumie region to kill the region, to kill that ukabila. Kwa sababu tusipofanya hivyo, hizi vitu, hizo clan zitaendelea tu, tusipoziua. Kuziua ni lazima tutumie mbinu safi, ambapo itakuwa kwamba utaona watu wataanza kulose hiyo interest ya kusema lazima nipate party yangu nini. Hiyo itakwisha. Lakini kwa sababu watu wanang'ang'ana na hizi party, kwa sababu wanajua hiyo ndio nguzo, ndio daraja la, ndio kama ngazi ya kupanda. Unaona, kama tukiua hizo madaraja, tuseme kwamba tufanye kama vile Mwalimu alifanya. Mtu hawezi kumfuata Ndugai kwa sababu utamfuataje? Huwezi kumfuata kwa sababu huwezi kusema ni kabila letu, kwa sababu hakuna mtu anasema kabila. Unaona? So akiresign, akienda against CCM, anachukuliwa hatua, na wewe ukimfuata unachukuliwa hatua hata wewe. So CCM haina upuzi kama hii yetu. CCM inakufukuza kabisa mpaka uje uapologize, ndio wanaweza kukurudisha. Unaweza hata kuomba na wasikurudishe. CCM si kama hizi vyama zetu hizi. CCM inakufukuza, uwe ni nani, CCM itakufukuza. Yaani kukufukuza kabisa, kwambia wewe hatukutaki kwa chama, uende kabisa. Sasa sisi hatuwezi, ukimfukuza anaenda kwa sijui kwa party nyingine, na wala hakuna adhabu anachukuliwa. Wale wako na mikakati ambayo wameiwekea chama ambayo ingekuwa na mikakati, kama ingekuwa na demokrasi, ilikuwa ni KANU. Kwa muda mrefu watu hawakutaka kuanzisha vyama vingine kwa sababu walikuwa nafikiri KANU vile ilikuwa ni chama ambacho ilituletea uhuru, kwamba itakuwa na mikakati, itakuwa na uhuru. Lakini chama cha KANU ilirudi ikawa ni dikteta, ikawa inaonea watu. Sasa ndio maana hizi, baada ya KANU kushindwa kuweka msingi, ndio maana unaona hizi vyama havina msingi. Mtoto usipomlelea vizuri, huyo ndio alikuwa mtoto wa kwanza wa nchi ya Kenya, amelelewa vibaya, kuachwa kunywa pombe huko. Sasa ndio maana unaona hata hizi zingine zinatangatanga. So ni lazima sahihi tujaribu namna ya kutengeneza hizi vyama ili zisiwe zina mangamanga vile lazima mimi nasema kwa maoni yangu, tutumie ukabila kupiga ukabila, kwa sababu tukipiga ukabila hata hizi vyama hazitakuwa na maana sana. Utaona watu watakuwa wanaziangalia kwa namna nyingine. Tukipiga vile vile mikoa, ama tuseme watu vile wanasema sisi tunatoka upande huu, siji tunatoka, tukiweza kupiga hiyo, watu watajiona wa Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Haya, asante Jakindube. Nafikiria tutafanya show ndio tueleze vizuri vile tutatumia ukabila kuchapa ukabila kutumia hiyo ingine unayosema.
Ninangojea sana.
Nitapanga kipindi, nafikiria itakuwa hii Saturday. Kwa hivyo mimi na wewe tu utuambie vizuri kwa kina. Naomba tumkaribishe Murunga atoe maoni yake. Yes. Inawezekana.
Niko na sentensi moja tu ningependa kuongezea. Unajua umesema, you know, we as Kenyans, I might be young but I believe we as Kenyans huwa tunataka a sense of association, you know, and you have said that hii mambo ya katiba imeweka devolution ambapo people can air their grievances kwa pahali when it comes to devolution. But I think these our political parties from the base, the way the laws have been made, I think we go directly, tunaendanga direct to who is this guy that is heading the political party. But I think venye WG alikuwa amesema, we need to make our political parties ikuwe inasimamia kitu fulani. Ikuwe ni kama ya walimu, so that people can associate to it in that manner. I know most people here will disagree with me, but I think that should be the way to go, where people need a sense of association so that they can go to that political party wakijua ni nini inafuatilizwa, ndio waue hii this sense of, because in political party ya Raila we go there, this political party ya Musalia Mudavadi we go there. That's just my opinion. I hope I've been understood.
Sawa, inawezekana nakuelewa, lakini naomba wewe kuwa, tuseme wewe mkazi wa Busia, okay? Busia County iko na mahitaji special ambayo ni tofauti na Nairobi County. Sawa. So tunaposema kwamba county raise the interest of different regions, we just mean that. So you can be an ODM member, that is where you associate as a political party, and ODM is the one that's sponsoring MCS into in the assembly. But the issues of Busia should be addressed in Busia based on the environment and the special section of it. Other than Busia people coming together, they say they want to begin Busia Frontliners political party. You don't need a political party. No party ni vile bado wako na kasumba ya the past constitution, okay, whereby you found your relevance by having a political party and you could only express yourself through political party. Time we have different caucus. Even the MCA can come up with different groups, the youth groups, the mamas, the babas of that particular ward, and then they will be able to discuss the issues that pertain to that particular place. I think we've been investing too much in getting a political party for every group. Like teachers have political party, guards will ask for political party. Next will be police want political party. What will happen? So let's keep political parties for politics, and then these other special services remain special services. Walimu watakataa kufundisha watoto wetu kwa sababu wako ODM na hao sio na ODM si walimu. But let's keep the conversation going. Murunga, come in, please.
I want to respond to Mr. Isoya. One thing, please.
I am driving. Let me get home.
Oh, Murunga, hauko ready. Basi Bundi, come in.
Yes.
Oh, habari ya jioni.
Fiti, karibu.
Hii Kisungu mingi ya Isoya sijui, waje niongee Kiswahili yangu hii.
Endelea.
Sasa Mr. Isoya, kuna kitu ya kwanza kabla sijaendelea nilikuwa nakuambia. Nimesikia ukikondemu Jubilee kwamba wachawie kuwa na NDC for 5 years. I want to tell you something na si propaganda. Wakati vile election ya second term wali 2017 vile iliisha, Ruto went ahead to launch his own campaign na akajipanga how to register his own party UDA, na what came a close yenye leading to handshake. The guy wanted the president to be impeached because number ilikuwa mingi for him to become a president, and that is even ndiye alijua hiyo ndiye angefanya next. I think Raila came as a savior to dunia ingekuwa na anake on that thing. Now you see now that kind of dramas for Jubilee. Sioni kama na Uhuru angekuwa na courage ya kuita NDC because umoja itakuwa kwa muda. I think that's the reason, because you are the chairman here, your deputy amesa furuta watu wote, they are making a secret arrangement for registering another party. So I think don't condemn Jubilee on that, and again don't condemn Jubilee because yani Tuchu, because Tuchu was acting of course, lakini hakuna vile wangekaa chini ama angeconfirmiwa, because almost half of the members, actually 3/4 walikuwa wametoka wamefuata Ruto, and as we know ni mifuko walichasiwa ndio maana walitoka. I wanted just to respond to you on that.
Then 30 seconds.
Yes, Alex, respond. You are mentioned.
We were not talking about the politics of it. The question at hand was, why do parties die a natural death? And we were giving a biopsy kuwa the reasons that underlies there are these ones, whereby internal democracy has been elusive in almost every party. If we cannot tackle the issue of internal democracy, whereby we have the courage to face the people that are within the party, irregardless, look, mature democracies have done it, whereby even the president has become very unpopular. When you realize you've become unpopular, it's because of the politics within the party. And in other democracies, people resign, okay, because of that. But Kenyans, we do not have the courage to do that. So I think when we refuse to have internal democracy, is, for instance, within ODM, another leader emerged. He is more popular than Raila. He wants to take the country into a different direction. And people have agreed. And you subscribe to the political ideology and the tenets of that party. Allow it. Because that is how democracy works. But because we have refused to subscribe to political tenets of internal democracy, we fear even having grassroots election for our leaders. And that's across. And you know, less than 5 years old, and we did talk here, we had men in black. And elections were never held.
So you are 30 seconds is over.
That is internal democracy.
So when we talk about that internal democracy, hatukusema Uhuru alifanya vibaya. Ule jamaa aliuliza aje, kwa nini parties cannot be strong? So unapata kwa sababu we don't have the courage to face internal democracy.
I don't, Alex, I don't think the problem is courage. The problem is we create political parties for winning elections.
Okay.
They are vehicles for winning elections, and they are meant not to grow. So like Jubilee had no reasons why it should not hold grassroots elections. They had the government, they had the infrastructure. So Jubilee was created to fail. Simple and pure. Let's not beat around the bush. And that is why there was no investment towards strengthening it. Why? Because somebody had set it up to use it as a weapon to get power. Okay, so the powers that be said no problem, let's use it. We cross over. After we cross over, we make sure that the boat that we used to cross over does not cross back.
Bernard, utaleta moto hapa.
Hapana jali, tuko Kenya. The other aspect is the kind of politics we play. The politics of cutting each other to size, okay? Whereby one of the reasons why they fear grassroots elections is the men in black, what the black were used to help, where the competitive party sponsors somebody within the party that they are competing with, so that he becomes an official. Then he's used to weaken the party in favor of his sponsor. So you are in ODM, you've been sponsored by UDA, okay? Or you are the chairman of ODM or the secretary general of ODM. So everything we are doing in ODM, you're feeding with your master, who is paying you for having funded your campaign to win the ODM chairmanship or the ODM secretary general. So this aspect of people having interest in other political parties, which they are not members, and the reason they are there is to weaken them, is also a contributing factor. And that is what KANU used to do. KANU is the one that somebody said that brought multi-party system. I hope somebody saw a clip like that. So it is not Raila, and it's not the struggle, the people who led the struggle. It is KANU that accepted for Section 2 repealed, and therefore multi-party came in. They allowed multi-party in, but they never allowed multi-party to thrive. Why? By ensuring Shikuku goes for lunch with Moi, okay? After the lunch with Moi, Ford is split. Ford Asil, there is Ford Kenya, okay? Then within this Ford Asil, there is struggle for who is bigger than the other. In the process, we kill our political parties by our vested interests. We don't want strong political parties. And the other excuses we are holding on, they are just excuses. Ukweli ni kwamba hatutaki strong political parties, like, for example, South Africa. And Mbeki did not finish his term. Party called him back. Zuma, is he called Zuma? The same. The strong party called him back.
Zuma,
so, yeah, they don't want political parties because they will interfere with them when interfere with their term. Before the term is over, they are recalled because they misbehaved or they did that. So in Kenya, we need to review that and get back to accepting the fact that we are a multi-party state, and so we should help aspect. Younger parties will eventually, after you relate with the bigger party for 5 years and you worked in harmony in parliament, I am sure there will be the aspect of accepting to fold up and become part of the bigger family. But being forced to is illegal. But after you relate and then you now decide to get married, that is all right, out of your own volition. So I'm sure it is in the right direction in terms of the evolving aspect of our democracy, whereby we will eventually get there, where those people advocating for 2 strong parties or 3 strong parties will eventually get there, but we should allow ourselves to grow into it. We can't force it to come now, because when we force it to come now, it will go like Jubilee has gone, because Jubilee was forced to become one party in 2017 and it couldn't last to 2022. And nani Stony PK, karibu. Stony PK, upo?
Nipo Bernard na panel. Hamjambo?
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asante sana. Leo naona mada ni nzuri kabisa, na ningeanza na kusema kwamba it is good to scrutinize.
Honestly.
Nimetoa nani?
Mr. Bernard, mimi ndio nilikuwa
Sorry,
naongea.
Mbundi.
Sorry.
Uko umemaliza?
Nimemaliza
Okay,
kweli, mimi
pole.
nimeongea, sijaongea. Mimi niliuliza tu swali.
Okay, Stone PK, relax. Wacha huyu honorable aseme ya kwake. Mimi usema hayo ndio unataka kusema. So I assume tumemaliza kuyasema. Lakini karibu endelea.
Mimi niliuliza tu swali, lakini pia kiwa yuko kwa kamera ni kama aishi Kenya, mwambie kama anaishi US, America, bado tuko na miaka 1000 ndio tufike mahali America iko. Hapa ni Kenya. Hapa lazima tuproduce vitu. We don't want those things yanatuambia hapa. Hapa ni Kenya. Sasa unataka kuniambia vile NASA walielewana Karoso atakuwa next. Sasa na Raila achakuwa president. Sasa ulikuwa unataka tukubali hiyo? Na achakuwa. Si alikuwa akuwe ndiye amwachie. So we have 1000 years bro ndio tufike. Wewe kaa America uachana na sisi wa Kenya. Anyway. I just want to be very brief and straightforward. One, we have only one issue and one problem. Political parties haitawahi kuwa na msimamo na ifanye kazi Kenya hii. Hata hii KANU mzee Chakindu Bei amesema kwamba ndio chama ilikuwa inategemewa, ni chama ilikuwa ya kukolonize wa Kenya. There was no democratic. Angalia enzi za Moi, hakuna kazi ilifanyika mahali. In fact tumekuja kuona maendeleo wakati wa coalition ya Kibaki na Raila. Ndio watu waliona maparapara, ndio watu waliona tatu city sikiongelewa, ndio watu wameona mambo ya stima na maji. So KANU haijasaidia wa Kenya, hiyo ndio kweli wa mambo kabisa. 24 years we lost, tungekuwa mbali sana. Inchi kama Ghana ilituruka hapa katikati. Inchi kama Rwanda is doing very well. So honestly speaking, KANU ikutusaidia na ile chama ilitusaidia, sio KANU ni naki. So political parties in Kenya, I am sure haiwezi fanya kazi. Hii ni individuals, ni hoteli ya watu, and that is all. And again, you cannot tell me today tupange political parties kulingana na regions. Sasa tukikutana Nyamira na Kisii, tuseme sisi tunataka kuunda chama ya matoke. Sasa hii chama ikichukua usukani wa urais wa Kenya, sasa tutaambia watu wa Coast pia wapande matoke na pale ni munasi. Ni ngumu, ni vigumu. So what I'm saying is this: we must have this language. Inchi kiendelea kukomaa na kukua, hii mambo lazima iendelee, lazima hii kuche, tukubali tusikubaliane, yenye tani iende. Tukiendelea kwenda na inchi kiendelea kusonga mpaka tufike kama zile inchi ambao zimenawiri na zimeweza na mambo ya political parties. The head of political parties achafanye pia mikakati kulingana na wale watu ambao wanaregister vyama. Mimi niko na hakika kuna chama zinakuwa registered, for example hii chama ya Onyangabo ilikuwa registered juzi. We don't have office in Kisii, in Nyamira. We don't have office in fact even in Nairobi there is no office unless they are using ile ya parliament wenye wamepewa na serikali. We don't have office in Nakuru. Somebody aniambie mahali iko. So I don't know whether the 24 counties see office iko siko wapi. And you see now political parties went ahead na wakapatia certificate. It's wrong. So I think they should do their work. Let them follow. These people are registered, and I know others are not even getting this 1,000 members for the 24 counties according to the law, Political Parties Act. What they do, they get a certain data either from Safaricom or APC, wanapata mtu mahali anawapea kitu, wanawapatia kitambulisho na nini, wanachasa, at the end of the day, everybody want to follow nani alichasia chama fulani, utapata watu ni wengi sana watareject those signatures. There are most of those things, whether you get like it or not, ni fake. So the person, those political parties, let them do their work according to the law. Let them follow these political parties when they are registered. Wawache kusikiza watu ambao wameleta China ambao bila kuthibitisha what they are registering. That's all I can say, penalty for today. And kindly advise Mr. Alex to come back in Kenya. This is a country, tuna produce vitu vile tunataka. That is it. We are not in America. Have a good night.
Wewe Honorable Bundi, enda pole pole. Mambo yaendi hivyo wewe. Hatuwezi kuza demokrasia wewe ukibulldoze kila kitu. Sema tunaenda pole pole, sio tuna bulldoze kila kitu.
Lakini kama ya hii sasa unataka kuniambia kuna mahali nafika inchi lazima produce vitu ndio inchi iendelee, kusema kweli. Hiyo ndio ukweli. Sasa kama hii ya bunge si tuna produce wewe kwa nini you know penalty rate speed ya cystic? Kwa nini hatukuita kikao maalum bunge watu wa discuss kifira ng'ombe zilikuwa zinakufa Garissa ama watu walikuwa wanakufa njaa hawakuenda kazi? Kwa nini tumeenda imekuwa important? Sisi kuproduce. We are producing.
Let us ministry inaitwa ngoja Honorable Mbudi, tuko na ministry inaitwa special program. Inashughulikia mambo kama haya ya ng'ombe na mambo ya fireman na mambo ya nzike. Parliament kazi yake kubwa ni kutengeneza sheria. Na wakati sheria inahitajika lazima waitwe hata ukiwa kwa holiday wakuje kutengeneza hiyo sheria. So si eti tuna bulldoze na tunatumia numbers. Kama numbers uliona mbunge anasema amelazimishwa kuja. Hao watu wako job, wanafanya kazi na wanalipwa. Kwa hivyo wafanye kazi yao ambayo wamechaguliwa kufanya. Pili, necessity is the mother of invention. Kama it is necessary for us to streamline our political parties, it is that particular time that we do it. Anybody opposed to it, he's not flowing with Kenya the way Kenya should be. He has a particular agenda that he wants to achieve by holding Kenya hostage. And I think that is unacceptable.
Wewe wanajua ni ODM kutoka nywele mpaka makucha, siwezi nikakubadilisha.
Asante Honorable Mbudi, nakubali.
Asante.
James umeinua mkono, karibu.
Unajua kitu kimoja hao watu wajajua ni kwamba ukiona ile iliendelea pale mbunge ni kwa sababu zile regulations ambazo zinakuja zingine they are very tight, kwamba kama sasa
kwa sauti bwana ndio tusikie.
Nasema ile mambo ilifanyika pale mbunge, na sababu unaona wengine wakipigana namna hiyo ni kwa sababu the regulations will be tighter. Right now itakuwa ngumu kuenda kuchukua jina ya mtu na ambaye hajui hata umemweka kwa orodha ya chama chako upeleke kwa registrar. Hiyo itakuwa makosa. Kuna system kwamba hata registrar akienda kwa majina aweke ID yako, atajua kama wewe umeregister kwa chama 2 ama 3. Kwa hivyo I am not seeing what people are saying here. In fact, possibility ya chama zile zimekuwa registered zingine kufutiliwa mbali iko na ni kubwa sana, sababu sasa ikifuatiliwa kwamba lazima chama iende kwa watu, lazima uende convince watu kwamba ili waingie kwa orodha yako, na wataingia kwa hiari yao. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ngumu wewe kuenda kwa M-Pesa, watu ya M-Pesa unachukua ile wameandika pale kwa kitabu na kupeleka kwa msajili wa vyama, itakuwa ngumu. Pili, chama lazima iwe na ideology. Lazima useme unasimamia nini. Sio tu unapeleka karatasi umeandika majina ya watu 2 3. Kwa hivyo ukiona ile mfurutano iko pale, kuna watu wengine these briefcase political parties will not see the light of the day, because even collecting those 1,000 names of willing members, genuine, and those who don't want to enter into any other party is not going to be a very easy thing. Now, I wanted to bring you up to speed on that one, because I see some people here, like they think that everybody now will start running to the registrar of political parties to get a party registered. That will not happen. Asante.
Okay, now, thank you, James. I now understand why there is a panic, because in 2013 to 2017, I was registered as a Jubilee member. How I became a Jubilee member, I don't know. I've never belonged to any other political party except ODM. So they are these people who are calling themselves, they are the national party. They must have double registered some names, and they don't want to be to be run through the system, so that they throw away the duplicate of names or people who belong to different parties. And probably that is where the panic is. But all the same, siku ya mwizi ni 40.
Kitu ingine Bernard, akiwa ni mchunjo, lazima wale wanaenda kufanya nomination wanakuwa ni wanachama wa hiyo chama. Hapo mbeleni tumekuwa na watu wanaenda wanaita watu wa vyama vingine ili wanje waweke mtu either a weak candidate or wasukumilie mtu ambaye planting, kama vile mmoja alifanya last time, aliplant watu yake kwa vyama vyote. I think those kind of things will become very difficult now.
Good. Patio, ulikuwa unataka kusemaje? Okay, let's have Shiko. Shiko upo? Inaitwa si what? Help me pronounce that name.
Shigo. Silikuwa Stone PK, ama?
Oh, hey, God have mercy on me. Hey, Stone PK, nimesahau wewe. Niliona tu bundi mko mnafanana.
Asante. Nilijua nisipojitetea nitaruka huko juu na utanisahau kabisa. Thank you. Nilikuwa nimewasalimu kwanza na nikasema mada ya leo ni nzuri. Now, one thing I'm so happy about is that people have begun to acknowledge maneno ya copy and paste cannot work in most systems. You know, until a system is homegrown, that is when it is sustainable. And let me say, I really would want to kind of thank vyama kama ODM for struggling to really kind of demonstrate and grow their own system. I think they were among the first people or the first party to kind of try these kind of grassroots, elections, following the mandate, the motto of democracy, whereby, as per Muzungu, democracy is you go do things as you wish, the say of the people and all that. But this is democracy. There is nothing like democracy in Africa. It will work probably. Kuna mtu amesema, Nibundi amesema, America iko 1,000 years ahead of us in quotes. Europe, the same. They have gone through what we are going now, until wakakuta system ikadesigniwa in their own way. As much as we talk about democracy, ukienda Netherlands, democracy is tofauti na democracy ya US na UK na German and all that. So for us as Africans, we know across, right from south to north, east to west, lazima utawala lazima huwe na some benevolent dictatorship. Benevolent dictator ni when you are trying to show a vision that you believe the people should go. Wewe unaona mwangaza, others are not seeing, and because you are sure hiyo ni mwangaza, again
Stone PK.
yes.
PK Stone. How are you, my brother?
Fine, Patriot.
I want to give you a prescription. Hiyo kichwa inaonekana inakuuma sana. Pole. What is the problem? Because your hand might.
It's because I'm tinted. I'm slanting on the sofa. That's why I'm supporting it. It's in a headache. Thanks, Patriot. Anyway, so as I said, Africa has not been able to embrace democracy because it is a new object. It is something we are not oriented to. And that's why we are toying. You see people wanna struggle hapa na pale. KANU ikajaribu, they were doing something ilikuwa inaitwa grilling. Remember akipata shida, you know, you are grilled at KICC. You know, I remember when I was young, I would see ministers coming out of KICC crying, shedding tears, vile wamegriliwa na you know. So basically, Moi was also grappling in the dark, trying to kusema chama ni kimoja, ni baba ndio mama and all that. It's a doctrine he was trying to instill into nywele za Mwafrika ambazo ni ngumu. So what am I trying to say? Why you are seeing this disintegration of parties is because they've been individual, kind of source of business and trying to ape Mzungu, trying to be able to be seen like we are complying with the donors and all that. So we hurriedly concord them and to be able to comply. Ile inaitwa una copy paste, unakimbia kwa M-Pesa. Today if you ask UDA, all those members they are saying wako now, I mean, when did they recruit them? Where? From where? Okay. How would you start a party today and within a week you are calling yourself national party? So hii maneno ya party ni mchezo, and the only guru that is really guiding us towards that, and he started by demonstrating in ODM that when you go to a certain area, you have to assess these guys who want to run the seats of MCA, for example, ni akina nani? Who are they to the people on the ground? It's not you coming from Nairobi at ODM headquarter ama UDA headquarter, unashuka pale kwetu Mbere and you start now dictating who should be elected, who should not be elected, who should be the chairman. That is it will collapse. So it is good to have even those kind of assessments beforehand. Go on the ground, let officials sit there, let them hold discussions with the people on the ground, and whoever the people on the ground express as their proposed leaders, that's what you go for. And, don't start saying that democracy, those people are good enough. Once they say, majority are saying it's Mr. X and Mr. Y, or we give you these 6 guys, go with them, wakajue who will be the chairman, who will be the treasurer, I think that will strengthen the parties. Then luckily, towards the collapsing of all the parties, now this coalition has emerged because we saw it work with the NAC. And that's why this guru man I'm talking about, who is Baba, he knows and he has gone through the motions in this country that the only way is, first of all, you start sensitizing the people and allowing the people to go their way. Kama Kiambu, they want to have their own party. That's fine. But then, can that party work with another party in Western, okay, who might be sharing similar ideologies? And by so doing, then, you will have a coalition of parties that will form a government that whenever they are coming to any decisions or any debates or discussions about the people, it will hold water. Because one, there will be a lot of debate, reasonable debate, because there are several parties, several leaders of different regions that are coming together to discuss something that is beneficial for the common mwananchi. And you can be sure anything that comes out of coalitions, in most countries, I think it has worked very well. And in case, for example, in that coalition, a leader, by any chance, maybe is removed or something like that, the parties or the coalition can never collapse. because there are several other leaders, there are several other heads from those other smaller parties that are formed the bigger coalition. So coalition will be sustainable, coalition will be answerable, and coalitions will be in competition to deliver to the country and not to the individuals. That is my contribution as of now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PK. That is well captured. Let's move forward. Where is this? Shiko is back. Shiko, are you there? Unmute and speak. Okay, if you're not there, then you shouldn't be occupying space. All right, let's hear from Patriot before we go to Wycliffe, and then we take a second round. And story ya kukaa nyuma ya curtain tulikataa. Patriot ndiye alikuwa advocate wa hiyo case na akawin case. Patriot, are you in? What's happening? Are you able to hear me?
Very well, Bernard.
So it is Patriot not responding.
But where wacha mambo yako Bernard?
No, democracy shall win. And if this is Africa, we bulldoze things.
Hapa ni mambo ilikuwa na misbehave hapa. So maybe
okay, so sawa karibu tafadhali.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernard. In life, we must bulldoze some things. Some things must be bulldozed, the way my brother said. So, and we have to struggle things to happen. So, allow me to say this, my fellow panelists. It's always a pleasure to be here. I want to go straight to today's story. I think it's getting exciting. It's getting hot. Kama ni Jeff Koinange angepuliza ile kitu ya kidogo kwanza. So it is getting better. Stone PK, I'm happy to see you. It's always great to exchange minds with great minds, with great brains like you. So
Patriot, just a moment. Please, we agreed that the code of conduct is that you come on the screen when you are dressed. Okay, even if you're in a hot place, put on a top like a t-shirt. It is against the YouTube community rules for us to come in vests or anything that looks like nude. So please don't put us in problems. Ndio tunakufungia nje, tunaweza kuambia enda uvae kwanza ndio urudi. Na si eti tunakuchokoza, ni sheria ambazo tulimezipata hapa kwa YouTube, hatukuzitengeneza. So please put on a t-shirt kwanza ndio ukuje kwa camera. I also instructed Mumia to do the same, and then I think he decided to go all the way. I'll be waiting for him later on. So please, let's do that. It is important. Let's not take this as casual. It's not casual. This is very serious channel. It's being watched from State House to the rest of the world. Never forget, internet never forget. You will watch this program with your great grandchildren many years from now. Do you want to appear otherwise? Thank you. Patriot, go ahead.
Yes, I want to start by saying, I think since there's a little bit of bulldozing today, I want to bulldoze, you know, by introducing a different mantra here. Kama UDA wanasema kazi ni kazi, basi sisi tunasema chama ni chama. You know, UDA kazi ni kazi. Azimio la Umoja chama ni chama. what am I trying to say? If you want us to respect your job, and I think they have drummed up this story, far too long, and we have heard it. I think it's time we also told our proponents that waheshimu chama. Hakuna chama ya village, hakuna national party. This is what I wanted to say. WG, my brother, you are a very eloquent speaker. I want to start by rebuttaling what you said. I listened carefully, and I'm happy you always take our contributions positively. So I want to say this, WG. For you to win an election in this country, Kenya, one, you must identify a constituency for you to run. You must identify a constituency and the merits and demerits of your consideration of where to run for a parliamentary seat. One of the merits, unfortunately, it is the tribal jurisdiction of the constituency that you want to run that comes first. And I like the way, WG, you said we must be honest and we must be realistic. If I took my brother PK and gave him my constituency in West Mogirango, I will sing his name until Jesus Christ comes. He will never win that seat. He will never win that seat. My brother here, Stone PK, will admire the way I do things. He might think I'm a good leader. He will take me to Meru, my brother. He will talk until the cows come home, including all the chicken. I will never win that seat. What am I trying to say? Our Kenyan politicians, as far as the constitution and the matrix of our country, are tribal. Tribal. If we were to look at politics from that context, they are tribal. But I choose not to use tribal because if you want to treat parties as tribal, then on the same breath and consideration, start looking as member of parliament as tribal. Because Orengo can never win an election in Muranga. He will never be a senator. He will never. Oparanya can never be a governor in Turkana. And I'm sure you see what we are talking about. As much as we are talking about wishful democratic achievement as a country that is ahead of us, we want to appreciate the values that are anchored in our constitution in as far as originality of where we come from and demographics that define regions in terms of capacities and abilities to be leaders. That's what I'm trying to say. So it is wrong in my view, and it will be misplaced for you to pick parties to be tribal, and yet you know very well Khalwale can only become a governor of Kakamega. He can never be a governor of Kisii. He can only be a governor of Kakamega. He vied as a governor of Kakamega. He will try governor of Kakamega. If he will lose, he will try there. And he believes that's the only place he can win. So I was just trying to bring in a broader picture on how we look at this party thing. I agree that there are a lot of homework. There's a lot of, in-house cleaning that must be done by registrar of parties, to see that whatever law that is in place is complied to. We are compliant to the laws that dictate how a party should be formed. Yes, it is true some parties from the face value might look as if they lean to one region, but I'll tell you, a party that is regional and it has its own lineage that is very obvious to the national cohesion that it's tribal, it will never get followers because basically you choose a party that seems to accommodate others. So I think it's a bit a far-fetched assumption. Just like you will imagine a child is born today, and in 1 week you want the child to chew kideri. So I think let's be realistic that there's growth in every process, and as you lose elections, as you achieve election, you'll be able to find that naturally you must correct on how you grow to call yourself a national party or whatever. But in my view, what am I trying to say, my fellow panelists? I think it's time, in my view, we actually made the term tribal illegal, just like the Madodoa. I have a reason to say this. Other formations, other political formations, as we can see, they are busy labeling others tribal parties, and they seem to be running with this narrative. In my view, where I see it, it is wrong for a party that is registered in Kenya, that has met the threshold of being called a political party registered in Kenya, for another party, instead of speaking of what they can do, going around telling Kenyans that this is a tribal party, it's a village party. That's derogative. It goes further to actually puncture the very cohesion fabric that we are building on a daily basis. So to me, calling parties tribal parties, it is as dangerous as calling people Madodo. That's how I'm looking at it. Because there are people who have run with this narrative too far. And one thing we need to know, our level of education is not the same across. So if we are going to allow other people to call parties tribal, and we know what comprises of parties is people, in a nutshell, there are people who are propagating disunity in a country by labeling others names that end up depicting them in the wrong way. So calling a party tribal, and this is what people are speaking, I think to me, it should be underlined and also made illegal that you don't call a party that is registered in Kenya an illegal party in the sense that you think it's tribal. That should not be allowed in my view. And that is why I think even the issue of Madodoa, it is the end product of another party calling others tribal. Because it is like, mtoto wa nyoka lazima awe wa nyoka. You avoid to call, you're telling the mother that huyu ni mnyama wa msituni, right? And then wakati ule nyoka anazaa mtoto, sasa unamuita nyoka. The fact that you started calling, a domestic animal to be a wild animal, I think that was wrong. That's where it begins, because nyoka ni wa msituni. So by the time you talk about the child to be nyoka, definitely it means you started labeling the parent of this nyoka to be mnyama wa msituni. So I'm of the view that this is a coined narrative that is sending wrong signals for the unity of a country. If we all stand for unity, appreciate that people can start a party, as long as you have been given the go-ahead, you have met the threshold, it's up to the registrar of parties to pronounce whether you are a village party or a party that is worth registration. Once you have it, that's it. Let me give you this example. They say at some level, you need to have proper papers to vie for a particular seat. Like now, of course, it's the governor and the president. You must be a graduate. We are not told you must come from Nairobi University. We are not told that degree must be from Baraton. We are not told that Strathmore is the only university degree that is valid. The law simply says you must be a graduate. So in my views, if you've met the threshold of being called a political party in Kenya, it's not up to the other party to define how tribal you are. I think that is wrong. In my view, Bernard, that should be looked into so that we start appreciating others. Allow others to grow. Don't call them tribe, because you come from a tribe, and tribe is not necessarily a bad thing. There was somebody who really tried to elaborate here, and I agreed with him largely, that we have negative tribalism. That in itself, he called that that was there's a term he employed, meaning it is not wrong to practice tribal culture, tribal practice. It is not wrong. But negativity that is attributed to you behaving as a person who comes from a particular tribe, then that's where it goes wrong. So second, as I get to conclusion, I think I agree with the collusions, like now the Azimio la Umoja, the way it's getting to be anchored in the Constitution. I think I agree with it largely because we are going to see encouragement of parties to grow. We are going to have, because there's no way we are going to have unity of opinion. We will always have opinion from, coming from different sides. Parliament comprises of proposition and opposition. Even ideas that emanate from Parliament are discussed. People show out their values in the way they look at things. Diversity is unity in itself. So the unity of our diversity in registration of parties will be captured in the coalitions that want to drive a one idea that will be a united idea for a country. So it does not mean, in my view, that you must like fold your parties for you to be called a member of a national party. It is not correct. So I want to agree that the way to go is to appreciate people, parties, and as far as that is concerned, you give them funding, appreciate them as long as they've met the threshold of registration, because that's a law. Once they do that, give them encouragement, let them get funds, let them be promoted, such that people feel the cohesiveness, the togetherness, sense of belonging, which has been missing. So the winner take it all. I don't know whether you're saying it. That's what we want to address. You must be a winner somehow in the Kenya we want to live. You cannot be told you are either going to be a loser or a winner. No, that's why you see people like Kuria saying, I'm not going for a position, but he will contribute to the democratic space of this country by having a party that is going to be vibrant, that is going to have robust contribution on how we move as a country without him necessarily being a member of parliament or running for a seat. So we want to have the national kit funding this, giving encouragement of diverse opinion on different platforms, on different parties at different levels. So I want to end by saying it is with my great considered opinion that it is wrong for any party to move around and coining slogans to call others tribal parties. That should be made criminal, that should be made illegal. We need to encourage people to participate in the growth and cohesion of a country at whatever level, at whatever different capacities. That must be encouraged. And if we do that, we will see everybody enjoying to participate in the discourse that make our country better. And I am sure inaweze can. Thank you.
Bernard.
Thank you, Patriot. I agree with you. There are no tribal parties in Kenya because it is illegal to register a tribal party in Kenya. I have said that before. And so anybody perpetuating tribal parties claims needs to go and arrest or take Ndungu to court for having illegally registered a tribal party. Parties that there was I think there was an attempt to register an Islamic Party of Kenya. It was denied on the same basis. So there is a threshold you need to meet to become a political party. You can't just wake up and say, I want a political party and my wife is the Secretary General, I am the president, and my children are the... It doesn't work that way. WG, you want to respond? I give you half a minute. We go to Wycliffe. Obiko mbona uko nyuma ya curtain? Watu wa nyuma ya curtain na wanaanza kungolewa because they are spoiling the good look of the screen and the way the screen is bright.
Sorry, I have no camera for now, but I will be working on it.
Okay, so no problem.
And I'm new.
Now,
I'm new on
that's
it.
understood. Tulia hapo tutakuja. WG, you have half a minute.
Yeah, Bernard. Thank you, Patriot. You've been away for quite some time. We've not been sharing this platform for quite a while. I wanted to you guys are my people. So when we are at loggerhead a little bit, it's a friendly fire that we can always come to one understanding. I like the way you guys are putting it. Maybe the best way to describe it is hiding a child who is lame or physically challenged, and you don't want society to know that one of your kids is suffering that some particular deformities. That is what we have in because how do you explain some of the things that are so practical? That is what befits me. I would rather that we put more effort not in defending those parties, but to correct them, to urge them to do things the right way. Because sometimes the followers might have been drawn from all parts of the country, but the leadership of that particular party should reflect the face of the country. So when I'm supposed to be a political party that at one point might be depended upon to produce one of the leaders of this country, and then you find all that political outfit has members from one particular region, and therefore, if God forbids that it becomes even stronger, and for one reason or the other, it finds itself in power, what would be the repercussion? What would be the repercussion? So these are some of the things that we need to do, because there are things that actually even our founding fathers swept below the carpet at the days of independence. But they came on later to haunt us in a big way. They came in to challenge us in a big way. So even as we get this opportunity to interact and exchange ideas, we should work on, yes, I agree that a party that is registered after vetting and going all through the processes should not be called tribal. But what are the examples that they are showing us on in the playing arena? You know, that is what my concern is with. So we should spend a lot of time to put these things right. Bernard.
But I will use your same analogy that you used, WG. If you birth to a child and the child refuses to grow up, it becomes redundant. Does he stop being a child?
Yeah,
is he a lesser human being because he grew and did not finish growing?
He is still my child, but the fact remains that he is facing those challenges.
Yes, he's facing those challenges, but he's still a child. So, and is legally a human being registered in the nation called Kenya. And if you touch his life, the government of Kenya will come for you. You don't say he only grew a few meters and refused to grow further. So our political parties have their own challenges. And what I say is we begin very well, only that there are challenges that come up and then we shrink back, whereby you now begin to solicit for who becomes the chairman, who becomes the secretary. But that is not the ideal way. But
Bernard,
it's well
Bernard,
put,
on your word, just a minute, on your word, the fact, my point is, instead of hiding this kid and not showing it to them, if
we are not hiding any kid.
What I'm saying, if we left him to
Ngoja,
go,
WG.
someone will come with a solution
Ngoja.
that this thing can be treated that way, in one way or the other.
There is the legal perspective that you are not appreciating when it comes to political parties. The moment a party becomes tribal, it is now an illegal entity it does not meet the constitutional threshold of being a political party in Kenya. So the moment you admit party so and so is a tribal party, then it should be scrapped from the list of political parties because it is now an illegal entity. Tunaelewana? And that's where I cannot budge. I cannot budge in terms of saying that that is the way things are and we have accepted it. No, every political party must meet the threshold, and the threshold is it must be national, by at least 50% of the country, having a followership in at least 50% of the country, or wherever registration requires 1,000 members from each county, is it each county or each constituency, things like that. So we will not be in order to say that this party is tribal, but it is in Kenya and operating by the Kenyan constitution that is against tribal parties. That is the whole battle here. It has nothing to do with not accepting the reality of what you're talking about. Patriot, before you come in, there is something I want to address. Seventh Estate, I've addressed you before. I'm addressing you again. If you don't address other people respectively, we're going to get rid of you. Tafadhali. And the debate about hate speech, we have had it for 3 days. We are not going back there. We have moved on now. We are doing politics of coalition versus single party. If you cannot relate on that, then you're in the wrong forum. So please stop dragging us to where we have been. If you have no business calling anybody a dog and somebody's dog. So stay in position or we get rid of you. Thank you. Patriot, come in. You have half a minute. Tunataka kusikiliza Wycliffe.
Okay, thank you. I know WG is a very brilliant brain, and at some point I knew he was going to fight back. that I know WG. But there is a very thin line between what you're saying and what we are saying, and I want you to pay close attention to the difference. The difference is very close. There's a very thin line that brings out the difference. And I like the kind of examples that we are giving. You see, it's not of your making as a parent to decide how healthy or how normal your child that you will give birth to will be. That's an act of God. Now, are you telling me that for those who have children who are challenged, you need to drum up this notion of telling them, but remember mtoto wako ni kiwete. Eti sasa unajua mtoto wako hajiwezi. He stand ahead. Must you keep on doing that? Even that example is illegal in this country. You don't use such terms. Yes, tunajua ako challenged mentally, but the moment you start reminding them of their challenge, it becomes discriminatory. So back to what I said this, and it's just my hypothesis. I could be wrong. Start considering a party calling another party tribal, derogative, divisive, because these are the slogans that are dividing our country. You imagine, like what happened in Kericho, if I may use that example. When Isaac Ruto spoke, he spoke drumming up support of the DP, but using his party. But immediately the DP stood up. He said, no, we are not here to drum up support of juvenile village tribal parties. You know, he hit on Isaac Ruto below the belt, you know. And what did that mean? It means tomorrow when you see somebody talking to support Isaac, you, according to Ruto, we need to look at Isaac as a person who is pushing the interest of Kalenjins, because he has said CCM is a tribal party. Which tribe that comes from there is the Kalenjins. So he simply saying, I am UDA, this is national, yours is tribal. you are pursuing, if you want now to look at the pursuance of the interests of the Kalenjins, you find that in CCM party, whatever you call it. And UDA, we are national. So you see, are you not seeing profiling of parties in a manner that is more likely to be emotive and dividing our country when it comes to competition that should be appreciated? So I am saying WG, it's an hypothesis. As long as you are registered, you have met the threshold, because there are considerations for you to be, registered as a party. There's nothing like national and village party. For your information, there is nothing like national and village party. These are terminology that are being coined by politicians to demystify, to apply demeanor on other parties that are growing. Lastly, as I finish, Bernard, very quickly, there is no party today that did not start at some spot that you would think predominantly belongs to a tribe. Starting with Ford Kenya, starting with ODM, starting with, name it, KANU, if you know the history. Because most of you are Azimio la Umoja minded guys, we appreciate history. Go back to the history. There is no party that's ever started in this country to be vibrant, which you could not easily use a tribal jab, to define and explain how it began. Allow parties to grow. They will face challenges. ANC had predominantly leaders from Western. When they were challenged, they have accommodated another leader, because if you don't do that, it's to your own disadvantage. So nationally speaking, appreciate other parties to grow at their pace, give them support. It is Kenyans. But if you want to go that direction, then we should say this: Omondi should not vie in Kisumu. Any Omondi should vie in Kakamega. If you have a Wanjala should vie in Kiambu. Then that is the way you will be speaking against tribalism. But as long as we encourage people to go to their tribes area constituency to vie, then the parties that they are vying, as long as it is accepted with the current constitution, there is nothing tribal, and stop using tribal sentiments, because that is what is going to divide us as a country. But as long as things are the way they are, if all factors remain constant from where I sit, nothing tribal, because there is Awanjala, there is Onyango, there is Monda, there is Kamau. You can't tell me when I tell you I'm Monda, I am propagating Kisi. No. I must be called Monda, you must be called Wanjala, and we live with that kind of a diversity as a country. That's what I'm trying to say, WG. I hope you see the thin line.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Only that nobody's encouraged to go and vie in their tribal place. There is no constitutional provision for that. And you're free to stand anywhere. Just make sure you can win wherever you stand for whatever seat you want to go and vie. In fact, I've been encouraging Halwale to leave Kakamega alone. Let him come to Nairobi and ask for Senate seat he can get. This business of retreating to your village and say, I have to get a slot in my village. Leave some other room for other people to play. That is my take on that. Now, if...
no, Bernard, that is not true.
That's not good. Alex, is it Alex you're talking?
Yeah, because even in Nairobi that looks metropolitan, when you look at it, it is demarcated in a manner that if you go as a, even these constituencies you see in Nairobi, maybe it's my personal opinion, but mahali kama Westlands, I mean, Alex,
you are reading too much. You are reading too much.
No. Let me finish. Bernard, as a governor, and let me say, I'm not gonna waste my 1 billion because the threshold of the money that a governor must have to campaign, I don't even know who brought that, was put up to some billions. Then I take my billions, I go to Kisumu City to buy for, I mean, no, usidanganya aluale bwana. We
vile nilikuwa nasema hapa Nairobi, ukishuka Machakos Country Bus, wewe ndio unaamua estate ile unaenda. Sema wewe lazima uende Westlands ama uende Eastlands ama Southlands.
Bernard, what you are saying is very true, and I wish it could be like that. I wish, like in Kisii County, we have a guy called Taylor. He's been a businessman. The man was born and raised in Kisii. To be honest, I was born and raised in Kisumu. I feel I'm a more Luo than even a Kisii, because sometimes even when I'm thinking deeply, I find myself thinking in Luo. Oh, that's the truth. I dream sometimes, and when I recount and resonate on my dreams, I find out that I'm dreaming I was dreaming in Luo. We were speaking in Luo. So the truth is, at some point, if Kenyans, we were not tribal, we could have very progressive, good governors in areas, and we could see even more progress than what we are seeing right now. But Bernard, if you took even a finance minister of yours, you know, Anyang' Nyong'o tried to bring Kabogo as one of the board members because he had done very well as a you remember that, as a governor. You remember what they told him? Enda Kiambu, atukutaki hapa. So I don't think Kenya has reached that point. And it's sad. It is sad. But let's be honest. Let us not lie politicians that they can go anywhere and vie. No, we have not reached that. We are still purely tribal. Let us not lie that.
Alex, Alex, that it is not absolute the way you're putting it. It is very viable. It is possible. Inawezekana. The only issue is we will grow into it. The politics za Kenya zinapangwa. Yeah, what I'm saying is politics zinapangwa. If you want to vie in Nairobi, you don't come 3 weeks to elections and expect to win. You need to come 3 years earlier. Begin to visit us, talk to us, small. We will soon listen to you. So if you expect, you know, in fact, the politics of looking for easy ground is what is giving us poor leaders. A leader should prove is a leader by going to the hardest ground and beat it down by winning a seat from the place. Those challenges are what made us like politics, where people went to prove that they can make it in the hardest place. But what we have evolved into as politicians of this generation, we look for the easy ground, where you go and arrange your village people or the people that know you so that you can easily clinch the seat. But that is not how leadership should be. Leadership should be you take on the greatest challenge, bring down wherever the greatest problem that the people are facing in so place, and that will give you credit for you to become a leader. And for hiring somebody who is able to do what they are supposed to do, you can do that as hiring a professional. You don't bring him as an appointee. And so if Kabogo was a good performer and Anyang' Nyong'o needed his service, he should hire him as a professional, not to say I'm appointing him as an appointee or a nominated somebody in my cabinet. That is going off.
That's double standard. That is not going off.
Inafaa mi naunga mkono kwa point mtu yoyote ambaye anajua kazi fulani, inatakiwa tu appoint as Kenyans. Hao watu ambao wanakataa lazima tuwafundishe kwamba tunataka kujenga Kenya, na hiyo ni lazima tuanze kufanya kama vile Anyang' Nyong'o angehimizwa angefanya, au appointed alikuwa na mpoint kwenye sehemu alikuwa na mwapoint, watu wangeona kwamba huyu ni mtu kutoka Kiambu lakini anawafanyia watu wa Kisumu, kwa sababu anawafanyia kazi. Sisi tunafikiria kwamba anapokea mshahara, anatufanyia kazi. Zile service ambazo atatoa hapo ndio tunataka. Hiyo ndio watu lazima tuwafundishe watu kwamba the fact ni yeye ni Kabogo, lakini service kama ni kusafisha barabara anasafisha Kisumu. Hiyo service ndio tunataka, na kama anaweza kuwafundisha watu wengine ni vizuri.
Sawa, Jakindube, I stand guided and it's viable, is necessary. That is the Kenya we are looking for. Now, Wycliffe, karibu. Unmute kwanza bwana Wycliffe.
Yes. Hello, habari ya leo kila mtu?
Salama, namna gani? Karibu.
Nashukuru. Naomba hata mimi kuchangia kuhusu politics of ya coalition and single party. Nikiwa mmoja wao watu wa UDA. Mimi niko UDA damu. Mzee anasema kulingana na ukiangalia vile watu wa UDA, ukiangalia vile imeformiwa hiyo party ya UDA, unaona watu kutoka ukiangalia upande wa nani wabunge saa hizi, unaona imeanza kuonyesha clear picture kutoka all the 47 counties of Kenya. Unaona unapata mtu kutoka Mombasa hako nani, mtu kutoka Kilifi huko, mtu kutoka tuko na watu kutoka nini Pokot, watu kutoka Rift Valley, watu kutoka hizi sides and Western, na watu kutoka all over Kenya. Yani for example, ukiangalia hii nini ya juzi kulikuwa na hiyo nini ya kuongelewa kwa bunge, hiyo ya bile ilikuwa naongelewa, watu wanabunge 138. Unaona already wameona hii, tukiachana hiyo maneno ya chama zingine to form hii UDA moja, ndio tuko na party moja. Tunaweza kuwa na party yenye inaonyesha national, inaonyesha Kenya yote mzima ya kwamba kila kitu inawezekana kulingana na the world is changing. Ukiangalia on the other side, kuna technology ile position yenye inakubali change ni kitu ya maana. Ndio maana tunafaa tukubali ya kwamba change ni mzuri, kwa sababu when change come, technology na change, alafu we learn everything as time goes by, and our bado inasaidia, tuna bring in different tuna learn everything in short, yani kumaanisha maisha, kwa sababu maisha not everything yenye mimi najua inaweza kuwa kuna mtu anajua. Bring in on the table isaidie tujenge Kenya yenye baada ya miaka zingine itaonekana kulikuwa na watu fulani yenye waliungana wote, alafu wakatengeneza better Kenya for all of us all. So hiyo ndio nilikuwa najaribu kuisema. Kulingana na nyingine yenye wanasema watu lazima atiasimame kwa mahali amezaliwa, hiyo nakataa. Good example naweza wapatia huyu jamaa wa Lang'ata. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Nixon Korir. Nixon Korir hajazaliwa Lang'ata, na saa hizi yeye ndio mbunge wa Lang'ata. Rizo alichaguliwa sio kwa sababu alichaguliwa kwa Lang'ata, kwa sababu ya sera yenye aliuza na alikaa kwa ground. Mimi saa hii nimezaliwa Bomet, lakini saa hii mimi ni resident wa Embakasi. Mimi nachukua kura yangu Embakasi, ndaenda kupiga kura Embakasi. Ule MCA nataka hapo Embakasi, governor nataka, wamendre mwenye naona huyu anatosha, ndio napiga Embakasi. Siwezi enda ati ni safari niende nipige kura Bomet na Nairobi ni Kenya. Si hapo niko na haki ya kupiga kura hapo mahali niko. Jumii sasa lazima ikuwe ya kwamba mahali popote mtu unaishi hiyo area, juu Kenya ni kubwa, unafaa ukuwe na hiyo haki yenye unaweza jiamulia ule leader yenye unataka kwa akusimamie kwa hiyo muda yenye for the 5 years. Hiyo ndio na I beg kurudisha nini, hiyo ndio nataka kusema. Nashukuru.
Okay, bwana Wycliffe, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Kabla uende, kuna swali hapa umeulizwa na nani huyu? Let me find it. Anaitwa Ayechas Kasmo. hao wabunge unaozungumzia 138 ni wa chama gani? Naomba ujibu.
Haya, hao wabunge 138 saa hizi for now wako na chama ya Jubilee, but wameona hata wao ni mzuri tuungane kwa hii section, tuache
Pole, internet yako iko
zile machato
na shida kiasi, lakini
tuache zile machato.
Unmute sasa ndio ujibu. Hukusikika vizuri?
Au sikusikika, nilikuwa nasema kulingana na nini, wabunge 138 naongea kuhusu ni watu wao wameona hiyo idea kwamba kutoka kwa hizo chama hiyo chama ya Jubilee tuko saa hii, wakaona hata wao ni mzuri tuingie hii UDA, kwa sababu tukiingia UDA tutaform a national government, a national party yenye everybody ako inclusive. Before sasa election ya kwanza yenye tunaenda sasa yenye itakuwa national ya August, sasa kutakuwa na kulingana na mimi kule vile naona already sasa hivi tukishapata tangu zile elections tumefanya, tuko na Kawanjiko already ashachaguliwa ameingia na chama ya UDA, yeye alikuwa mbunge wa kwanza. Kuna mwingine I think tuko na like 3 au 4 hivi, but sasa wakati ya August kutakuwa na kulingana na zile sera yenye UDA yenye wako nazo, tunaona tutakuwa na
umejimute tena.
Nilikuwa najimute ya kwamba ndio ni kama nimejibu hiyo swali.
Okay, umemaliza. Sasa ngoja swali kutoka kwa James.
Wycliffe.
Yes.
Habari yako?
Nashukuru.
Sasa swali ni hii. Hawa wajumbe ni chama ama ni mtu amefuata? Ni chama ama ni mtu amefuata?
Wao wenyewe
Pili,
wameamua kusema.
unanisikia?
Nakusikia.
Unanisikia?
Nakusikia.
Yeah, James uliza tu maswali, anasikia.
Nauliza hawa wajumbe unasema ni 138 ni chama ama ni mtu amefuata? Pili, unajua kulingana na statistics na historia yetu ni kwamba 85% ya hawa wanaelekea nyumbani regardless of which party they were in.
Haya.
Wycliffe, jibu swali alafu tusonge mbele. Bwana Wycliffe, upo kweli?
Wycliffe ni
inaonekana kuna hitilafu ya mitambo.
Yes.
Okay, I think he will respond when he comes back. Let's listen to Obiko.
Oh yes, thank you for the chance. Actually, Wycliffe, whatever he's talking about is like the 85% of, as James has clearly said, that 85% of the previous regime of maybe the MPs mostly don't make it back to parliament. So when you are trying to say that the UDA has 138, that's not true, because UDA currently has 1 MP from Kiambaa, if I'm not wrong. That means those guys have got their own interests in this UDA bandwagon, if I can call it like that. For instance, I come from South Mogrango. My MP, my MP was flown the very day they were defending that bill in Parliament. Actually, a chopper was sent to the ground and it picked him. So that means had it not been sent a chopper, I could not make it to Parliament. That means the interests were not there. So they are serving some interests, and these interests are they are getting something. They are, the multitude which is following the party is not in for. They are in for their own interests first. Wycliffe, we are together. So I'm opposing this notion of having one party. This one party has got so many consequences, especially to deliver it to the common mwananchi. You find that dictations are coming from above. Now that's when now you come up. We hear the terms like an order from above. And like when you have so many parties coming together, they have got their own ideologies, they have different ideas, they come together, they contribute, and you move forward as a country. That's when you find now another party is saying, no, we promised our people to deliver to them. And like the other party has got other interests, it comes in and says, no, this is what we promised our people. This is what we want to deliver to them. You get that? So the coming together of many parties have got more advantages than having one. For your information, Wycliffe, UDA is a one-man show. If you could be keenly be watching the trips the DP is taking or the rallies, he is the one who is ushering in the MP. Even the MP of that area is having campaign, is the one who ushers that MP to come and speak. Unlike the MP can speak and invite him to address so that means is the final man in that party. And whatever is forging for is that to have that party so that it can be controlling the future, which is not even our national anthem says that tukuje pamoja, tukae na amani, alafu tuungane. I'm happy that you used Azimio. He used a certain you used a term which is associated to Azimio, inawezekana. You get that? Even UDA believe that inawezekana. That inawezekana, lazima iwezekana kwa Azimio la umoja, mkikuja pamoja. You get it? In terms of, I want also to weigh in something on hiring someone from like having that you must be chosen where you were born. Me, I'm not going to go for that. For instance, we have, if you can allow me to use this term, no, not that offensive. We have a Muhindi at Rift Valley. There is a Muhindi who is an MP currently. In Meru, there is one. In Kisumu, we have a Muhindi by the name Shakir Shabir. Even in Migori, we have a Muslim, actually a Somali by the name Junet Mohammed. And these people, if you can follow the track records, 3/4 of these guys who have been elected in those areas where they were not born, actually they perform marvelously than the people we choose from the same ground that we say these are our people, these are our own. We usually make a mess on that, and that has costed a lot, because even in our current county governments, actually people are being given jobs because they come from those areas. Those people, they don't come with new ideas, they just apply the ideas they have acquired within the locality of that area of jurisdiction, which has dragged us as a country behind. I rest my case.
Quick question.
Yes, please.
You brought a very good idea here, and you said a chopper came to pick my beloved friend Osoro.
Yes.
Didn't Osoro not know that we had a contagious debate?
That's also I'm wondering. In that, I'm wondering also that did he know that we had a contagious issue in parliament, though he could go as early as maybe, but maybe he was not given that token others were receiving. His came later. That's what I can say.
The M-Pesa confirmation delayed. Most probably. I did not say anything, did I?
You know, the internal democracy is very difficult. Even those within the DP who agree that the bill of party discipline is something that is important. And that is what my other brother said, the bulldozing. It is not one-sided, and nobody has a monopoly of bulldozing. But there are people within the DP who honestly know that without this issue of party discipline, even UDA will fail. So some people know that the best way even UDA to survive. So they are not propagating, they are not refusing to do this. They are just trying to make a political point, but deep inside them, they want this thing to pass. Trust me.
Are you
okay?
Alex, are you confirming to us that UDA is a pretending party?
Now the exchange between the two of you is hereby banned. Goja kwanza, Alex. Thank you very much for the contribution. It's interesting. I don't want it to spiral into something that it will get out of control. Special request, if your submission you think is sufficient, it's good to create space for somebody else to come in. There are people on the queue who are disturbing me. They need to come and air their view.
Yeah, can I make my submission and leave? I can listen from the other side.
Okay, hold on first. Wycliffe was dropped out by the internet. Alikuwa amemaliza kujibu maswali.
Unanisikia? Nataka nijibu maswali mengine. Hiyo jibu swali.
Aku amenini yangu.
James, rudia hiyo maswali haraka kwa sekunde 3.
Nilikuwa nimemuuliza hawa MPs anaongea mambo yake, ni chama wanafuata ama ni mtu? Number 2, anajua kwamba 85% ya hawa wanaelekea nyumbani. Kwa hivyo kusema 100% kwamba hii ni chama imeform ni kujidanganya.
Haya, naomba kujibu swali yako. Haya, kwanza hao wabunge si eti wanafuata mtu. Wao wameona kwa ideology zao, tukicome together tuingie hiyo party ya UDA, tutaform a national, tutakuwa na national party. Hiyo ni ideas wao, hata wao wenyewe wameona hapa inatosha. Ni numbers, you are talking of numbers. Haya, hii ingine unasema 85% na wabunge.
Pole Wycliffe, internet yako
Si
inahitaji
hao
boost.
wabunge nini ikifika wakati ya kwenda kupiga kura, kama ni mbunge kwa ni
Wycliffe, your internet is not. Wacha tu hapo, utarudi baadaye. Utarudi baadaye, ikirekebika ndio utapeana maoni. Utajibu haya maswali. Thank you. Alex, make your submission quickly tuende kwa buzz. Let's keep that order.
Nitapeana submission yangu alafu niachie wengine ambao wanataka kuja on the panel. Sometimes we get frustrated when we are on the other side and we really want to say something, I think it's honorable sometimes to just listen from the other side. So my submission will be based on what you said earlier. You asked a very important question. 2013, 2017, your name was in Jubilee roster. And how did it get there? And I think these are some of the potent questions that we cherry pick. We eat them like a salad and we refuse to talk about it. Which are the core reasons why elections are stolen? The Morpho company, which worked with Safaricom, and I'm speaking from experience on how the big data companies have become the magnet of every election throughout the world. A company like Safaricom is a good company. It provides essential services, but at the same time, if the CEO and the leadership cahoot with the government, they are capable to do some insidious things, such as been done in Kenya, but we cannot question because we don't have alternative. They almost have like a monopoly, and we are so dependent on them. This is the reason why it got to a point in Kenya, you cannot have a phone without giving your full details, which is very dangerous. Before it was easier, you could have a phone without your full details, get a SIM card, but because of security issues and so on and so forth, we allowed Safaricom under the Privacy Act to have our information, but keep it private. But they have taken it to a different level. And we are not here to insinuate so that we can start a national debate whether to A or B. But at some point, you must ask yourself, how did they get my information? Why? Why? How did a Jubilee party, to a person who has never had any proximity to that party, everything, even his constituency maybe was registered? It is because there are companies that have access to your data and your information. More so the reason when Matiang'i was explaining the issue of Huduma number, and if he was genuine on the basis how a social security works, I can support it. But if it was another political ploy, it is still dangerous. When information that is so private and can be used to siphon money or to be used, because we have had even in areas of NSSF whereby you retire, you wait for the stipulated time, maybe 4 months, unaenda kuchukua retirement, you find the day you retired, somebody came and took all your money. By the time you get to take your retirement money, there is no money. Because of the data breach, there are people who have our data. And when political parties are started, some of them do not even go to the ground. They buy data. They buy your information. You will find your name in about 4 or 5 parties, and you start questioning, and the government cannot be accountable on that. So I think Kenya needs Kenya Bureau of Statistics, who are responsible for this, needs to have a one central point whereby we can check. And if data is breached, for example, in this country, a few, like 3 or 4 months ago, the company called Target, their data was breached, the credit cards were stolen, and they have a contingency plan on solving that. But when people found their information in different parties, was it ever resolved? It was never. So it looks like some people ID numbers, some people private information is being held hostage by some private companies, and they are capable of selling them. Until and unless we fight this evil, we are still going to have a possibility of what happened in this country on how data was stolen until, because it's been, and it's not something that we are not blowing things out of proportion. The way Trump came to power, was because data was breached, and that has been in Congress. It has been discussed. And many companies now, you saw how Morpho companies and these companies that were selling data and how they could siphon, they come to Zambia, they come to Southern Sudan, and they are the ones who are manning elections. And you wonder why, mbona wanaleta wazungu? What are these wazungus doing? And down here, people are really campaigning, and you think that your vote counts. Your vote doesn't count when it comes to data. If they have your information, my friend, you will be voting in several places.
Sorry, Alex. You will come back later and then conclude. Now, it's supposed to be Baz, but in the interest of gender sensitivity, I beg, let's hear Shiko first. She's been on and off, and then we come to you. Shiko, karibu.
Hi.
Hi, sema maneno.
Poa sana. And
You're
I
welcome.
wanted to answer Wycliffe in the basis of amesema ati the UDA party has 38 members, but I differ with in terms of if right now he'd go on his Google and search all those MPs that is saying they are in the UDA party, you will be shocked, my friend. They are still in the Jubilee party, and they are not in the UDA because they think they are safe with the Ruto, and because of their own interest. It's not because of the Mwananchi or the citizen. It's because of their own interest. So you think they have 108 members of parliament? You are wrong, because they are still in the Jubilee party. And also for the UDA party, it's not a national party. It's a party whereby it's run by one of the deputy president, because as you can see, the other time they were in Kirinyaga, as you know, like Gereshe had to ditch the UDA party, and she's saying that she's going to run the gubernatorial seat of the Kirinyaga using an independent candidate, independent ticket. But when he was there, I think because Gereshe and Waigoro, they are not in good terms, and that is known we all know that. When Waigoro joined UDA, Gereshe was not comfortable. But when I went there, instead of Waigoro welcoming the deputy president, the women rep, all those people, the way it's supposed to be followed, Ruto is the one calling them to address ati wacha fulani atusalimie, Waigoro atusalimie, fulani atusalimie. If we are talking of inclusivity on how the UDA party, the way Wycliffe is saying that is a national party, it's not. It's a party whereby it's a bridge for someone to clinch with the power. And I'm telling you, after 5 years, Wycliffe, you'll be shocked. This is Kenya. That UDA party will be nowhere, because it's just a bridge for someone who wants to get the power. And after that, then you will see us going back to another party, and we are going to be this is a party that's going to see Mama Boga is going to join Sijui Nini. And my question is, have you seen any of those Mama Bogas who you are saying that is bottom up mwenye anasimama kiti? No one. If there is, then if tunasema it's bottom up, kila siku tunataka kuinua people who are wenye wako chini tuwalete, then we should think of those Bogas, then tunasema tungesema tuanze kuwaleta ndio pia wao wasimame hizo ma MP and the MCAs, right? And another thing I wanted to state is about this thing of us being told who we are going to vote. I think we are in the 21st century. and I should not be told who am I going to vote. I should be the one who is. I voted for Raila. I'm mixed, but I voted for Raila. But even though I voted for him, it's not because Uhuru or Kibaki ati niseme Kibaki ni Mkikuyu mwenzangu ndio namvotia. If I voted for Raila, or I voted for Uhuru, or even if I want to vote for Ruto, no one should push me to vote for someone. Let us give people a platform whereby if I want to vote for someone, no one is going to tell me you have to vote for this and that because yeye ni wa UDA, yeye ni wa wapi, yeye ni wa wapi. So let's give people space, and also let's tuache politics the conmanship. They call our leader conman, but he's not a conman. They are the ones who are conman because they want to install to us candidates that we vote for this and that because he's in the UDA party. We should vote for leaders who are capable, because leadership is not about ati najua kuongea najua siasa juu niko kwa UDA. What is in your brain? I was shocked the other day, like people voted for John Wanjiku, huyu wa chini hustler, wa single mother. So are we going to vote for people because of sympathy? Now if you come and tell me now I'm an orphan, you have to vote for me. No, we are voting for leaders, people who can go to the parliament. They are able to give what they're able to express themselves and say, this is what my constituency, this is what we need in my constituency. My people want this and that. Kawanjiku, we are not okay. They say that tunasema Kawanjiku ajui kuongea kizungu sijui nini. Let me tell you, Bernard, you cannot people, okay, ni watu wengi sana wajui kuongea kizungu, and maybe they have a point. She could have used even the English, the Kiswahili, but walianza kusema ati English is it's not a must when you are in the parliament uongee kizungu, ama kuongea kizungu sio kusema ati umesoma. It's not about education. You can be a reader, but it doesn't matter whether you are educated or you are not educated. But the guy was not able to express about his what people, he was not able to express anything in the parliament. But here big people voted for him because they wanted to punish Uhuru. Uhuru doesn't need Kawanjiku. Uhuru is not a member of, he live in Kiambu. If you voted for him, if you vote for a person because you want now they vote because you want the other person, then who is going to at the end of the who is going to suffer? You are the one. Now you vote for him, the guy goes there, he's not even able to express himself. At the end of the day, we are being told like now it's not about education, it's because he's a single mother, it's because he's a son of a peasant, sijui nini. Politics za Kenya yenyewe. I think all I can say is that people should be enlightened, and also tuache siasa ya kudanganya watu ati I'm going to vote for someone because I want to punish someone. Okay, let me finish with this. In Laikipia, we have a Governor Derito Moreithi. He vied for a gubernatorial seat of Laikipia using independent candidate, right? And he was elected. He defeated the guy who was running the same seat on a Jubilee ticket. It's not about the party, it's about the leadership. It's about what, as a person, is he able to read the people of the place is running for to be elected. It's not about ati tutachagua fulani because yeye ni wa hii party. Tutachagua fulani juu hii party. Another guy is we had an MCA here in Kahawa Ndani. He was by the name Mondi, and he vied using a Jubilee ticket, and he was elected. So you're saying about inclusivity, or I should go by for a seat in let me say in a Rego in Siaya, because hatujafika hapo Kenya, hatujafika hapo. Hii siasa ya Kenya, and the kind of tribe, we are so tribal based on where you come from, if they look at your middle name. If I'm Wanjiko and the other name is Ogora, I'm told huyu ndiye anauza watu. Yes, those are my names, but I can vote for someone else. It doesn't matter whether I'm a Kikuyu or a Maro. It doesn't matter. What matters most is the guy I'm voting for. Si nikuje nipewe handouts ati ndio nivotie mtu. I'm going to vote a person because I think he's capable of leading this nation. He's capable of being the member of parliament of my constituency. But it's not about the leadership. It's all about the person. Yeah, I finished.
Okay, thank you, Shiko. I appreciate your contribution. We are glad that you have articulated what you think, and I support it 100%. We will not get bad leaders in leadership position, and then they become good because they have a leadership position. And also, I'm happy that you brought up the issue of punishing Uhuru Kenyatta. I responded to somebody who had posted something like that on Facebook. As anybody going to vote to punish Uhuru Kenyatta doesn't know what he's doing, number one, because Uhuru Kenyatta, after August, he has his upkeep taken care of by government until he dies. He has already secured that. He will have protection by police, whether the fuel price the fuel price goes to 400 shillings per liter. Uhuru vehicle will be fueled first before yours. He has secured that as having served as president. So if you go to vote because you're trying to punish him, you will end up punishing yourself. So let us sober up and do the right thing. Naomba twende moja kwa moja kwa Buzz, as Themba has come in. Thank you so much for arriving. Hii black screen imezidi. Naomba to control black screen isikwe mingi, tupunguze ndio screen ikae poa. Thank you. Buzz, come in. Patriot, what is it? Hold on, Buzz. Hold on, Buzz. Patriot.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. Very quickly, before we continue, I thought I would take a very exceptional opportunity to thank the lady who's just spoken. I'm very personally touched with the fact that we have a lady speaking very candidly about some things that we've been speaking here before. And I remember last time we had a very robust debate with Buzz over how things are going to change, or what he thought in as far as Mount Kenya votes are concerned. I'm bringing this to the attention of Buzz, that for sure it is a great observation. Some of the things we mentioned can easily be captured from the way the lady has spoken. I want to say with a lot of respect to the lady, she is highly encouraged. I encourage her to come forward. We need to see, a number of them coming forward to express and give us the exact position of the way things are happening in Mount Kenya, because predominantly it has been the voice of Buzz that we have been relying on. I think we are, we stand guided when we have people now speaking beyond Buzz, and that will give us a better opportunity of telling the story of how Mount Kenya will participate in the general election that is coming. So thank you, the young lady, and I really appreciate as a contributor. I'm very happy to share with you a platform where you are able to speak candidly of the mountain. Thank you so much.
Okay, Buzz, you can come in now. Thank you, Patriot. Let's keep talking.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Welcome. Is good morning from Nairobi.
Yes, good morning. And I think I'm not respond to Patriot. I also grateful that Shiko has made a very good contribution. That is the democracy we are looking for in Kenya. And I cannot say more than that. Going to today's topic, I think politics of coalition versus single party. We cannot very much remain in the books or in the constitution or in the law what it says about a political party. We have to be real to the facts of how our politics is in the country. Politics of the coalition is the best politics in this country. But what kind of coalitions? When are these coalitions done? I think I stand with what the party says, the best coalitions, those that withstand respect, are the coalitions that are formed after election. We arrived to that effect that after the post-election violence in 2007, though the coalition was formed in a crisis and not in the best of times, but that coalition lived up to its billing, and we can say it is the coalition that achieved great success, including the current constitution. A lot of bills that could not have been passed under any other circumstances made by partisan or whatever it is, such bills could not have gone through, was it not, it was not a coalition. So I think the best coalitions are the ones that are formed after an election because they are based on real and actual strength. They are not based on imaginations. Today we have parties saying they want to have a coalition with other parties. But these parties, we don't have any measure to actually measure their strength on the ground. Today we can say UDA has this and this percentage of popularity, but it is until the election that we will have the absolute figures to say this is the strength of this political party. So I think the best coalitions, the one that can withstand time, are coalitions that are done after elections. We can go to countries like Israel. We can go to countries like Britain. They have coalitions without names. This amorphous thing we are forming as a pre-election coalition is just a coalition to propel an individual to power. That is what happened in 2002. It was about propelling Mwai Kibaki to power and removing KANU out of power. What happens next? Nobody could predict. What will happen next? Nobody can predict. But if we have a coalition formed after the election, then at that time, things are negotiated, things that they are going to do, not imagined. They discuss things that are agreeable. They agree on things that are doable. They don't agree on dreams. They don't agree on some things that cannot be done. So I think the best coalitions are coalitions that will be done after any election. They will be done with respect. They will be done within the law, and they are coalitions that will achieve what each party intends to achieve as it enters into that coalition, because they are entering in that coalition based on actual strength in parliament. They are not entering in that coalition based on how much one can organize press conference, how much one can shout, how much one can offer literature and English press conference and whatever it is. We have very good parties that can hold meetings day and night. They can be in bombers and fill bombers and pretend and even brand themselves holding party meetings. But when it comes to the ground, those parties will end up with nothing. They will not have even an MCA. I don't find it derogatory, and I speak to patriots saying calling a party a village party. Patrick, there is what is legal. A party can be legally national, but village in practice. A party that wins an MCA is just a village party. Let us forget about the members who are in the registrar, in the cabinets of the political registrar's office. Let us see what the people said with their hearts. That the soul of the party is seen and viewed with the outcome of an election. It is not what is told in the registrar's cabinets. So when we call a party a village party, it is a village party because of its outcome in the election. And it is so. Having a pre-election with such a party, let us put it, for example, if we have a coalition where a party comes in and says, after election, you're going to give me 30% of government. then that party after the election doesn't even have four members of parliament. How can such an agreement be actualized? How can such a coalition fulfill such an agreement with a party that doesn't have support in whatever way it played in an election? I think coalitions are the best, but the best coalitions are formed after election. So whether Azimio these times form a coalition before an election, their purpose is just to propel Baba to power. What happens after Baba is in power is a matter to be discussed in another day. And we have history. We have Kibaki when he got into power, the MOU signed, drawn, witnessed by commissioners of oath and advocates was swept under the carpet. And there is nothing one can do. But when a coalition was signed in front of Harambee office between Baba and Mwai Kibaki, that coalition lived its billing because it is a coalition done based on real strength and after election. And what they discussed to achieve. You can remember very well the 4 agendas that Kofi Annan gave in the pre-election campaign, in the pre-election period of, in the pre-coalition period. They said a new constitution, land reforms, electoral commissions reform. All those things were actualized. Tell me what was signed in the Rainbow Coalition that was achieved. Everything, a constitution in 100 days. A constitution was realized in 4,000 days later. Tell me what was achieved. So the best coalitions are those formed after the election. And coalitions are the best, and they are the ones which can give us the ultimate value in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buzz. I know there are rebuttals to your what you have said. I want to invite, I can see Stone PK is ready for a rebuttal, and then I'll give my presentation, and then now we can allow other people also. Stone PK, if you can, go ahead.
Thank you, Themba, and welcome, and good to hear your voice, and you sound like you're improving a lot. Fellow panelists, I think we are doing well. Now, mine is a quick one to Buzz. I think I can see some fears, unknown fears, which is very typical of us here in Kenya. We start throwing stones at when you only see a bush shaking. Before we even know what is coming out of that, we are already throwing stones, we are already loading our guns and preparing for war. Now, the coalitions, I don't think some of us have not really got to understand what these are. These coalitions, pre and post, they all have different whatever. The post coalition come in as a result of difficulties attained, after elections, for example, no outright majority in terms of elected leaders and all that. So the party that has slightly ahead of whatever, but cannot meet the minimum majority, goes around hunting for other parties to come and help so that they can run a government. But now what Kenya is trying to do now is to have a solid and legalize this coming together of parties. It's not about that, when we pass, sisi tutakugawia these percentages of that. How do you start gowering an animal which you have not even slaughtered yet? So for me, I think this fear of that the coalition is only to elevate one man, Baba. I think that's another place where Kenyans, we on the other side are really, kind of going haywire. Because we shelve off very good modules because it is being associated with an individual. Now, the coalition that is being drawn here, and I would call members who have not read what that bill is all about, because again, sometimes we feel lazy to read those things, but it's good if you read line by line to see exactly what it is. As earlier we had discussed and said, what people, majority of them, they are supporting this thing, but just because they have some short-term gains, ambazo hizo umesikia hata example ya mtu kuchukuliwa na helikopta nyumbani because kakitu kake kalikuwa akajafika, anaogopa akifika na vote kama hajapata itakuwa issue. That is still killing us. That is still a problem in our country here, that we don't put country first, we put self. Ndio niende kuvote hiyo kitu ama ndio niende kuread that bill, I have to be, taken care of. So, Baz, I think it's good we understand that the coalition bill is not about kugawanya, those easy to vitu. It is about formation of a government that will be inclusive. If your party doesn't make it, for example, you have a party X in a place called Mukurweini, and it doesn't get even whatever, then how will you be in forming the government? You will not form a government if you have no elected leaders. So you definitely drop off, but because the coalition is of very many other like-minded parties, that coalition will not fall short of members to form the government. So that's, I think, wacha hiyo kauoga kidogo. Thank you.
Themba, allow me to respond to my friend Stone PK. Stone PK.
Yeah, 1 minute.
In a minute, yes. There are two kinds of coalition. A pre-election coalition is formed to take power. A post-election coalition is formed to govern. It is through governing that we will be unlocking and maximizing our potential in this country, not through capturing of power. So I think those are two scenarios that you need to revise yourself very much with.
Okay, thank you. Allow me to give my 2 cents to it, so that probably we proceed. And I haven't given my Jakindu, wacha nitoe maoni yangu kwanza, alafu we will give you an opportunity. We are discussing coalition vis-a-vis single party system. And for me, I want to address it from information point of view. It's important when you're looking at a context, you try to also look at comparative. You comparatively look at, because you don't operate in utopia, you're operating in an environment. And the environment in which you operate at, there are comparative applications of what you are trying to talk about. So one of the oldest coalitions that is working in Africa is South Africa. The South Africa case, where you have what they call the tripartite alliance, which has ANC, it has COSATU, and it has SACP. Now, Makiu COSATU is coalition of trade unions. So trade unions come together and form a party. So those of us who are telling us that, you can't form a party, even in Kenya, Atwoli can register a party as the trade union party. And in South Africa, that has functioned for the longest time. So the tripartite alliance has been consistently, and theirs was a pre-election coalition. It is not, they don't form it after election. It is a before election coalition. Another case of before election coalition is the USA, where you have those parties that are having a coalition within the Democratic Party and others that are having a coalition within the Republican Party. Those are pre-election coalitions. Also, another pre-election coalition is just across board, Tanzania. You know that Chama cha Mapinduzi is a coalition between TANU and Afro Shirazi Party, ASP. That was formed in 1977. And Chama cha Mapinduzi has outlived itself. It has stayed for all those years as a coalition, but it is strong together, and we think it's one party. So stability has been entrenched within that coalition over time. and it has stayed for a very long time ruling Tanzania to date. And of course, there are post-election coalitions, and post-election coalition, for example, in Zanzibar, which is also part of Tanzanian Republic. There's ACT, which is you know, a popular party there. They form coalition with the party that takes the day. So if Chama cha Mapinduzi takes the day, they form a coalition with it. In German, there are post-election coalitions. For example, we have Christian Democratic Union. That's a Christian party forming a party, Christians forming a party. So those people are telling us, oh, you can't form parties like this. Even churches can form parties. There's Christian Social Union and also the Social Democratic Party. Now, in Germany, it is post-election coalitions. For example, between 1998 to 2005, SPD and the Green Party were the ones who are ruling because of the numbers. But after that, there has been what is called in Germany the Grand Coalition, where the three top parties have always formed a coalition to rule. That is CDU, Christian Democratic Union, the Christian Social Union, and of course, Social Democratic Party, which have always formed the post-coalition parties. What am I trying to say? As we are looking at our scenario, we need to look at it comparatively without necessarily just saying that, oh, we are thinking, when you think of parties and party formation, we are only thinking around the players. We are not thinking around what has been the practice the world over, what has been found to be working, and how has it worked even in our scenario. Now, our scenario, we have always had a coalition coming in, you know. 2007, there was a coalition. 2013, there were coalition parties. 2017, there are coalitions. So the reality is there are coalitions, and that is the place where we are going. So we need to think about, okay, fine, since most of these coalitions, they are being formed before elections, why don't we anchor them within we have a legal structure that can anchor them? Because you have indiscipline happening, some parties saying that they are not being treated well within that particular environment. Now, when that is happening, for us, it's a nice debate so that we start looking at them. Okay, fine. Do we need post or pre-election coalition? In my view, we don't need, I mean, as long, even in the South African place, there's a party that has only one MP. A party like SSCP, some of them are in coalition with the Tripartite Alliance, but they don't have any MP. You know, so a party is not necessarily a party because it has members. There are parties that don't even field in some cases, all right? So that should not be something that we are going to say that it ceases to be a party, as long as it was registered and it is recognized within the confines of what is described as a party by the registrar of political parties, then that's a party that is acknowledged in that country. The oldest party in Africa is the Liberian True Whig Party, formed in 1869, but it is not in power in Liberia. The other parties that have since come on and have taken, but it is still in existence even right now, even when it only got 0.8 something percent votes in Liberia, but it is still recognized as a party. So this issue of coming, I know when we come in and we start saying, oh, this tribal party, this, the desire and the intention of those saying that is to popularize their party. Is it good or bad? It's good for them because they are trying to make themselves look better than others. You know, politically speaking, when you want to mobilize people for your goal, you don't speak positive of the other people. You only want, like if the two of you are selling ice cream, you don't go saying that Alex sells better ice cream than I do. No, I go saying that my ice cream is the best. If you want to get the ice cream that has the best taste across board, come buy my ice cream. It is the one that is national. It's the one that is the best. So they are just okay. It is up to the people down there now to decide. You know, you don't blame your friend for being a better marketer of their product. They are just being good marketers of their product. They're trying to point themselves as national. We don't know that yet. So if they succeed after election next year, then we can say, oh yeah, they truly were. But right now, there's no measure. Are they okay? Yeah, they're okay to say that. They're okay to say that they're the only national party. They're okay to try and paint the others as non-performers, which is okay. It's a political competition. In my view, we need to respect that. It is up to those other parties to now wake up and sell themselves and say that, okay, fine, you guys say we are village parties. We are not. This is where we are. Paint yourself as a formidable challenge. Make yourself better. If Alex is going to give himself to sell his policies, shoot his shot to Nancy, he's not going to talk well about Bernard. He's going to say how he's the best person that has ever existed. He's going to make to cross the ocean for Nancy, while Alex cannot even swim. Bernard can swim, but Alex is not going to talk well about Bernard's ability to swim. So that is what you're calling selling, marketing. If it succeeds, well and good. If it doesn't, that's a different case altogether. But for now, the future is coalitions. And if that's a reality, then we need to anchor it in some legal framework that can instill discipline within the political party and the coalition, and especially in what we are calling coalition formation and coalition management. That is what I can say for now. And I think I want to stop there. And Bernard, Nancy had come in, but there's a question to me from Baz before before we take it. Yes, Baz.
Yes, then I'm happy that you're getting well. All the best in your recovery. Now, my question is about something
Thank
you
you,
have
Baz.
posted,
Thank you.
and I have clarified. There is a difference between a merger and a coalition. CCM and that party you have named was not a coalition, it is a merger. That is why it is permanent. According to Wikipedia, a coalition is a temporary agreement for a common purpose of parties. It is not permanent. When it is permanent, now that is a merger. As you have illustrated between CCM, TANU, and that other party to form CCM. That's why CCM is a party. Another question I want to pose to you is, in this political parties bill that has just been passed, it is good theoretically, but in practice, it will have very, very big problems, because if we are saying that we have anchored a coalition in law so that those who take power must respect it, but at the same time we have not gone on to amend other articles of the Constitution that state how a government is formed. A coalition is formed to form government. That's the purpose of coalition, both pre and post. It's about forming government. So if we have not changed how a government is formed, so that we say if it is a single party, it is the prerogative of the president to form government and to constitute it in the manner he deems fit. If it is a coalition, then we needed to amend that article in the Constitution to say that if it is a coalition, a government will be formed in accordance with the agreement of the coalition and not to the whims of the president. So this law is kind of in contradiction in practice with the Constitution, and when a law contradicts the Constitution is it takes precedence. Kindly respond to that.
Thank you, Baz, for your sentiments. Number one, there are two ways of forming a coalition. Either you merge, kill the different parties, or you still remain as you were. So those are two ways of forming a coalition. Are we going to kill our parties? All right. Are we going to still, for example, in the case of South Africa, where we are talking about a tripartite alliance, or it's called the alliance, they are together, but they are still remaining with their individuality. So COSATU is still COSATU, SSCP is still SSCP, and ANC is still ANC. All right. Now, a merger is where you guys kill your party so that you guys remain one. All right. But you see, there's still identification of where we are coming from within whatever it is that we are coming as a merger. So that one is just a kind of semantics on how and whether you want to be swallowed or not. Now that's where we are coming in when we are talking about Azimio la Umoja. Is it going to be a party, all right? If it's going to be one big party, now the parties within it are not going to kill themselves, right? So you can have Azimio la Umoja remaining and ruling for a long time, but the parties within it are still there, all right? So that is the other thing. Now, when you talk about government formation and probably running the government, there's a place where you are getting this wrong. The purpose of formation of a coalition is not just to form government. The purpose of coalition building is to run government, not to form, to run. Because one of the things you need is parliament where voting takes place. There are things that you will need numbers to pass in parliament. So it's not just about formation. If it was just formation, once you formed, you can tell them to go, and then that's it. No, it's running government. And now running government means numbers. What numbers do you need in parliament so that you can be able to always have your things that you want passed in parliament? And that's how you run government. And that's why in some cases, when they fall, like for example in Israel, when they fell with each other, one left the other and formed with another, and then the other prime minister had to drop down because he didn't have the numbers now to run the government. And that's what we're talking about. So let's try to not twist the understanding of what is trying to come out. And once we have already, the reality is coalitions, like right now, it was the Jubilee coalition, where the smaller parties actually closed shop and formed the Jubilee. They could have still have decided to remain as NASA. NASA was also still a coalition, but it was the parties still remained as they were. That was, it was easier for still the individual people to go back to their parties, home parties. But in Jubilee, even Kalembedile died crying that he never received any money because they closed shop. Now that is what you're calling merge. Close your shop and then you come. Ruto to date has complained about that because he says if he knew, he would not have killed URP. Moses Kuria has told him that I want Ruto not to kill URP because this thing is going to hurt him. So he's saying that he's suffering today because he killed URP. But you see now it is very interesting that the same person that suffered because of killing URP wants now other parties to kill, to die, so that they join him, so that he treats them to the same kind of drama. That is not going to happen, and that's why you are seeing the revolt coming from across board, Central, and even in Rift Valley, where Chama cha Mashinani has refused to close shop. Thank you, Bernard. Back to you.
Thank you. Just before we bring in Nancy on the gender parity platform, I would want to call Baz to remember the Grand Coalition. The Grand Coalition came into existence as an act of parliament that was passed one afternoon. They created an office for prime minister. It was not in the constitution. Then there was the formation of the government. So you don't have to change the entire constitution to make provision for coalition. And there is no contradiction. The president remains the head of government and the head of state. So he's to run the government in agreement with the coalition partners and share the power according to what they agreed. That doesn't in any way negate the constitution or give him the right to run the government. What is it, Baz?
Bernard, I think there's a slight contradiction. The Grand Coalition government did not come into force through an act of parliament. It came into force through a constitutional amendment to create that office. That is not an act of parliament. It is a constitutional amendment that was done.
Where was the amendment done?
Bernard, when you say an act of parliament, you are saying a legislation that is subject to another legislation. A grand coalition was not subject to another legislation apart. It borrowed its powers directly from the constitution.
Yes.
An act of parliament. It's
But
like
it was passed. It wasn't enacted until it was passed in parliament.
Buzz.
Why are you people
Okay,
looking for
okay,
something to hold on?
Bernard, just tell Buzz. Okay, fine. It passed in parliament. Whether it was an act or not, it passed in parliament. You are right. Just tell him that. I think that's what he wants to hear.
I knew this one will come. You know, Bernard, and let me tell you the reason.
Right.
When they put down the BBI,
Yes.
the biggest question was, and still remains, how did we form the Grand Coalition? And that answer will never be answered by the judiciary because they know they are going to connive about it. The powers that they were given within 24 hours, Parliament, to amend the Constitution, because the Constitution had to be amended for the president to appoint a non-existing position at that time. So we had to create a seat. And how was that seat created? By an act of parliament. We cannot run from that word. So necessity is the creation of some things for the sake of peace. And that is why the president had the powers to create that, to bring stability, and parliament was used. And that's why in the BBI case, if they have to use that scenario, the judiciary is going to have a biggest problem. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Alex. So let's not play around with words. Let's appreciate that we are in a diverse country. I mean, a country made of diverse people, and different things are going to be applied. And then when it comes to constitutional application, you don't apply the constitution from one angle. There are many different angles to look at. And even if you go to petition in the court of law, you need to prove what part of the constitution has been violated. It's not just saying that so-and-so did not do this or this was not passed by this and that. All the same, let's make progress. Jakindube, iko nini nataka dada akuje.
Kwa nataka kumwelezea tu, nilikuwa na comment moja tu kwamba katika mazungumzo yote vile nimeona debate zote ambazo tunazo, watu wa UDA, watu ambao wako upande wa UDA, wakisikia tu harufu ya jina ya Raila popote, hata hiyo kitu kama ni nzuri, they will oppose it for the sake of opposing it. Lakini mimi nawauliza, mbona zile vitu ambavyo jina la Raila imehusika, mbona hawazitupi? Mbona hawatupi ukatuzi? Mbona watupi multiparty? Hizi mbona mtupi hizi? Mbona mtupi katiba mpya? Mbona mtupi? Kwa sababu jina lake iko kwenye hizo. Mbona mtupi hizo? Hiyo double standard. Raila ni Mkenya kama sisi sote. Jina lake siwe eti ikiwa mahali unapinga hiyo kitu, na hiyo kitu inakuja kusaidia sisi sote wana Kenya. Hiyo tuache tuonane, sisi wote ni wana Kenya bwana. Hiyo ndio tutaendeleza nchi yetu. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you, Jakindube. This is on a lighter note. There is one of my political analysts said something. He said, if Raila will stand at Uhuru Park today and say that William Ruto is going to be president in 2022 unopposed, he said there is a high probability that Ruto is going to say no, simply because it is Raila that said it. So, Dada Lusweti, Nancy, karibu.
Asante sana watu wangu wa nguvu, mnafanya kazi nzuri sana, mnaendelea kutuelimisha. Kwangu mimi, kulingana na yani maoni yangu, coalition in Kenya politics, hiyo ndio njia, sababu huwezi, kulingana na Kenya ya sahii, huwezi win na single party. Single party itakuwa as in umeolekea kijana mwenye anakontroliwa na mamake. Hata ukitaka kununua au ukitaka kununulie nguo, lazima mama aseme sawa, ndiposa ikaize kufanyika. Lakini hii mambo na coalitions, unaona as in kama wakati wa NASA, hao watu wenye waliungana ODM, ANC, Ford Kenya, wakati walikuja waka disagree, kila mtu alirudi kwa party yake na wakakuwa tu sawa, comfortable. But unaona wenye waliungana Jubilee, ilibidi tena mmoja aamuke na chama ingine, atokelezee na ingine, kwa sababu walishaua URP, wawezi irudisha tena, hakuna venye anaweza irejesha. And that's why unaona mtu anasema ati chama yangu ni chama ya Kenya mzima, of which hatujaona wabunge, hakuna mbunge amevotiwa hapo hivyo, ni mmoja huyo wa Kiambaa, lakini I think aliwekwa tu kwa mtihani. The real elections zinakuja, tutajua UDA itakuwa na wangapi, na tutaona sasa kama saa hata hakuna hata gavana, hakuna hata MCA wako kama wawili ama watatu, lakini hao MCA pia wapo, lakini ni mtihani tu tuliwawekea, hawajapita bado sababu walikalia viti za wenyewe, sio zao real. Hasa kama ni kuko na village party in Kenya, basi hata hiyo iko moja yapo, hiyo yenye inasemekana kuwa UDA pia ni moja ya village party, sababu hakuna kitu yenye iko nayo, inalingana tu na Fort Kenya yetu. Hata for example sasa Fort Kenya yetu unaona hakuna hata saa ya MP. Sasa kumaanisha hakuna sahi, hakuna chama yenye unaweza sema Kenya yani, acha tuseme kuko na chama, unaweza sema hakuna chama yenye inasemekana kuwa village party, lakini kuko na chama haiwezi kuenda kusimama kutoka region moja kwenda kwa region nyingine na ikaize kupita. Hiyo nayo ni ukweli. For example, chama kama ya Moses Kuria huwezi ileta Western alafu uniambie kuna mtu atasimama na apite, sababu mnajua Kenya si ni tribal, na ni lazima tu tunaendanishanga na kulingana na wakubwa wetu wenye wako huko mbele yetu. For example, sahii kama hii chama yenye DAP yenye imeanzishwa juzi imechukua sahii imechukua Bungoma already na imechukua Trans Nzoia. Unaona, for example, kumekuwa na kampuni moja hapa hivi inajiita Sun King, ina deal na mambo na computer, ina deal na solar walikuwa wanatumia t-shirt za yellow, lakini nakwambia imebidi wabadilishe kwa black, warudi black. Kwa sababu gani? Yellow t-shirt haitakikani kuonekana wapi? Bungoma. Na hiyo ni ukweli, hata mtu akuambie nini, hiyo ni ukweli. Na wacha nikwambie mtu kama Wamunyinyi, hata Weta anamuogopa huyo, anachezanga rough. Kama ni kucheza kwa uwanja, huyo ni rough, ananga msamaha. Ndio maana saa hata t-shirt ya yellow haiwezi patikana. Sasa hao wabunge saa wenye wanakimbia, nasikia leo jana wamesimamisha wamesimamisha aspirant wao wa mwenye anakuja kusimama kama gavana kupitia kwa hiyo chama. Tumewawekea tu, tumewangoja tu, siku inakuja, hatuna haraka. Si tunajua tu bado tuko tu ndani ya Azimio, na mimi najua tu Azimio itachukua Bungoma na Trans Nzoia, obviously tu Azimio inachukua. Na mmeona saa hii for example kama Kakamega, chama kama ANC wabunge wameisha. Sasa hata tuseme tuseme venye walikuwa wanasema ati Mudavadi anataka kuenda kwa Ruto. Akienda kwa Ruto atampelekea nini? Of which wabunge wamemwacha hapo hivyo. Sasa hakuna, mi sioni kitu, sioni mambo sijui ati na village party. Party ni vile venye utasimama strong, usimamisha watu wako na zile rules utaweka kwa nini kwa ile chama yako ndio itafanya chama yako ikuwe strong. Unaona kitu chama kama ODM imechukua Kenya mzima, Bungoma tuko na ODM, Trans Nzoia kuko na ODM moja, ukikuja huku Coast ni ODM. But tena ninakuja nakaa chini nafikiria, yani kivyangu, according to me, hiyo nini chama, for example sahi tuseme Raila atoweke ama akufe, watu wa Mombasa watachezewa, si mchezo. Ishindwe simaanishi kifo iko, lakini simaanishi hivyo. So tuseme
You
kama
begin
Raila,
with God forbid. You begin with God forbid.
oh thanks thanks for God. Wow, God forbid baba
Raila
hizi kufa
atamaliza
sahi
miaka 100
until I lead
kwanza.
Kenya for good
Miaka
10 years
100.
not 5 wenye mnasema. Bado tu nitampigia akimaliza afanye kazi yake vizuri venye anatuagiza. Hata kama atakuwa na 90 years bado nitampea tu kura yangu, sina ubaya na yeye. So mi naona watu unaona, mi naona hata huyu nani Gavana Kingi ako tu sawa, hiyo kuanzisha hapa ni mzuri, hata kila region ikuwe na chama, kwa sababu tuseme sahi baba atoke kwa nini kwa politics, watu wa Mombasa watachezewa. Tuseme sasa wapate mtu kama DP alafu akalie kiti, wewe atawadiktate mpaka watajua hawajui. DP unamwangalia tu
God
hivi.
forbid. God forbid. Start with God forbid.
It can't happen.
We Nancy, kama ungekuwa mwanamke, hiyo statement umesema leo ungevamiwa.
But
endelea kukamilisha.
Lusetu lineha ewo lineha bilunandi khuku bile bibo kwewe lakini ravula.
Lakini ni maoni yangu, but sina mdomo mbaya. So naona ile ni conversation tu tunaendeza. So mi naona hata Coast inafaa ikuwe na chama yao, ikuje ikae kwa meza. For example sahi maisha ni ngumu, maisha ya sahi, hata kama ni msichana na mwanaume wanataka kuoana, sahi unaangalia mtu mwenye anafanya kazi, si ati unapata mtu mwenye anakaa pale na unaendea pale. Hapana, lazima mfanye kazi kwa pamoja, alafu huyu alete yake kidogo yenye ako nayo na huyu mwingine aongezee na muendeleshe maisha. Hasa ninamaanisha lazima tu chama zikuwe na coalition zifanywe, ndiposa hata watu wa sisi kama si watu wa Bungoma, watu wa Western wenye tuko sahi kwa DAP tukikuja wakati baba anakaa kwa meza anapanga mambo, ikianzia jikoni, tuko jikoni tunaandaa, ikifika kwa meza sisi tumejua ni chakula gani imepigwa na imepigwa vipi. Hivyo ndio tunahitaji. Sasa msituambie mambo na one single party. Sahi hatuwezi rudi hizo nyakati za Misri huko, hapana, tulitolewa. Naomba tu Mungu tuelekee Kanani na tukae Kanani, na najua baba hizi tuangusha. Huyo ni sure bet. Kwa kila kitu hawezi. Kulingana tu tangu mimi nianze kumfuatilia mambo yake kuanzia tu, acha niseme baba, mimi kuanzia nianze kumjua. Najua mimi ni mtoto wake. Mimi nilianza kusoma wakati walileta masomo ya bure. Sasa mimi ni mtoto wake na kipaki. Nimesoma mpaka nikamaliza na hao. Unaona, hasa niko tu na baba, na kitu ilisababisha tena nimpende zaidi ni venye anaheshimu sisi Waluhya. Kuko na wakati niliona, unajua sasa kwetu niko barabara, niliona akipita na ng'ombe akipeleka kwa Elicha wa Masinda akienda kuchinja kwa sababu ya prophecy yenye ilikuwa imesemekana. Ninamheshimu kwa sababu anatuheshimu, na ninajua baba akisema kitu itatendeka, niko na uhakika. That's why ninawekea kura yangu bila kuogopa, bila kuambia, yani na wakati mwingine unajua kama wewe unapenda mtu ni mzuri, hata unachukua simu yako credit yako, pigia mtu muulize huko kwenye huko. Mimi niko na namba Nairobi, niko na Mombasa, nataka nijue tu huko kwenu mko aje, mko Azimio ama mko UDA, yani nikue, yani roho yangu iridhike. Unaona, nataka tu nione, si ati mambo yenye wanasema kuja sijui ya kuibiwa kura. Tunataka tupige tu kura wenye kura zilipikwa tuoto. Ani mtu akae kwa kiti akiwa na amani, nchi ikiwa na amani, na hiyo tu ndio tunaomba kama Wakenya. Tupende amani na tuhubiri amani kwa kila hali na kwa kila jambo. Unani ukipanua mdomo si atupanue kutoa hatred sijui nini. Hata kama ukubaliane na Ruto, lakini wewe kitu ya maana, chunga tu ulimi wako, sababu ulimi tu ndio unaweza sababisha inji yetu ichomeke ama inji yetu ijenge, isimame na imarike. Sawa, barikiweni. Ni hayo tu.
Thank you Nancy. Thank you Nancy. You have done well. Asante sana kutupatia habari kemkem.
Ameingia tu sahi bwana.
So nisivae t-shirt ya yellow nikikuja Malikizi.
Bernard ulivaa shati ya yellow on Sunday the whole day. Ulivaa shati ya yellow on Sunday.
Hiyo ni uniform ya dini yetu. Wewe mbona unataka kuingilia masuala ya dini yetu?
Usijaribu kwenda Bungoma. We don't want to lose you, Bernard. Don't try to go to Bungoma in a yellow t-shirt. Wow, usijaribu.
They know me, they would kill me. It is well, thank you. Now hii hesabu sijui imeendaje sasa. Fred, ulikuwa umeongea? Nataka wale ambao hawajaongea kabisa.
Wycliffe anataka kuribaki.
Wacha Fred hajaongea bado, alafu PK pia hajaongea, so patia hao, alafu then you can start again.
Wycliffe ana swali.
Let Wycliffe rebuttal, then we go to Fred, and then PK, and then we take the second round. Thank you. Wycliffe, ulikuwa unajibu swali kuhusu, I think it's still the same question. Hao wabunge 138 umesema.
Sasa sijui nasikika?
Sasa uko sawa, endelea.
Haya, sasa nilikuwa nataka kusema kulingana na nini ya saa hii election, unajua tutakuwa tunapiga kura mwezi wa 8. Nini itaanza kufunguliwa next month February. Jua inafunguliwa kwa 6 months before the election. Sasa hapo ndio wakati sasa tunaanza kuziuza sera zetu za UDA ya kusema hizi vitu ya maneno vile nimesikia Nancy ameongea maneno mzuri, imeniguza hata mimi. Mimi mwenyewe kweli ni mtu wa UDA, lakini unaweza confuse nipige kura tena baba, inawezekana bado ni Mkenya. Tunaelewa? So tunaongea story
inawezekana.
Tunaongea maneno na sera. Kwa sababu hao leaders tunaongea kuhusu reason yenye tunataka, unajua tunataka kitu yenye inatusaidia ndio sisi tuonekane sisi wote ni Wakenya. Na hiyo kati yetu wote tunataka vitu zenye maendeleo kutoka huko nyumbani. For example, mimi nitakuwa na furaha naona mahali naishi kuna ka industry imetengenezwa hapo, kuna barabara, kuna hizo services zote yenye si lazima lazima nitoke Ushago niende Nairobi ndio niweze kupata services. So mimi nataka kitu yenye at least tunasaidika hata kila kona ikuwe imejengwa, yani kuna services zile zote yenye ziko kila yenye inapatikana Nairobi iko huko Ushago. Hivyo ndio naweza sema tunafaa tuna challengeana na nini, tunapeana challenge na maneno na manifesto vile wanasema kupiga baba lazima, kwa sababu unajua kura itakuja, tutapiga kura na kura iishe na maisha iendelee, tutakuwa na maisha after hiyo. So lazima yani tukue na hiyo chance ya kuchallengeana na maneno na manifesto. Na ukisikia juu sasa, unajua UDA wanasema wako na hii bottom up, ukiangalia wamesema wako na hii manifesto bottom up, wanataka wanataka tu. Kwangu mimi naona iko mzuri, ndio nawaambia hata mimi naongea na nyinyi mkiwa Azimio, hata nyinyi mnaweza ona hivyo kama mzuri, muungane na sisi tujenge better. Asante.
Okay.
Bernard, you are muted. But kuna mtu anaitwa Charles Akuk hapo kwa comment anataka namba ya Nancy. Nancy, kuna jamaa anataka namba yako kutumia kachai. yani mbona wanaume wakiongea namba zao zitishwi, lakini wanawake wakiongea tu hivi
Nancy, na
kidogo
kutumia chai pia mimi natumia Nancy chai.
namba zinaitishwa kuitishwa huko.
Hata mimi nitatuma chai,
Nancy, weka namba yako kwa private chat.
Mimi ndio mchungaji hapa, mjatuma sadaka.
Hata Shiko aliambiwa aliongea vizuri sana hapo.
Hata Shiko na huyo wawili wao watapata.
Hata Shiko aliitishwa namba ati atumiwe chai. Shiko kuna jambo la kusema. Iko nini?
Hi Bernard. Nilikuwa nataka kuchangia nisikia venye Raila. I think Raila is the best because he's a person who you can approach. Wakati waliungana na Uhuru in terms of ndio watu washikane and this handshake thing, if the deputy president, whom I respect so much, if he had the interest of the people of Kenya at heart, hangeangalia ati Uhuru hawakuungana na Raila wammalize kisiasa. In fact yeye ndiye alijiondoa, hakuna mtu alimfukuza. So Raila, I know Raila is a person whom you can approach, have a candid conversation with him in terms of he has the interest of Kenyans at heart. That is one thing, and I'm very sure that's why I'm so like, I myself, I with my family, we are from Mount Kenya and we are from Nyeri. They were not easy to know at UDA kila mahali. People are going to be shocked come 8th of August. So I'm very sure Raila ni mtu mwenye you can approach na muongee in terms of kama kuna amani Kenya and people na watu watatulia. But hii kitu ya kujipiga kifua kila wakati ati ndio ati people want to get to get to the power by fire by force, that is not going to work. That is not going to work. But what I know is Raila is someone who is very approachable na ni mtu akona the interest of his own country at heart. Yeah.
Wow. Najua Alex atataka kukunulia chai kwa hayo maoni yako. Yaani
it's not about mambo ya chai by the way, and the other thing is that the thing about wheelbarrow, saizi watu wanakuja huku Mount Kenya hatusikii mambo ya wheelbarrow tena, ni kama imeenda hivyo. Right now, okay, we are in the 21st century and I want to ask you all of you, or like sisi wote hapa, if kama hata wewe Wycliffe, yeah, we may agree to disagree, right? Ni kweli mahali unaishi saizi, you are on a rented apartment, na si ati najaribu kunini, si ni ukweli? Right now nikakupatia wheelbarrow wewe, hizo wenye mnaendanga huku kufanyishwa kampeni, watu wamama wanabeba kama wamewekwa kwa wheelbarrow, sasa nikupatia wheelbarrow huko kwenye unaishi saizi, I'm very sure you are not in Bomet, you are not in Nakuru, you are not Eldoret. Ni ukweli? Sasa nikakupatia wheelbarrow penye huko, what are you going to do with it? Do you even have a space where you can put that wheelbarrow? Kama tuna empower watu na kuwapea wheelbarrow, I don't want handouts. I don't want to be told I'm going to be given this and that. All I want is I want a peaceful Kenya, and I want an environment whereby I can do my business, because at the end of the day, hata Uhuru kama ni Mkikuyu mwenzangu, he doesn't pay my rent, he does not feed me, he doesn't pay my bills. All I need is an environment whereby I know I'm at peace, and a person, I need a leader who cannot sabotage the economy na wizi with corruption. Then at the end of the day, mimi hata pesa yenye nafanyia kazi hiyo biashara yangu, hakuna pesa yenye, hakuna hata. So I don't want a leader who is going to sabotage the economy of Kenya. All I need is a peaceful environment and a place whereby I'm going to have a good environment. I have a house help, right? She is not a Kikuyu. She is not from Luo, or she's not a Kikuyu like me. So hii tukianza kusema ni siasa ati ni kama ati tuingizwe sisi zote ni kwa UDA now, because you have to employ someone, he or she must lazima akue wa UDA, they are lost. I don't want a leader who is going to sabotage the economy of Kenya with corruption. All I need is a first leader who is going to empower me and also give me a good environment to do my business, because hata saizi ukinipea wheelbarrow sina mahali kwa nyumba yangu. I'm in a rented apartment. Where are you going to put the wheelbarrow? No, where am I, you're going to answer, where am I going to put the wheelbarrow? Sitaki kupewa house. I want someone who can empower me, someone who is going to create a good environment for me to do business, so that after nimetoka kwa rental, I'm going to build or to buy a piece of land somewhere, either in Eldoret or in Nakuru, then build my own house. I don't want the wheelbarrow thing. That is nonsense. And because Ruto noted that watu hawanini hizo mambo ya wheelbarrow, and they are funding him in Mount Kenya, like where I am right now, hiyo kitu saizi hayuko sana Mount Kenya. Not food. What are you giving? Ukiniambia unanipea wheelbarrow, are you going to give my children? Sasa niko na watoto waambia unawapea wheelbarrow. They don't even know the meaning of wheelbarrow. Hata at least angesema motorbike. Why are they not giving people motorbike? Bona tusipewe sasa tuambiwe tutapewa motorbike? At least that one I can employ someone, ama nitafute mtu anapata 200 at the end of the day, but not the nonsense of wheelbarrow. That is nonsense. Yeah, we are returning us in the 16th century na huko chini. We are in the 21st century. We need an environment where we can do business and pay our own bills without handouts. Hizo nonsense, and not hizo vitu za wheelbarrow. Hazitusaidii. Handouts are not going to help us, and handouts, we are not going to I'm not going to a person who is going to sabotage the economy of Kenya through corruption. Someone who has someone who is able to I want a leader who will just create a good environment for me to do business. I don't want the nonsense of wheelbarrow. And I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, Shiko. Thank you, Shiko. Wycliffe, you want to respond quickly, please? We need to go to Fred. Unmute. Wycliffe, unmute.
Yes. Okay. Nasikika. Sasa Shiko, wacha nikujibu swali moja. Unajua wheelbarrow umechukulia wheelbarrow as if kila kona mtu anapewa wheelbarrow. Sasa tuseme watu kama watu wa Azimio wanaenda kipeana oranges. Mtu mwingine anaenda kipeana buffaloes. Hiyo ni just a sign. Unajua kuna vitu lazima tuangalie ukweli. Sio kila mtu hii wheelbarrow tumetumia kuonyesha kwamba huyu mtu ndio ujenge ploti lazima uwe na wheelbarrow. Au ndio nimeanza anza yako.
Can I answer back, Bernard? Ruto has been in Mount Kenya and he's carrying the old women and men on wheelbarrows, ndo anawapea anawapatia what are they called, hizo handouts, wanabeba na wheelbarrow. Something that I've seen even from where I come from, wanabeba na wheelbarrow. Sasa si hata heri mwenye anasema, hata kama Raila anasema atapea watu 6,000, which I know it's impossible. Hata aseme ataiongeza ipewe wale watu hawajiwezi maskini ama the old people. sio mimi mwenye ninaweza kujifanyia kazi, lakini it's not the nonsense of wheelbarrow. What am I going to do with it? I'm in a rented apartment whereby hata saizi ukanipatia wheelbarrow sitaki, nitaiweka wapi? What am I going to do with it? I can't go to work using a wheelbarrow weekly. Hata sasa wewe nikakupatia wheelbarrow, utabebwa nayo uende kazi, utajibeba na wheelbarrow. You will also need a person to carry you using the same wheelbarrow to go to work. That is what we are saying. Sio hizi vitu za kudanganya watu ati wheelbarrow nini. Ukapewa wheelbarrow saizi, you will also need another person. Right? So all what you need is someone who is going to give you a good environment to do business, right? And ndio sasa uweze kupata wewe nguvu, upate place yenye unaweza fanyia kazi yako vizuri and your business, and you have the energy to go to work every day and buy your own car, not just saying that you are going to give people wheelbarrow. What are you going to do with a wheelbarrow right now? Sure. Unless uweke hapo nje kwako upandie maua. I'm done.
Thank you, Shiko.
Leo ni kubaya.
Yeah? Yes.
Wewe unasema Raila apeani machungwa?
Yes.
Na wheelbarrow ni sign ya UDA.
Yes.
Lakini watu walienda Karen wakapokea ma wheelbarrows.
Haina shida wenye walienda, lakini nasema unaona, okay,
so shida ya sisi kusema mnapeana wheelbarrow sio sisi tumesema. Tuliona kwa TV mkipeana wheelbarrow. Ndio tukasema hii chama inapeana nini? Wheelbarrow. Na nyinyi mkachagua mkasema wheelbarrow ndio itakuwa sign yenu. So sisi tukisema mnapeana wheelbarrow si eti tunawazingizia. Mliita watu wa kamera, wanahabari kama sisi, tukaweka kamera, deputy president akakaa kwa wheelbarrow akasukumwa hivi, vijana wakakawia wheelbarrow, wengine wakapewa nini. So ni kitu ambayo ni utamaduni wa chama chenu, kama tunaweza sema hivyo.
Okay, acha nijibu ya mwisho, alafu tuwatie watu wengine watoe maoni pia juu. Unajua tuko discussion.
Yes.
Mahali tunafaa tusikike wote. Sasa nilikuwa nasema vile tuko kwa mahali Shiko ameongea, tuko pamoja na Shiko. Hata mimi nataka mahali nilikuwa naongea kwamba hao ma leaders wanafaa watutengenezee mahali kuna mahali ya space, mahali tunaweza fanya biashara. Hata mimi nitafurahia nilikuwa na mahali naweza fanya biashara, nijisaidie. Mimi sitaki kusaidia niko na nguvu yenyewe, nilikuwa tuna hiyo ka space yenye naweza jisaidia, nile familia yangu, niweze nijijenge. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nasema. Ndizo nasema hii nini ya UDA, chama ya UDA wanasema wanataka tuanzie ule mtu akoko mashinani, kutokuwa kwamba anatoa pesa kwa wanaweka kwa kutoka hiyo county level, watengeneze nini technical training college kama hizo huko mashinani, ambapo watoto wetu, ndugu yangu ama brother yako ama kazini yako anaenda jifundisha mafundisho, akuwa na idea na watengeneze ka industry hapo within. Amanda anaweza fanya kazi, ajisaidie, aweze kulea familia yake.
Okay, Wycliffe, sorry Bernard, let me answer you the last one, yeah? Umesema unataka mahali penye unaweza fanyia biashara. Why are you then? Bona hiyo nonsense ya wheelbarrow. Bona your leader anaenda kwa hata wao watu wa bodaboda anaanza kuwapatia hizo ma wheelbarrow. Na yeye anawapata na pikipiki, sijui bona anawapatia wheelbarrow. At least kama mnasema anataka, if you are saying anataka kuinua hao watu wako mashinani, awape venye angewaanzia kuwaambia atawaletea watu wenye mafertilizer, ama fertilizer itakuwa ya bure juu ni wakulima wa fertilizer, hizo vitu za kupanda the seedlings and whatever. Na wanawaambia nitawaletea mtu wa agriculture mwenye atawaangalilia yourself so that you may know what I'm going to plant on my land. Lakini ukienda kuwapatia wheelbarrow, hata kwetu mashambani from both sides they don't even use the wheelbarrow. They don't. And you are ready to give a wheelbarrow, I'm sure, and I know that and I've seen it. So kama wewe mwenyewe you even don't know where you belong, because umesema you want a good, unataka pia unaweza jisaidia. Then if you know you want, unataka decide hizo nini. Why are you people allowing mnakubali kudanganywa kwa nini na vitu za wheelbarrow, of which nyinyi mnasema kitu, then the following day mnasema this is not what we said. We need people who are accountable. Whatever they say today to say tomorrow, whatever thing right now, hata kesho nikiulizwa I will state the same way I've said. Si mtu mwenye anasema kitu saizi then kesho anageuza. Wewe sasa nimekuuliza vizuri sahii ukapatiwa wheelbarrow na unaendanga kazi, itakubeba hadi kazini. But kama ni pikipiki hiyo inaweza kubeba uende nayo kazini, but wheelbarrow utaifanyia nini? Utatafuta mtu mwingine ya kubeba your neighbor. So what is that? Is that empowering people ama unawarudisha nyuma, my friend?
Okay, thank you Chiko.
Utatumia tinga bana, utatumia tinga kubeba wheelbarrow, utaweka juu ya tinga alafu unaenda.
Sawa. Na tunaongeza DAP on top of the wheelbarrow tukipeleka shambani. Fred, karibu.
Leo ni kumoto kabisa. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
Good morning from Nairobi.
Okay. Mi sasa kile kitu wacha nianze before ni make my submission. Wacha niseme family of Mdembei is growing up very fast. Now tumeona sahi tunaweza checkmate wa Ruguru in Laikipia. Tunaweza mcheckmate tukiamua kama wana Mtembei TV. Nimeona. Alafu tunaweza checkmate wa Mbilianga. Sikira kuloma umwana wa Sikoko Sirundu. So tikio mwana wa Luswetu yoyo Sindu nisi alimo Sindu mutikie. Abone. So I can see the position of Matamu Mbilianga is at threat. And I can see also the position of Waruguru is at threat. So we are ready to make you strongest women ever, because this platform is the platform where people air their views. And na usifikirie tunapotoa maoni hapa hivi ama tunapochangia mijadala hapa hivi, mimi nashangaa sana kwa sababu kuna vitu kadhaa ambazo nimekuwa nikiangalia nikifuatilia yale maombo watu wao wanaongea hapa. After 2 days, 3 days unakuja unaikuta imewekwa kama headline, which means the whole country, the entire country, the prominent people, waandishi wa habari, there are so many people who follows this conversation, this debate every day. And then mtu anaongea kitu cha manufaa, kitu ambacho kina make sense, alafu unakuta imewekwa article mahali fulani, and to the end of the day people take it and run with it. Kile ninajaribu kusema ni kwamba if something, kama mtu akona mawazo ya kujenga taifa na akona uwezo na capability, na nilisema hapa nikasema ya kwamba leadership huwezi ukatoka from nowhere. Leaders are being mentored, leaders are being created, and principles of being a leader, you have to be wise like an eagle. You have to focus. You have to have a purpose. You have to see far. You have to see tomorrow. You have to see future. You cannot see today and you call yourself a leader. No. Kwa sababu, at the end of the day, whatever determines, makes a good leader is the future. Because whenever you see a champion, anywhere you see a champion, once he was a beginner, regardless with the position where he started, but whenever you see a champion, once he was a beginner. But he focused on the purpose. He focused on what he believed in. That's why he became a champion. So, Maito tikagwire wekwa muno na tuwe thutha waku. Ukisema saa hii unataka kuruka huko, tutakupika cheki na tuone watu wengine wanalambishwa sakavu. Lusweti nolomo wali kuche na kucha kula pasa kuche bweni kuhakikisha Wambilianga lingo asubuhi na mapema. Okay, back to kurudi kwa mjadala. coalition. Saa hii mali tumefika, usidanganywe. Don't be cheated. Don't be cheated. Once we tested 2002 with coalition of Kibaki. That was the beginning, that was the genesis, and there is no way the country will go back in a single party. If you want to go to a single party, go it with at your own risk, because at the end of the day, you will get nothing, absolutely nothing. As the same way, you can see from our region, those people who says that they cannot work with passion, walisema they cannot go in Azimio because the name of Raila is appearing there. Right now, as we are speaking, walikuwa na wabunge wangapi kwa parliament? 3/4 wote wametoka kama Jubilee. Wote wamewaacha, wote. Wale walikuwa Ford Kenya wote wameruka kwa Mbolea. Wale walikuwa ANC wote wameruka ODM. So these people, sahi kama kuna kitu wanaenda kunegotiate somewhere, wanaenda kunegotiate kwa sababu ya tumbo zao wenyewe na kwa manufaa yao wenyewe. Lakini hawatakwambia ya kwamba wanakuja wako na kitu cha kuweka kwa meza, waseme ati wanakuja kuchallenge, I have this, so I need you to consider me because I have this, I have come with this numbers, I have come with this thing, they have nothing to table. So coalition is the forces to reckon with. And at the end of the day, if you make a decision to go on that trend of single parties, my friend, forget about the leadership of Kenya, because we will not go back there. Kwa sababu tuliona ile chama ilifanya, ile single party ilipofanya. And then hii kitu kulingana na hii mjadala hii political amendment bill, we don't do things because it's right. In Kenya, we do things by book. We don't do things because it's right. So that's why you can see this bill in the parliament, they are fighting day and night to make sure that it pass and then it being ascended to become a law, so that any coalition, it will be formed on the basis of the law. Because ukiuliza mtu wewe umetokea wapi, atakwambia kulingana na sheria hii na hii na hii ndio maana nimefika mali nimefika. But as things stands today, hata tufanye nini, hizi coalitions hazitakuwa ziko na manufaa yoyote, kwa sababu mtu anaweza ingia vile anataka, anaweza chomoka vile anataka, mtu anaweza fanya vile anavyotaka na mwingine afanye vile anavyotaka. Lakini kukiwa na sheria ambayo ina govern, if we have the law that governs, binds these people together, watu watajiheshimu na watu watatengeneza siasa. Itakuwa ni ya muhimu sana, kwa sababu watu watakuwa wanajua ya kwamba niko na kitu changu hapa because of this and this, because I'm covered by the law. So unakuta kwamba hii, whether they like it or not, is going to pass, because we are expecting Azimio to go to the ballot. Hatutaki kupeleka ODM kwa ballot, no. Tunataka kupeleka presidential candidate wa Azimio, which means hii bill, the way it is, the way it has been drafted, inamaanisha we'll have tukiwa na presidential candidate wa Azimio, inamaanisha you can choose a running mate from a different party. But the way things stands today, you cannot choose a running mate from a different party. It means kama wewe ni wa ODM, you have to look you have to choose your running mate from ODM, the ruling party. But now we want to remove that clause na tufanye ya kwamba a coalition, regardless with the different parties, but the presidential candidate can come from a different party and a running mate coming from a different party. Hiyo itasaidia watu wasikuwe na hii kasumba ya kwamba umechakuliwa na mtu alafu unaanza kumkula kichini chini. Yale tumeona na hii regime ya Jubilee. kitu ambacho kimefanya inji imekuwa crippled. Inji mtu rais anasema twende hivi because where you have, na nilisema hapo mwanzo na nikasema ya kwamba ukiangalia kwa structure ya Jubilee there was nothing. Kile DP Ruto na President Uhuru Kenyatta walikuwa wanashare ideologically. They had nothing. It's the situation, the circumstance that bring these people together. So wakati hiyo shida iliondoka, kila mtu akaona hata mimi naweza. Huyu anaona mimi naweza. Huyu anaona mimi naweza. That's why hiyo ndio ili create the division ile tunaona saa hii. Sababu TB Ruto alipoona Wycliffe, please can you mute so that we can at least we can understand one another. Okay, thank you. Tunajua ya kwamba kutoka from that point of view, because they didn't have any ideological thing that he can bind them together, ndio unakuta ya kwamba rais aliposema ya kwamba it is not the time of politics, let us go back, let us serve the Kenyans who elected us in this office. Deputy akasema hapana, mimi naangalia 2022 na hakuna mtu atanitoa pale na hakuna mtu atabadilisha mawazo yangu. Bas, he started to run astray. Na vile ambavyo najua ya kwamba wale watu wanasema baba ya kwamba baba sijui nini, baba saa hii ako umri ya Caleb. Now let me finish with the Bible. Ako umri wa Caleb. Akasema ya kwamba the time I was 80 years, ndio wakati aliuliza Joshua, Joshua, show me more mountains. I feel energetic as when I was 40 years. So show me more mountains, I want to climb it. And to overcome the battle, to win so many battles. So Baba is yeye ako kama the Ark of Covenant. Whenever the Ark of Covenant was being stolen, the tension was on the side of Israelites children. So Baba kwa sahi, he's like an Ark of Covenant. Mahali ako, hapo ndipo ushindi upo. Mahali ako, hapo ndipo amani ipo. Mahali ako, hapo ndipo mambo mazuri yapo. Na mahali hayupo, hapo utakuta divisive stories, utakuta challenges zinazoeleweki. So baba yetu mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, he is growing old but without aging. That is the Bible. Growing old without aging. Musa alikufa na miaka 120, lakini Biblia yangu inaniambia macho yake yalikuwa sharp kama ya mtoto mwenye amesaliwa jana. Hisia zake za mwili zilikuwa ziko intact. Hakuna kitu kilikuwa, hakupunguka na chochote at that age. So he grow old but without aging. So that is the forces to reckon with. Whosoever want to clinch or to ascend to the leadership of this nation, we have Moses, we have Caleb. So those two factors are the forces to reckon with. Waja nimalizie hapo.
Thank you.
Mimi nataka Biblia ya huyu jamaa.
Oh,
point of order, Bernard.
What is it, Patriot?
I thought it will not be nice if we don't really put everything in context before we forget. Because why am I saying this this time and moment? Our friend Buzz was supposed to be given a serious rebuttal for him to understand. One, there's a practical one, because I am sure he will have doubted whether Shiko comes from the mountain, but because of the way she looks, he is in agreement that the mountain has changed. But however, I wanted to add something for him to be sure that what we told him last year, that by the time we are doing February, statistics will actually prove us right. that the new trajectory will be a different story in as far as Mount Kenya is concerned. So what I'm trying to say is this: there's an analogy I wanted to give in very quickly, as I allow others, just to bring the point home. In as far as the parties and collusions are concerned, pre-election collusion arrangements is actually the way to go. And why, Bernard? I wanted to let Baz know, I'm sure he's watching, he can watch this later sometime, but for the sake of our brothers who think in the school of thought that our brother belongs to, I think it's good that I make this clear. That marriage, what he was trying to allude to is that Baz was giving me the impression that marriage can only be marriage when God blesses you with children. Like you can only be given a marriage certificate baada ya wewe kuzaa watoto. You know, I'm paraphrasing what he was saying in as far as parties are concerned, because it's simply to say collusion parties that are formed before elections don't add up. They have no meaning because it is based on nothing. So is he saying, in other words, that marriages should be marriages after people have given birth? Like you get together, live together, that is not treated as marriage until when tunaona Wafula, tunaona Anyango, and maybe probably like my daughter, Princess Alice, then now that it's when we call it marriage. No, marriage is marriage from the time you people decide to live together, come in public and say, I take you as my wife, you take me as the husband. That is the best of the marriage, irregardless of whether God is going to bless you with children or not. So a pre-election collusion, in my view, is the most sincere arrangement, because you say you're doing this with hope that for sure, if we get it, this is the way to go. That is why we have Vision 2030. Otherwise, we would say, let's wait to reach 2030 before we plan on anything. So we are on Vision 2030, many years to come. That projection, it is something that is anchored in our economic arrangement today. It is something that we must plan early enough. So any governance, in my view, that we want to aspire for, in as far as the elections are concerned, it is good that those arrangements are done before, so that you have the checks and balances, you have proper mitigations on how to handle any conflicts that relate to that. Lastly, Bernard, just the way Themba said, we have many countries who are actually in pre-election collusion agreements. One of them is Italy. The other one we have Italy, we have France, we have Poland, just to mention a few, and the list is long. They have been able to do it so well that it has kept the countries intact. Because what is the essence of really having the collusion parties? You know, what is the essence? The spirit of this is to keep the togetherness and the unity that actually keeps the peace continue glowing beyond the transiting of one government to the other. That transition, that bridging is very important. Most of the time, peace is lost. But when you do this properly, then you'll find that the peace of a country lives beyond the test of time. So I stand here to say collusion arrangements that are done before an election have a better aspiration, have a better projection, because we live with hope. That's why you tell that wife, you are my wife. Good, happiness, trouble, what? That's the best. Now, you want to tell me, tungoje tuzae watoto. Then he was telling me that, this party na MCA moja, haina member of parliament. So are you telling me, in other words, that those people were married and they don't have children? That's not marriage. That's not the way to go. The best way to go is we enter into this arrangement, whether we are going to get children as MCAs or as MPs. If God will not bless us, we still call it marriage. Thank you.
Thank you, Patriot. It's simple as we bring in PK. It is simple
Bernard.
for us to appreciate.
Bernard, can I say Bernard. something kindly? Bernard,
Princess, I have seen you. We are coming to you.
naomba ujambo, lakini Naomba dakika moja tu, sababu nataka kuondoka. Naomba dakika moja tu hivi.
Okay, basi chukua hiyo dakika moja, nimekupa. Ongeza ingine juu ya hiyo.
Nashukuru Shiko na Nancy kwa kuja hapa na kuondoa majawabu mazuri. Ile imefanya watu kusikiza, mpaka imefanya Wycliffe karibu avuke ng'ambo, lakini tukizidi kumwelezea naona atavuka, atakuja apige kura upande huo mwingine. Wycliffe, na kuomba
inawezekana.
kwa shukrani na kuomba kwa moyo mkunjufu, njoo pande hii nyingine, tule matunda sote pamoja, manake matunda yapo. Njoo ule matunda kabla siku hazijaisha, ndugu yangu, na kuomba njoo. Na Shiko na Nancy, muendelee hivyo, mje hata kama ni airtime ama ni wifi mmekosa, unapiga simu tu kwa Alex, piga kwa
Wamekataa
Patriot.
kunipea namba bwana, wanaogopa.
Alex ni mzuri sana, hata wasumbua. Peaneni namba, atawapa wifi, mtakuwa vizuri.
Pe Alex peke yake, msipe mwingine, Alex peke yake.
Nimesema peaneni namba.
Msipe Patriot.
Patriot naye ana kizungu mingi. Nakwambia kizungu pereka wapi? Parliament. Nashukuru sana kwa maoni yenu. Nashukuru sana kwa maoni yenu.
Thank you.
Nancy, umwana wefwe. Endelea.
Yes, yeah.
Endelea hivyo. Kwa jambo la multiparty kwa country ambazo zinaendelea, niseme manchi ambazo zimeendelea, multiparty zipo. Tusidanganywe. Nyinyi mnaona Amerika ati ya kwamba iko tu na Republican na Democrat. Hapana, katika hiyo Democrat kuna party nyingine ndani yake. Kwa hivyo sio party mbili tu, party zinaungana, coalition za party zipo. Kwa hivyo tusije tukasema ati Kenya tuweke tu ati party moja. Multi parties zipo. Kwa leo sina mengi. Hata Shiko, mkitaka namba yangu naweza wapa. Wifi iko kwa wingi. Nancy, wifi iko kwa wingi. Peaneni namba, nitawapa. Muje mkizungumza. Nashukuru. Ni hayo tu kwa leo.
Umekuja tu kuniingilia princess, tutaonana. Sawa tu.
Bernard,
Thank you.
I would want to tell Princess, hata nimwambie wifi hatuwezi kosa. We are not used kupa handouts. So wifi tuko nayo. Sisi si watu wa handouts.
No, that was on a light
to
note.
appreciate
That
us
sorry.
just because
That was on a light
all of
note.
you.
She was joking.
Now
She was joking.
Let's do
yeah,
this.
I know she's joking, but I'm just saying, yeah. I'm just saying.
It's all,
Nataka
no.
sasa
Shiko,
kitu ingine nilikuwa nataka kusema, nimesikia Patriot akisema ati the one who doubted my origin. I'm a Kikuyu, a real Kikuyu, but we are not going to vote for the UDA, for the wheelbarrow. I've answered that. The one who doubted me, maybe angesikia maybe accent yangu, but we are from the mount. I'm from the mountain and from Nyeri. Kwanza wale wanawake wa Nyeri huko kunasikianga, najua mnasikia wangu wa Makeri. Sisi sasa ndio hatupangwingwi. We are not going to be, hata wenye umesikia kama wanahamia the UDA party, it's because they know they are not going to be re-elected again. That's why they are running, because they want to get back to their seats, but they are not going to get back there. We are not going to vote for the UDA because ati tutaletewa. It's okay, you can be popular, mnaweza sema mko popular but kwa ground hivyo sio venye mnasema. You cannot, let me tell you, you cannot buy a Kikuyu, you can only rent a Kikuyu and time will tell.
Okay, thank you,
Dona tu
thank
hapa
you.
tuna na talitali.
Order, everybody,
Bernard,
please. Order, everybody.
Bernard. Okay.
Yes. Order, everybody. Let's keep the decorum. We are here as Mtembei family, and we need to support one another. So it's not a matter of handouts it's a matter of appreciating one another. So if you can trust somebody with your contact, you're free to do that. We have our WhatsApp group for Mtembei debate, which we debate there before we even come here for live discussion. You are free to join. And for you to join, there is a private chat, not public. There's a comments, then there's private chat on your screen on the side. When you put your number on the private chat, it's not accessible by the public. It's only the people on the screen that can see the number. So if you want to exchange contacts, use that part for private chat. You put your name and wherever your number, and then whoever that is interested in your number will pick it from there. As I bring in PK, I wanted to say this on what Patriot said. What is happening with the UDA is that they are fault finding, okay? When you are looking for fault, you will always find it. And right now they are in denial, and so they are looking for anything that they will want to use to discredit what they know cannot be discredited. So when they say that it's an act of parliament, it's an amendment, it is a constitutional change, it is this and this, it's just playing around with words for what they know is inevitable. Okay, inevitable that you can't stop it. You may never be able to change it because it is too late and time has run out, and so they just need to accept. He who fights and runs lives to fight another day is a reality of life. So you don't have to force everything and beat your cup into a knife and turn it back into a pot and convert it into a spoon. Relax, things will fall in place. PK, please come in.
Asante sana. Before I make my contributions, I would like to say hi to 2 or 3 people here on the screen. First of all, I would like to say hi to my namesake, Stone PK, who maybe I would like to meet one day because, strangely enough, we share the same initials, and Stone is the meaning of my name in my native language. So it is very interesting. So maybe we need to get to know each other. Maybe we have a connection. Maybe we are brothers from another mother. And Patriots, I see you there. I say hi to you. We had a phone call yesterday. Now you can put the picture to the call. And lastly, I would like to say I'm really, really touched by contributions from our sister Shiko. I would say she represents the future of the kind of people we need and we aspire to see in our country. People who are independent-minded, people who are informed, and people who know where they're going. Because I think, as the Bible says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. With the kind of knowledge Shiko has, I'm sure she can impart a lot of people and she can lead a lot of people in the right direction. No matter where she stands, whether she stands with UDA or Azimio, but she has the right mindset. I wish our sisters and other people in her category would have the kind of mindset that she has.
on our contribution for today, I cannot claim to be a student of political science, so I will not go into the nitty-gritty of what is coalition and the details about pre and post coalition. But I think I like history, and my dad drilled into me something that he used to call watch and learn. And from what I have watched and what I have learned over the years, looking at our political landscape, I just fell in love with Baba. And tracing his history in connection to what we are discussing today, I would trace how he came from Ford. He must have seen something in Ford, a party that was led by his father. And when he saw there was something that was not right, he left, which is very rare today from the kind of parties that we see. Someone leaving a party that is strong enough and actually led by your own dad. But he took off because he wanted to be free, and he had an ideology that he wanted to sell to Kenyans. And he formed NDP. Interestingly, if I am not wrong, post-independent Kenya, I think the first merger was between NDP and KANU. So NDP kind of went into an agreement with KANU. So what happened in that merger, I must say that Baba learned something from merging with KANU. And that is why whatever made him to move out of that merger, and when he formed ODM, he did not want to merge with anybody else. I think he must have been the one or the brainchild behind coalition, because he had learned something from being swallowed by KANU. And he knew mergers are not good, because NDP was swallowed by KANU, things happened there, and they formed NAC. When they formed NAC as a coalition, they had an MOU. We all know what happened to the MOU. And from the experience of the MOU, carrying that experience is what he brought to the table when they formed the government of national unity. He realized MOUs are not good. MOUs, you can be played when people form government. That is why in the government of national unity, we had a different coalition. We had a different setup. But then when we come to the NASA government, which they hoped to form when after winning the election, we all know that they did not win the election, and we are told there was some agreements somewhere which are not in public domain, maybe, but there was squabbles about money, and that kind of rubbed some coalition partners on the wrong side. And based with the information that is in public domain and what happened in NASA, I think, I am not sure, but I think that is what part of the issues that made him come up with BBI. And because BBI did not go through, it is the same ideology that he has in forming a coalition that may be Azimio. So in Azimio, with the experience from his interaction with NASA and Government of National Unity and the Rainbow Coalition, I am sure Azimio will have ironed out most of those problems that were there, that were experienced during his journey from NDP up to now. And I want to believe that we are still progressing, we are still growing as a nation. And we cannot just keep on copying other countries. We have our own different problems, which cannot be sorted out by copy pasting what is in other countries. Because of the journey we have walked, I believe Azimio will be able to sit down and craft a good coalition agreement that will be able to move the country forward. We cannot afford to go back to one-party state because of the experiences we've seen with the one-party state. And for that reason, I think I'm fully behind Baba and his coalition. Anybody else who is not interested in forming a coalition but wants to ramp everybody into one state or one party is not an idea that I would want to buy. And history has taught us that one party is not good for our country, and I would not advocate for it. Thank you. I think those are my presentations for today. Asante.
Okay, thank you, PK. We appreciate your contribution. Before we go to the second line of submission, there was Charles Akuk. Was it Charles Akuk? He was asking on how he can contribute on supporting Mtembei TV. If you are on YouTube, the details on how to support Mtembei TV is there. There is a pay bill number where you can, via M-Pesa, send in your contribution to support the TV. Or there is another aspect where you buy the sticker from Google, and they will be highlighting your posts or your comments with the banner. That is also another way of supporting Mtembei TV. On the other hand, is you subscribe and help other people to subscribe. That is also part and parcel of helping Mtembei TV. Thank you very much for your interest in supporting this work. Let's all pull together and make a difference. We will be here before and after the elections and many, many years after that. So let's keep the conversation going. Kwa hivyo turudi kwa nani? Kwa Stony PK. Tutoke kwa PK, tuende kwa PK, alafu turudi hapa chini tukimngoja Themba aje hapa.
Thank you, Bernard, and panelists, and then my namesake PK. Thank you for the compliments. I've dropped my number there. We could exchange niceties, talk, and chat on the side. My maiden comment, my other comment is I'm so impressed by the ladies in the house today, just like everybody else. And for sure, it shows, yeah, the forum is really growing. And I believe this also could be very, very important asset, which we could use to kind of support Azimio movement. I mean, Azimio movement, I think we need to carry it, all of us. You know, we should own it. And one way of owning it is by actually preaching it to all the people, fellow citizens of our country. This is a very goodwill kind of movement, and I think the best we could do to Baba is to recruit as many as possible, try to explain some of these topics, you know, and also trying to deconstruct what is being portrayed by the other side, you know, above board. Because today I was listening to an interview, a discussion on Citizen, where one of the very senior lawyer, the president of Law Society of Kenya, discussing with our Senator Kajwang. And honestly, I was taken aback. And I would quote Kajwang and ask, what is it that people are getting once they cross that other side? Even the best brains, once they put on those yellow shirts, ile maneno inatoka kwa midomo yao, wallahi ni mambo huwezi kuamini, you know. For those of you wale hawakusikiza hiyo, I would call you to go and, you know, recheck it, ndio mtashangaa. So I want us to be the other way around. I want us to have reason. I want us to be modest. We call it as it is, you know. Kama ene mtu yeyote ule ako upande wetu ameteleza, we are able to, you know, even share through this forum, you know, email, WhatsApp, and say, for example, hiyo maneno si mzuri. Because not all of us can be on those platforms trying to articulate issues, but we can actually influence through such forums and being very active in the participation. The other last point I would want to make is among Mutembei, those who can volunteer even when we are here in Kenya, I think it's not bad to attend to some of those rallies and meetings. Like now there is the big one coming in Thika, and I think that will be the mother of all. And one thing I've said here on this platform is that this mzee called Baba, I think is beyond an enigma now. You know, that thing, I was talking to some insiders, it's going to be a huge tsunami. And how the architect has been done, how they have come up with Thika. Yeah, I think Fred... Yeah, it's Fred who has said something like that. So, I mean, and that now, it will be earth-shaking. It will be earth-shaking. That is when now the mountain will start facing towards, you know, we call it Mlima Kenya. You know, the book that was written by the Mzee, the first president of this country, facing Mount Kenya. That is when everybody else, I would also support Shiko. I think it's Shiko who says she comes from Nyeri. She knows what it means. Right now, if you go to any of these social media, the musicians, just as I had predicted, I think last year, that songs will be composed. Now songs have been composed and they will be released come Saturday. Ile mambo itatoka hapo, ndugu zangu, wale watakuwa huku. We should all go there. It will be Kasarani times, many times. So I'm trying to suggest that any of us who are here, I think that gentleman was telling me, you are free to suggest, you know, to the team that Baba has put in place. It's a high-tech team. It's a team of thinkers, and they will start a phase of deconstructing all those negativities that have been portrayed about Baba, because it is now or never. This country, this is the time it has to be salvaged, because kama si sasa, you guys, you can count that we'll have no country. If it's not this arc that Fred has said, then I'm afraid itakuwa mambo ingine. And that's why you see the other side is now talking in tongues. Ni imekuwa house, inaitangwa nini, Tower of Babel. Nobody is consistent, they are incoherent. You know, unatukana hivi, ukiulizwa after 1 minute you are saying you didn't say it. You know, professors have become watu wa standard 1, Kiingereza imepotea, meanings have been changed, madoadoa wanasema it doesn't mean that, you know. So actually for us as Mio, we just supposed to remain calm, because we are the ones now to absorb that shock and moderate. We are not supposed to react, but just to keep on moderating as we move on towards the journey. The tsunami is here. I take Baba's words. Alisema ile itakuja ni tsunami. And it is true. The impact and effect is being felt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stone PK. We appreciate. Let's continue with the conversation. Eric Robert, how are you today?
I'm very fine.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was to join very early, but I had a lot of work to do. So I was trying to wrap up the job, the work. So now I'm here in the morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah,
From
I
Nairobi.
was following. Yeah, from Nairobi. I was following at a distance, but I've heard that the conversation was much nice, and I can see the positivity in it. So about the political coalition, either single party or either coalition, I think this is the time that, not even I think, this is the time that we Kenyan, we should go for a coalition. Coalition, they make things, they make peace, and with coalition, everything is very fine. For a single party, I think those are gone days. In 2000, the year 2002, I think we're supposed to forget about time KANU ilitoka, tukaweza sasa kuwa tunafanya vitu vile tunataka pia. And on point of adding the point is they are one single party. I think it's a business also, because I had someone said about nomination, 50 people want to be MCA and they are going to pay some amount. So na mtu mmoja tu anatakikana. So what do you mean? So the rest is profit. 10 governors want to have that thing from the same county. They pay subscription and one will be nominated. So therefore it's a profit. So how do you think this fella will support the coalition? I don't think so. That's why they're arguing with everything, with all body organs they have. They're going to argue, but I think this is not going anywhere, because as for us from the mountain, we know how things work, and we know the better place, we are safe, and I'm sure this about the amendment bill, itapita tu, kimbia kotini, bado itapita tu. So because this is for all, hii si ya mtu mmoja. Unajua, there are some people who are looking at for their own interest. Whoever who is championing for one party, only one, huyo mtu ni adui wa mani, na yeye ile na ni adui wa maendeleo. Ile kitu anataka, like me in future, maybe I might need to have my own party when time comes. So it means sina space, I cannot, because if a single party, one party, these small parties, they are saying they are not national and they are national, you can never be registered. If your party is not national, it can never be registered. So one party thing, that's a business, and whoever is getting in there. Remember the other day, we had an accident here who is Deto, and I remember Deto very well. Deto, if you are running for an MP, do this party, run away. This is then run away before things get worse, because you'll be among the profit. That's the only reason. You're there for money. When the nomination is over, you start running independent, blah, 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 blah. Then at long last, we be planted the leaders who doesn't know anything about law, hawajui sheria, ndio tunapatiwa waende kwa bunge, hakuna kitu watawafanya huko. They know nothing, they know nothing about the law, constitution, they know nothing. Juu tulisukumiwa. I think we can see where we are with this issue of 6 Ps. Remember in 13, we were told 6 Ps. Kutoka juu mpaka chini. People didn't know they are getting themselves in a trouble. Big trouble. Because people elected, people even know nothing, absolutely nothing. And that's why in 2017, the high number of them, they didn't go back. So the one party issue, I think that I may call that one tribal now. One party issue that are tribal now. Because that's a briefcase party. Mtu ataifunga, atembee nayo. Then, by any chance, let me say, would I get the presidency with that one party? Do you wezi sema ngwe? Ukisema kwa hiyo party unaolewa, utaenda nini? Utafili uliingi. If you decide we are going this way and you try, unatolewa na huwezi jitetea, unatoka hivyo. So at long last, chama ikiisha, the profit itaremain tu kwa deputy president na rutinani wake watatu wanne, then we started going everywhere. So let us not go for a profiting institution. Let us do go for artists. Watu tupea service, wakiingia kwa serikali, they mind everybody. If you go to a profit-making institution, definitely they will go anywhere. And count on me, if they reject outward by March, by April, UDA will be off. Haitakuwa inasikika, itakuwa ishaanza kuisha, because they are going to fight over nomination. They will be having a lot of fight over nomination, because it will be how much do you have for you to get a ticket? How much do you have to get? Because it's a profit-making institution. So for the coalition, I support. With my body parts and organ, I support for that one. So I'm so happy. I've seen, I think today, I'm sure the conversation is good. Nimechelewa, but at least catch up a little bit of it. So that's my contribution. And I'm so happy to see you guys, you are healthy and kicking. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Kasuti ukonanga shina handi.
Mbere mama nduo.
What is that?
Huyo ndio mama tuo. Okay, Eric, thank you for your contribution. Let's move forward, please. Keep your mics mute until it's your turn to speak. And it's our duty to ensure that we keep talking. There is another aspect of supporting Mtembei TV, and that is you become a member. You become a member, and all those details are on YouTube. Those of you following us on the YouTube channel, as you go directly to the starting point, you will get all those details. You join as a member, or you just send your contribution via the M-Pesa number, the till number that is available. And then the other aspect is we are giving out shows for those aspirants who who are aspiring to vie for different seats in 2022. If they want to have an interview on this channel, they should get in touch with me and we arrange a show for them either on weekend or weekday. Then they wauze sera zao kwa Kenya. So that also will help out into ensuring that Mtembei TV stays on air. Other one, you remember last week we were running an advert for people to buy land. So if you are selling land or you're selling whatever and you want to advertise here, you also talk to us. Tutapanga hiyo mpango alafu tutaambia wateja kwamba uko na kitu unauza. Thank you. Naomba tuende sasa kwa nani huyu? Tunarudi kwa Alex kwanza. Yes?
Bernard, just a second, Bernard. I want to do this on a light note.
Yes.
Nataka kuonya marafiki zangu hapa juu ya Fred Kasuti. Fred namba yake kule huko Middle East. Natakana waambie watu kwamba WhatsApp haifanyi kazi bwana. Unajua, you need to tell people that where you are, WhatsApp does not work. Yenye hanovole bandu ngaliwasi. People are looking for you through WhatsApp. Haupatikani. Kwa hivyo msijaribu kutafuta mtu kwa WhatsApp. Huko hakuna WhatsApp Dubai, Middle East haifanyi. So atuambie tunampataje bwana. Acha mambo yako hiyo.
Sasa wewe Patrick wewe.
Bernard intervene hapo. Intervene. Nitetee.
Mbona mimi napatanga yeye kwa WhatsApp? Wewe WhatsApp yako ndio ifanye. Patriot. Mimi nikitafuta yeye kwa WhatsApp napata yeye. Sasa wewe angalia kama uko na deni ya Dubai.
Sasa Bernard.
Iko mtu amekula block.
Bernard. I think umeingia box, nimekutega na umeingia box. You guys, you blocked my number. That is the reason. Sasa umenijibu.
No. So you will find out how to open up each other's numbers, mpatane, ndio mkubaliane hii maneno. Mnajua nyi wote ni watu wa mbolea, so lazima mbolea ifike kwa shamba, machungwa ikuwe ya nguvu, ndio tukikula magonjwa yote inatoroka. So it's that important. Naomba tuende kwa Alex, alafu tusonge mbele. Karibu Alex.
Naweza nikakuuliza swali Bernard before we go to Alex?
Yes, PK.
Ni swali kuhusu Men in Black. Nilisikia ukijadili hapa siku ingine. Nakuuliza kwa sababu najua wewe ni mchungaji. Huko Israel kitambo kulikuwa na kuu ya Daudi, alikuwa overthrown na watoto wake, alafu akaenda mafichoni. Ni story nimesikia tu, nimesoma kwa mbali. Alipoenda mafichoni, kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Job, akakuja akamwambia, mzee, kuja urudi uchukue hii kitu yako. Lakini baba akamwambia, naweza nikachukua, lakini tukirudi huyo kijana yangu spare him. Lakini tunaweza tukasema huyo Job alikuwa na Men in Black, kama hii issue ya Raila na Men in Black.
Biblically, if I will give it a straight answer, is that that Joab was an accomplice for David. Alimsaidia kwa mambo mengi sana, na katika Biblia tunasema those who sin with you will one day sin against you. Okay, when David needed the husband of Bathsheba to be eliminated, who did he write a letter to? To Joab. He read the letter and organized for the elimination of the faithful soldier.
Alex,
okay. Then now, when it was the turn for David to save Absalom, he tells him, please spare the boy. He could not do that. So he went against. He said, if you eliminated Uriah, who was innocent, you're the one that went, and then now this boy has messed us up, came to the bedroom, messed up the bedroom. Then you want us to spare him? It's like you don't value our lives that we put on the line defending this country. He went and eliminated the boy and came and ordered David not even to cry, because if he tries it, he is not honoring the value that the soldiers are contributing to safeguard the country.
But so, what I'm saying,
yes,
the arm bearers of Job are the ones that finished the job, right?
No, they were following the instructions of the king. It's Joab who came and drove a spear into the boy when the boy was arrested by the branches of the tree.
Yeah.
Yes. So the armor bearers were following the king's instruction, but the captain is the one who said, this boy has given us trouble, let him end it here.
So in that point, the yes. Men in black, did Baba know anything, or he was just surprised? Just like David was surprised.
I can answer that, Bernard.
Bernard, you're putting me in a very hard place.
Bernard, let me answer that for you, please. Let me answer that.
No, Patriot.
No, I can do it within a second. You don't.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Let's not go there. It's enough.
It's all right. It's a past story.
Hold on, Patriot.
Okay.
That way. That one we'll discuss on the private section. It's enough for the. It's not good for the public. Thank you, Alex, come in.
Thank you again. Today's conversation has been very robust, more especially because of the gender balance and sitting down and listening to the views of our ladies makes me know that the future of our country is in safe hands, far and foremost because the BBI, which I loved most, had something called the zebra approach. Zebra approach is a radical reforms instead of this thing of called equality through legislation or what. It's kind of a forced thing whereby if a deputy is a woman and then the real person is a man, and it kind of it's a rotational thing for 2-3 years, and then in less than 3 years there is uniformity whereby in the media, in the corporate world, in the legislature, in the judiciary, you find there is total balance. And I think listening to our ladies here today, there was pin drop silence. Even though they took a long time to speak, it sounded like they took only 2 minutes. Why? Because their views matter. Hii jamaa ameuliza vizuri sana PK. Hiyo verse unatakana usome ni 2 Samuel 3:39. David anasema, and even though I am the anointed king, the 2 sons of Zuriah, Joab and Abishai, are too strong and too powerful for me to control. May the Lord repay for these evil men for their evil deed. You can see how desperate he was. And this is what I have always said. When you go as a leader and start being conniving, thinking that you are adding power, you are actually taking power from yourself. What is going on in Jubilee today? It's not like Ruto was given power. The president gave power to Ruto. There are things they did. And today, Ruto is too powerful because they know they were accomplices in a few things. They did things together that they cannot tell us. So as a leader, when you take your powers and do things with somebody, you have really taken those powers from you. When time is ripe that you're supposed to take the powers back, David couldn't take the powers back. And thanks for bringing that example. And another thing I wanted to say, there is this guy called Wycliffe. Man, I like this guy. You know, I have taken an intellectual project studying some of the calm leaders from the Kalenjin community. And one in particular, Farouk Kibet. Man, this guy is powerful. And I've been in a close proximity to Farouk. And even in this meeting that was in Bomet, if you realize, for the first time, Farouk usually watches things from far. But because he wanted to control so that people don't come out and start saying whatever they want, Farouk was back there. He never speaks in political meetings, but the guy is swift. My friend Wycliffe, if I was in your area, you palette in politics in a very good way. You know the ground, but you know the reality. You know how to play politics. You know your ground is UDA. But at the same time, you realize that for the country to move forward, so you know how to speak to us, but also you know how to speak to your ground at the same time. That's a political geniusness. And when you come here and speak to us, we listen to you, not because you are conniving, because you have the ability to listen to what this group is agitating. And you realize hawa ni watu wa Azimio. So you balance us. But at the same time, you're not balancing us without points. You know, let me be honest with you. If somebody like Onyonka and you are running in Kisii on a UDA and Azimio, I might vote for you. If this is how you handle your things. And this is politics, my friend. And that's why somebody like Osoro is going to win his seat. Osoro is going to win his seat because he knows how to speak to his people, even though he's on the other aisle. So if our people who are in Azimio are going to be arrogant,
and they don't know how to speak to people. You see, there was a time Kabogo even told his people, "Si nilinunua kura kutoka kwenu." And that was in the print media, and it was in the video media. But this man called Wycliffe, let me applaud you. If the politics of UDA was to go the way you speak, pole, agitating for your people, even when things don't make sense, you are calm, you are composed, you listen, you don't interfere, you don't interject. Even when matters, I think they are going to rise, you are stable. You are going to convince a lot of us here in Mutembei that there is value in listening. And I think we have listened to you. And I think that is the missing spice in your people. They don't want to listen. They take it a notch higher. So Wycliffe, I'm taking this time to congratulate you and telling you that this is how we speak to each other. I like how you speak. If you are to be a politician, and I urge you to be one, we enda Nairobi, sio Halwale, we enda Nairobi, we utapata kura bwana. Asante sana.
Well, Alex, after you refuted my prophecy, you now use it. I will charge you for it.
No, sio Halwale. Tunataka tupeleke mtu anaweza win.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Princess. Niko Princess ama tunarudi kwa Nancy. Nancy bado upo?
Yeah, nipo.
Nipo.
Mi nataka tu tuombe amani, sababu saa hii UDA team, they are just waiting for a single mistake from the Azimio team ndio wapate chance ya kuanza kukampeni. Saa hii sasa, unajua has been a tough week for them, so wanajaribu tu waone kitu yani kidogo. Sasa mi naomba tu on Saturday Azimio team wasituangushe, wasimame waongee venye watatufanyia, wasiongee mambo mengine yenye yanaleta shida, au wengine wapate tena chance ya kutuingilia. Already tusha win, tumeokota votes kutoka huko, kutoka tu ile Eldoret yenye ili happen, kuko na kura tusha win. Sasa wasisababishe tena turudi huko. Hiyo tu ndio yangu. La muhimu, amani ndio kitu ya muhimu kabisa.
Thank you, Nancy. Sarah, I mean Princess Ziara. Am I pronouncing your name? I can't see your name completely. I mean, naona nusu. Ziana.
She's called Ziana. Ziana. Pronounce it well. Ziana. Princess Ziana. Yeah.
Princess, karibu. Anafikiria tuanze kufungasha.
Patriot, please, wacha kizungu mingi. Hiyo jina ni ya Kiswahili. Ni ya kisiwa hili, sio Zayana nini, Ziana. Ni Kiswahili sanifu. Mimi nimeshukuru sana kwa nyinyi nyote. Nashukuru kila wakati kuwasikiza step by step. Mimi nimezaliwa katika politician family anyway. I think Patriot know my uncle ni politician. So, mimi nimezaliwa katika politician family. Anyway, hiyo ninashukuru kwa vile mambo zote ambazo zinaendelea hapa. Kasuti, mimi sio Omunyolo. Sikiza hiyo na uchukue vizuri sana. Haya. Kwa hivyo mimi ninashukuru kwa hii maoni yote ambayo yanaendelea, lakini ningali bado naomba Wycliffe, njoo na kuvutia. njoo, naomba hiyo kura yako moja tu uje nayo, tule matunda. Sitaki kukuacha nyuma. Tunaenda Kanani. Kanani imebeba watu wote, tuende sote. Sitaki kuacha jangwani. Mimi nakuomba ndugu yangu, usibaki jangwani, tuende. Ninakuomba tuende tukale matunda. Kwa coalition hii vyama, tafadhali Kenya yetu iwe na vyama vingi, ndipo tuone watu wakiingia kwenye vyama. Ukiwa na, wacha niseme, Waluya wanaoa wanawake wengi. Hiyo ni mfano napeana. Wanaoa wanawake wengi. Kwa nini wanaoa wanawake wengi? Na kila mtoto anaingia pale. Utapata, unaona pale hata Mudavadi, babake alipooa wanawake wawili, wote walikuwa ni mama. Kwa hivyo chama zikiwa mingi, unapata yule mama anapika uji, mwingine amepika sukuma, mwingine amepika ingoho, yani kuku. Sasa wakipika hapo, unaenda kukula. Kama mamako leo hakupika nyama, unaenda kukula kwa mama mwingine. Kwa hivyo vyama, ninaomba vikiwa mingi, tutakuwa na mahali pa kuingia. Na Wakenya, naomba tu umoja, undugu na upendo. Upendo ndio kitu ya maana. Mimi siwezi piga PK huko kwa kina PK, niko na watu. Tukienda kwa kina Wycliffe ambaye namuomba kura, njoo, niko na watu. Tukienda kwa kina Patriot, kuna watu huko. Kwa hivyo naomba tu amani, umoja na undugu. Upendo ni kitu cha maana. Ni hiyo tu nawaacha nayo. Naona mandugu zangu, dadangu ameenda, mandugu zangu, kuna wengine hata ni vijana wangu hapa. Ule ako chini ya miaka 21, huyo ni kijana wangu. Msinione tu hivi. Mimi ni mama. Nashukuru. Back to you, Bernard.
Asante Princess, thank you so much. Tuendelee katika conversation na
princess. She's supposed to be called anointed queen.
Ngoja Wycliffe ajibu mwito. Wewe ukiitwa ne ulanga, bolanga ndi hano. Olangwa, olangwa, bolanga ndi hano. Let Wycliffe answer the call. Wycliffe, karibu.
Sasa nasikia unakaribishwa kabisa. Nani princess anajaribu kunikaribisha niingie Azimio. Sasa mimi niko na swali. Unajua kulingana na nilisikia ndugu yangu hapa Fred ametoa quote kutumia Bible. Waje nijibu kwanza ya Fred. Juu naona princess ametoka. Nijibu ya Fred hapo. Nyinyi okay, timu yote ya Azimio, kitu ya kwanza nataka kuomba tuseme in case, just in case because to assumption juu wanasema kulingana na track record ya baba, juu hii itakuwa mara yake ya kwanza ya 5 kusimama kama president, si ni kweli? So nilikuwa nataka nisikie kutoka kwenu, in case tuseme huyu jamaa huyu William asimame, hii ni yake mara yake ya kwanza kusimama kama president, in case ashinde kura, nyinyi kutoka huyo mrengo mwingine mtakubali matokeo? Just in case. Hiyo ni swali nauliza. Unajua ni competition tunaenda. Hiyo ni swali nauliza.
Mimi nataka kujibu Wycliffe. Let me be the first one. Sorry kwa kuwa mbele. Let me answer this one.
Yes.
Wycliffe, you are a very honest person, and we are obligated to tell you the truth. And for some of us, what we say, we mind so much and we care so much, because besides the smiles and the jokes that we do here, we must tell each other the truth. Wycliffe, on the private chat, you have asked that question. I have answered, and I want to make it public because you're still asking this. As a Kenyan, and I want to be very candid. This is me now. Well, the rest they will speak on their own. As candidly, I want to tell you this: if the deputy president, this question was asked to Raila himself, by the way. Baba answered it, and I want to make it clear so that you understand. When you are going for competition and you are meeting and facing a formidable, able, and what do I say, an opponent that you will call who is a worth opponent, like the deputy president. I mean, but with all due respect, he has his weaknesses. He has things that we wouldn't stand as a country for those who support Baba. But when it comes to the democracy that we profess as a country, if the deputy president, and I want to tell you, Wycliffe, this, if the deputy president will defeat under very unlikely event, if he defeats the 5th president, according to us, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, if he defeats him, I want to assure you, Wycliffe, Kenya will continue. We will not fight. That I will tell you. That I'll tell you. So that issue of like doubting, whatever, the point is, defeat Baba democratically, do it well, and let it be a clear win. Muchape 10 million, sisi tukue na milioni 4, tutakubali. That's my point.
Hapo nimeridhika. Sasa ndio hata sisi ndio tunasema kwa mrengo wetu ya UDA, wakati hiyo siku sasa, unajua sasa hii nini itafunguliwa, tunangoja next month ndio tunangoja sasa, ndio firivi kutoka IBC ya kwamba watu sasa waende watafute kura. Sasa hivi bado tuko ile nini ya Jubilee na bado kuna hizo nini. Sasa tunangoja firivi kutoka kwa IBC waseme watu sasa waende waombe kura, tukingoja August siku ya kufanya election. Mimi naenda siku yangu na Jumii kura yangu naenda kupigia Embakasi, naenda kuvote, nirudi nyumbani, ningoje results, ndio achie wao wahesabu. Mimi gani ngoja results tukiwa na jirani yangu. Hiyo maneno ati kusema ati tutavigana hapana, hiyo hatuko. Juu sasa unajua hao wanasiasa wanatutojanga sana. Wao ndio wanafanyanga ati tunaviga jirani yako, ambapo hiyo jirani yako anakusaidianga uinani or so tunafaa kila mtu tukubali Kenya is bigger than those two guys. There are two guys that are not wawili wanang'ang'ania hata hawatujui what the fuck around the world go. Lakini hizi ni fan wao hapa chini. Lakini tunafaa tukuwe na hiyo idea kwa mind kama wa Kenya. Kenya ni bigger kuliko kulingana na wao. Tuseme kuna mmoja wao atashinda, atakuwa president. Mwingine akubali ameshindwa. Sio siku nyingine pia hivyo ndio maisha. Nimekurudisha kwako Bernard.
Bernard, can I say something on what Wycliffe is saying?
Yes, go on.
I think Wycliffe questioner Wycliffe is in my view sinister, and it has a background. It is not just a direct question being asked to us, and you can read mischief in his questioning, and I think we need to let David know. Number one, Raila Amolo Odinga is not under obligation to accept or refuse election, and he has never done that. Number two, it is the creation of the other side, and it is a propaganda that has been repeatedly put in every podium, that we need to paint Raila Amolo Odinga as a person who has consistently been defeated and has never accepted. That is the narrative that they have propagated and they have pushed. And that is why even Wycliffe is questioning, is suggesting that Raila akishindwa atakubali. It is not in the confines of Raila Amolo Odinga to conduct elections. He's a competitor just like any other person. It is not up to him to accept or reject. It is up to the person who is conducting the elections, the IEBC. According to the Constitution, their constitutional mandate is to conduct verifiable and you know what the Constitution says. So it's up to them. It is not William Ruto who is supposed to tell Raila nikikushinda ukubali. Oh, na huyu mwingine ambie huyu nikikushinda ukubali. It is not up to them. It is up to the IEBC to conduct honest, verifiable election. Then they declare the winner. Now, if that election meets the threshold, whoever is winning will be declared the winner. Whoever has lost, if they feel the Constitution provides for a constitutional right that in case you are not satisfied with any part of the election, you are supposed to go. That's why it is not immediately announced today and tomorrow the person and appeal. There's room given. So coming here to tell us that will he accept or will the other person accept, that is a question that you know the answer. You are trying to subvert the Constitution, in my view. And we should not encourage Wycliffe to continue with that line of thinking that has been propagated in the political podiums. That tunajua wale watu wa wakubali election, yet you are exercising your constitutional right. I mean, if you are not satisfied, even William Ruto, we don't want him to accept. We want him to exhaust his constitutional rights. Akiona kwamba whoever, even the Kitui, Mukisa Kitui, even whoever, you know, if they feel that they are not satisfied with what has happened, they have a constitutional right to go to court. That is why that constitution is there. So let's not delude ourselves that if Ruto wakes up tomorrow and says that I'm going to court, it's wrong. No, it's not wrong. It's a constitution. So Wycliffe, let's run away from the idea of telling people you must accept. No, we are not telling Ruto you must accept. No. Akisikia ya kwamba kuna kitu hajatosheka, let him go to court because the court is there. Let them pick it if they want to, because the Constitution gives that opportunity.
Okay. So, naweza withdraw hiyo statement yangu basi. Okay. And then niulize swali ya mwisho. Ndio niachie wengine wachangie.
Uliza.
Nilikuwa nataka kuongeza kitu.
Subiri kwanza Sidoni utakuja. Wycliffe uliza swali.
Okay, swali nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, unaona kwa public domain kuna mostly watu wanashinda wakisema, for example now naongeza wanasema Ruto anakuanga mwizi. Nashangaa hata mimi sijadai, lakini nilikuwa najiuliza, unajua watu wakiweka hiyo nini wanasema ni mwizi. Mimi simsupport, anijui. Mimi nang'ang'ana sijui kama okay, so unipe nafasi nimuulize. So Jumapili kulingana na msupport, kulingana na vile nilimsikia alikuwa anauza kuku. So nikaona huyu jamaa kulingana kuanza kutoka kwa kuku mahali amefika, nikaanza kumsupport. Sawa, nimemaliza hapo.
Sasa Wycliffe, wacha nikujibu kwa hilo.
Wycliffe amepa. I think he has not asked what he wanted. Wycliffe, umetuenjoy hapo. Umetuenjoy Wycliffe. Ulikuwa unauliza nini? I haven't got any TV. Can repeat Bernard if you don't mind please. Hajasema kitu hapo. Ameogopa kuuliza swali. Ameogopa. Let him ask what he wanted please. He has not. Sure.
I think ameuliza.
You are infringing on people's rights. Relax. Wycliffe ameuliza swali vizuri. Watu wanasema Ruto ni mwizi na hajawahi muibia. Wanajuaje ni mwizi? Na yeye alikuwa na aliambiwa kwamba Ruto alikuwa anauza kuku. na kama aliuza kuku mpaka akakuwa deputy president, ni kitu ambacho ilimtouch sana, ndio akaona mpaka amsupport. Ama Wycliffe nimeongeza chumvi?
So what is the question, Bernard?
Alex, my answer is simple, okay? Kama vile umesema hajawahi kuibia na kujui na hajawahi kuwa kwa nyumba yako, si kweli? Hata mimi hajawahi kuwa kwa nyumba yangu, sijaionana na yeye hivi. Tunaelewana? Lakini kuna msemo inasema huko kwetu, wakasema kama alligator ni inaitwaje kwa Kiswahili? Burukenge imetoka ndani ya maji, okay? Ikasema mama crocodile ni mgonjwa, okay? Wewe ambaye huishi ndani ya maji, huwezi kusema uende kuona kama ni mgonjwa. Unaamini yule mtu ametoka kwa maji akakwambia crocodile ni nini? Ni mgonjwa. Hii story ya wizi sio sisi tulisema, ni wale watu wanafanya kazi na Ruto. Wanafanya kwa ofisi moja, wamefanya kwa chama kimoja, wamefanya campaign pamoja. Sasa kama walibiana huko ndio wakajua yeye ni mwizi, sisi hatuishi kwa maji. But they told us mama crocodile is what? Sick. We choose to believe them because since us we have never met the person, we have never worked with the person, we don't know whether he's a thief for real. But the people who have worked with him have told us that. Sijui kama nimeelewekwa.
Bernard, weka vitu ambazo ziko kwa print media. I mean, Bernard, hata wewe unataka kutoroka kutoka kwa hivi vitu. Weka kitu ya mteja.
Wewe. Mimi najua wewe ni mwinjilisti. Unataka kukata kwa juu. Wacha nikuwe mchungaji kidogo. Wycliffe, umeelewa kile kitu nimesema? Unmute kwanza ndio tusikie kile unasema.
Okay, nimekubaliana na vile unasema, lakini mimi kulingana na track record yake, kulingana huyu jamaa alichaguliwa amekuwa 25 years amekuwa kwa siasa. Since 1992 vile alikuwa anaanza kwa Eldoret, unaona akang'ang'ana, ameingia akakuwa docket ya Ministry of Agriculture, akakuwa Ministry of Education. So hiyo kulingana na mimi ndizo namsupport vile nilimuona, nilikuwa mwanafunzi wakati alikuwa Ministry of Education, kulikuwa na changes hivi. Okay, so si eti niko na nini mbaya yote ya kusema, lakini bado baba mkikuja kuniconfuse kuniambia nimchague baba, naweza kubali kupeana vote yangu, lakini nataka nijue huyu baba nimemchagua atanisaidia na nini? Mimi nitasaidika aje?
Bwana Wycliffe, mwana wewe, you're going to cause us problems. Now, Wycliffe, story yako na Ruto ni nzuri, lakini shida yako ni moja tu, haulizi maswali yanayofaa kumjua William Ruto. Wewe unafuata ile amekuambia. Yeye alitoka shule mwaka gani? Akajiunga na siasa 92. Okay? Alitoka university na akaingia kwa siasa. Inamaanisha hajawahi fanya kazi mahali popote. Kazi yake imekuwa nini? Siasa. Na aliingia kwa siasa wakati Kalonzo ako kwa siasa, wakati Musalia ako kwa siasa. Yaani hao walimtangulia. Tunaelewana? Ehe. Sasa kama wewe umepiga siasa miaka hii yote, alafu umekuwa billionaire. Alright? Na hao watu ulikuta kwa siasa hawakufikii. So either wewe ndio uko na kuku special ambazo unatumia kwa siasa, inaleta tu hii pesa bure kuliko hao watu ambao wamekutangulia. So hii ndio uchunguzi ambao tunapaswa kufanya, kwa sababu mtu akisema alikuwa anauza kuku, hakuna shida. Okay? Ni kuku ngapi utauza upate hiyo pesa unapeana kila wiki? Tunaelewana Bwana Wycliffe? So tukianza kuuliza maswali namna hii, tutaanza kujua who are we dealing with. Like the Moi family by the time 92, si Moi amekuwa kwa power kutoka 78.
Yes.
Amekuja mpaka 92 ndio akaingiza Ruto. Sawa?
Yes.
So wakati Ruto ameanza kupata in the shortest time Ruto amekuwa kwa siasa, mali yake iko karibu kushikana na ya mzee Toroitich. Sikunaona hapa kuna pesa nyingine ya miujiza.
Lakini hata niseme ya mwisho ndio at least tuwe wengine nafasi pia. Nauliza for example, unajua kwa maisha tulizaliwa wote kama mtoto ule yote kivina kimaisha. Unajua kuna tuseme kwa family zetu, for example, let's use our families, ndio tusitumie nini, sitaki tutumie nini. Kwa family zetu, kwa ile family tumetoka kila mmoja wetu, kuna ule mwenye ako na idea sana kuliko mwingine, lakini sifari ni mtoto wao nyumbani. So kuna ile calling yenye unaona hiyo mtu kweli anajua kuna ideas, na hiyo ideas yake inaweza saidia kutengeneza familia. Yaani unaona hiyo. So reason naomba kura zenu ni kuomba kura zenu tupigie Ruto. Juu unaona wanakuja na hii model ya bottom up economy. Hapo ndio nimemalizia, tuwaachie wengine na maswali.
Wycliffe, nimeavoid tu tangu anza kuongea maneno ya bottom up. Nimeavoid kukuuliza swali kuhusu bottom up. Na naomba nijizuie kabisa nisikuulize kwa sababu leo tulikuwa tunazungumzia politics of coalition and single party. Lakini kesho ama hiyo siku nyingine tutazungumzia maneno ya bottom up. Ukuje kutueleza bottom up ni nini, inafanya kazi kivipi, na kuna makosa gani na hii tuko nayo saa hii ambayo inahitaji kuwa replaced. Unaona? Kwa sababu kama tunaleta hiyo mtindo wako mnasema bottom up, inamaanisha lazima tutoe ndio tulete hiyo. Moi alitoa hiyo system ya masomo ndio akaleta 844.
Yes,
so wakati tumetoa hii, okay, tukaleta bottom up. Okay? Hii bottom up itafanya kazi namna gani? So hiyo masuala yote wacha tuzungumzie, labda kesho tunaweza kuwa na mjadala unaolenga hiyo direction. But I tried so hard not to hold you on that. Thank you. PK, Stony PK.
Thank you Bernard. Mimi nataka kusema tu briefly ndio niweze kumsaidia Wycliffe. Na maswali ya Wycliffe mimi nimeiangalia tena kwa undani sana. Ndio Bernard umejaribu kuavoid kabisa, hata Alex anataka upige mahali ile mwiba iko lakini umehepa. Sasa hii maneno iko na Wycliffe ndugu yetu ndio iko kwa UDA. Manake you know we are interacting with them all over. Mtu anakuuliza exactly what Wycliffe is asking. Hii mnaitanga Ruto mwizi, mnasema ako hivi, hebu niambie aliiba nini. You see, and it is because sasa wameanza kuweka hiyo narrative kuonyesha kwamba Azimio ama baba ama government which is Uhuru ndio wanamwekelea mambo. He is a clean guy. And now because the younger people, the generation, wengine hata ukiwaambia maneno ya 1992, I think it's still ni wadogo. Manake 92 kama ulikuwa 10 years huwezi jua. Akiingia YK 92 and I repeated here, ndiye alikuwa anauza t-shirt 100 zikatoka 2,000,000. Is it 2,000,000 ama 100? Which was very clearly stated, it's on record, which was given by his boss Jirongo. You know, so for me, and it's something I shared with a few guys of Azimio, nikawambia, we need to document, because we need to deconstruct, to use Miguna's language, to deconstruct the truths that are being peddled as if they are allegations. And that's why I would support Alex when he says we go to what is on the media, you know, what is on record, things like Weston. Because sasa watu wakianza kutupiga chini ya belt, hata sisi tunaanza kupiga chini ya belt, but polepole. Polepole meaning, I've seen them writing things about Baba. Na the top of the list is that Baba does not accept defeat. You see, we have never countered that properly. Because Themba has tried to do that, but outside here, people do not take time. Baba has never just gone to the street to riot. Okay, it has been through legal processes. Some of the elections have been nullified. The earlier ones, Kivuito and the rest said he does not know. It is all on record. We can even play those clips here. I think one of the days, let Mutembei now go into deconstructing this. Tunazifanya side by side, you know, so that the younger generation are able to see the evils. Whatever they are saying about Baba, we try to show. Baba alikata election gani. Baba was only defeated once, I think, if I recollect well. But all the other, after your ones, whatever, was it 92? The opposition won, only that there were too many, you know. Moi ruled with minority of votes. Okay, but immediately after that, zote ilikuwa straight win for Baba, and we shy. Kenyans are shying off from stating that. Tuna shy off, even supporters wa Baba, tunaambua, oh, he never won. Oh, those were assumptions. How can they be assumptions when you are told to open server unakata? When the Maraga nullified the elections, was it that it was fake? Okay, so hiyo kwanza, hiyo number one, we have to deconstruct that. Number two, all evils zingine hizi za kusema ati Ruto sijui alifanya, Ruto is a chicken farmer. Which is this chicken farm that has never been seen even on YouTube or anywhere? Even it has never been covered by Citizen or these TVs that cover smart farming. Which is this chicken farm that is bigger than Kenchik? You understand? So, I mean, we take theory ati kwamba he gets all this money. When KRA waliuliza ala, kumbe anafanya pesa mingi hivi ya mayai. He went chini ya maji. Okay? We know things about Amaco. I mean, there is nothing we are alleging here. It is what is in the media. We know all that. So from 1992, we should be able to give the profile. Ulitoka university ulikuwa CU, Christian Union, kutoka hapo ukaingia YK92, muliprint pesa that is there, you know, and part of that printing money is when hell started breaking loose. Okay? Kaenda pole, we come up to date with all the allegations, so that if someone like Wycliffe wants to know his man well, anasoma, anaona imeandikwa, and we write all what is known, tunaacha zile si verified, and then he will be able to see when people talk about being unsafe with his candidate, ataona kweli is convinced. So again, this is a challenge I'm giving as Mio team, to be able to come up with facts, to demystify some of those allegations that have been really spoiling for Baba. Unajua in Mount Kenya alikuwa anaambua kile kimutu akikubalingi kushindwa. Okay? So I think that we should even hit it harder than we've been doing. Thank you.
Bernard, 1 minute and then...
yes, Fred. Like Themba, are you there? Themba,
yes, sir. Yeah.
Take charge from Fred. Muendelee namna hiyo, mkitaka muende mpaka saa 9.
Okay,
saa 2 au usiku.
Yeah, but I had a question. Usitoroke.
Alex. Okay, good. Alex, you people be sensitive to Bernard. He has to wake up tomorrow to go and work.
You people are holding me hostage.
Na ako na bibi na watoto. Ni nini bana?
Ngoja.
Kwani wengine hatuna mabibi Themba? Are you saying we don't have wives Themba?
Wewe uko na mtoto na kukipa wewe bana. Wewe.
Look here guys. I've been on this seat from 8:30 p.m. It is now 3 minutes after 4 a.m. Hata kwa muhindi mtu anaendaga break. Mwache hii story yenu hapa. So you are in the able hand of member.
Kunaanga overtime kwa kazi pia bwana.
Okay, overtime basi mwanze kutuma hela ya overtime.
You know, Bernard, you are working as we are not working. Sasa wewe ndio uko kazini, and we want to promote you. We want you to continue working. We want many subscribers. Sasa ukitoroka.
Patriot, look here. The only way for me to work is that I must be alive. If you kill me, you will come with a coffin, bury me, and you will continue with the show after you have said Luere, Luere. So let's do this. Let's
No, we
agree.
want you to be alive. No, we were just joking, Bernard. We were just joking,
for
Bernard.
me.
It's okay.
We are meeting later on in the day.
Nyinyi hamutamaliza hiyo story yenu, but
It's okay.
Patriot na Bernard hamutamaliza hiyo story.
Let's allow Bernard to rest, Bernard. Okay, Bernard, ulikuwa unasema kitu kabla uende.
No, Alex was the one who had something with me before I leave. Alex, what is it?
Ben nilikuwa nasema hiyo swali nilikuwa nasema swali Wycliffe aliuliza, if you don't, what I've realized when it comes to propaganda, and my friend Themba alituambia hapa juzi, and for the record he told us that I am a student or graduate, whatever it might be, of political science. And propaganda is one of the biggest topic in that, and how propaganda is also subdivided. One of it is psychophancy, and the other one is leading people's mind to a point that they cannot see the truth from lies. So, and even how they read even the newspaper or even anything is they cherry pick and decide what to believe and not what to believe. In cases like this, I mean, it is right to read for them and ask them questions kama vitu kama ya Muteshi, vitu kama ya Weston, what they believe in, and interrogate them so that they come clean. Because if you start, if you give them the issue kama ya Muteshi and interrogate them, they will come to understand it's stealing, because for them they think it's not. Because the definition for stealing for them has totally been distorted. It is not the standard name of stealing. So that question that was asked needed interrogation, but I'm not teaching you the job. But because yani imekuwa ngumu sometimes to convince people, even when somebody has stolen something, for them to realize that is stealing. So I think we missed the point to interrogate and know how they think. What is Muteshi think to them? You will realize for them it was never stealing. And it will never be. So we should have interrogated more so that you can see their mindset on such kind of things. What do they think about Weston? You will hear a different story. But when you ask about molasses plant in Kisumu, you will hear a different thing. So thank you, Bernard. You can go to sleep, Bernard. Bibi anakungoja.
You people are beginning to arrange me. Now, listen. There is a reason Wycliffe is here. There is a reason why I took Wycliffe to that scenario of Obama crocodile and the alligator, because I wanted for us to have a foundational understanding, so that when we begin to mention these other things, those things will have a framework, because the people calling those things are not mad people. Then when we beginning to bring in the issue of the legal aspect, the Muteshi land, and then the Weston Hotel, they will have a basis. This thing cannot be a coincidence and cannot be only false accusation. You can't be falsely accused all through. Sawa. So, and Wycliffe is here. You can continue interrogating him. Themba, take over, please. Fred, ilikuwa your turn.
Okay, thank you. Before Fred comes in, Wycliffe, I want you to go and read Elections Act. First, the Constitution, and the second, the Elections Act. Talks about disputes, resolution, and stuff like that. 76, settlement of certain disputes in terms of petitions. When you read the Elections Act, especially Article 74, downward 76, in terms of petition, and also the law where it acknowledges that in the event of a declaration, there might be arise a situation where you need to exercise your constitutional right to petition. For example, a petition may to question the validity of the election, to seek a declaration that the city parliament or whatever county assembly or whatever, all the petitions are there. Those are constitutional. I want us to move away from looking at individuals and looking at the Constitution. The Constitution is a live document. There's Bill of Rights, there's a constitutional provision. Now, Wycliffe, for example, if you are standing in a particular election, you and Fred Kasudi, you are under no obligation to accept that Fred has won. If you question any part of that election, if in your own way, I want to give you the elections that have been petitioned. Kidero lost a petition because the people who are there felt that there was something that was not right. Many years ago, one Combo, if all of us remember Musikari Combo, he lost an election because someone thought that he used uchawi, you know, and it was taken to court, and his election was thrown away. You know, if you guys remember Musikari Kombo's how he lost his petition, I mean his seat. So it is within your constitutional right. You are under no obligation to accept. If you fail, exercise the constitution provision. I would want us to start bringing a country of a people and younger people who believe in the constitution and constitutionalism. You are not just too obsessed and carried with the politics of the people who are there right now and start saying Raila will not be the presidential candidate forever. You know, he will not be in the ballot forever. Ruto will not be in the ballot forever, but the constitution is supreme. The constitution gives you a right to petition if you don't agree with any process. So when someone is exercising their constitutional right, you don't blame them. If a friend has decided I'm going to court, you don't make someone who is exercising their constitutional right the villain. And yet the constitution gives them that provision. And that is where I would want us to start thinking, not looking at Raila because Raila went to court, so he's a bad person. It is the constitution. If you have a problem with him going to court, remove it from the constitution. Say that, okay, let's remove this thing of people going to court. It is the constitution that says that. The Bill of Rights, the right to picket. If you have a problem with someone picketing, remove it from the constitution then. Go do a referendum and you say we don't want people picketing. It is young people, you and others like you, who should be able to give life to the constitution and constitutionalism. Do not allow the political class to decide how you interpret the constitution, because those politicians will come and go. Our constitution is supreme. You and I should learn. You have been told in your mind many times, oh, Raila did not accept election, he refused. Which laws did he use to go to court? The same constitution that even some of those people making noise use to go to court. They use actually the constitution. So is it better when you exercise your constitutional right and it's wrong when I exercise my constitutional right? Let us put it across board, the fairness that is expected within the constitution and constitutionalism. For me, that is what I would ask for. Don't interpret the constitution in the prism of your political person that you think is your guy. Just because Ruto said that Raila has not been accepting elections, now we interpret the constitution in the basis of that. Just because someone said that, oh, the other day they were demonstrating, they were Kung'oa rally, you interpret the constitution in that. So you don't even read. Do you know even the Bill of Rights? Wycliffe, have you ever read the constitution, the Bill of Rights?
No, let me sijaisoma lakini nasoma. Nitakuwa na kitabu, naona nitakuwa na kitabu niyo naandika. Niko shule sasa.
Now you see, you don't even know the Bill of Rights, man. And in Bill of Rights, it gives you the rights to picket. You need to look at that to see, okay, what was Raila doing? Picketing. But I think you are here and we'll continue teaching it other. Fred Kasudi, continue.
I'll just be brief because now the duty calls. So nataka niseme vitu vichache tu. Pale mwanzo in this forum nilizungumzia kuhusu Esther na mtu anaitwa Vashti. So before Esther was propelled to become a Malikia, there was Vashti. Vashti alifanya ujinga. Na sasa hiyo ndio mambo ya deputy president na President Uhuru Kenyatta. President alimtrust so much, the way mfalme alikuwa ametrust Vashti so much. But when the day comes to ambapo Vashti alikuwa afanye jambo, mfalme anamwambia, wewe ndugu yangu, wacha siasa, tufanye kazi. Vashti akasema, I'm busy taking care of my beauty. Immediately mfalme akatoa order na akasema ya kwamba tupeni huyu mwanamke nje, na kukatolewa a call, there was a rally call ya kwamba watoto warembo wote wakusanywe vijiji zote ili kuchakuliwe mmoja ku replace the place of Vashti. Hapo ndipo Esther akakuja akapatikana. Then other thing is about the book of Chronicles. It is the time of book of Chronicles. Munaongea hapa kuhusu record. Now it's the time now the book of Chronicles to be opened. Na ikifunguliwa, the people who are going to interview to examine that book ni sisi wananchi. Tutasoma katika hicho kitabu cha Chronicles tujue ya kwamba fulani na fulani. Hapo katika hii kitabu cha Chronicles kunakuta watu wawili. Kuna mtu anaitwa Haman na mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Mordekai. So Mordekai alifanya kitu katika ufalme na ambapo kilirekodiwa the books of Chronicles, lakini akawa amesaulika. Huyu Naamani akakuja akaambia mfalme, huyu mtu anafaa hata kufungwa, anafaa kunyongwa, anafaa kufanywa nini. With the wisdom of the king akaitisha kitabu cha Chronicles.
Hiyo ni kitabu ya Esther.
Akauliza ya kwamba iwapo kuna mtu alisimama na akapigania ufalme, akatetea ufalme usiuche ukatumbukia mikononi mwa maadui, uje huyu mtu anafaa kufanyiwa nini? Naamani akaleta vile ambavyo angeweza kufanyiwa. Huyu mtu anafaa kutembea na farasi ya mfalme, sijui afanye nini, afanywe hizo vitu zote. So now the time has come whereby we have to open the book of Chronicles ya baba na ya Ruto. Alafu iwapo kutapatikana ya kwamba baba kuna jambo lolote ambalo ameanza kufanya on behalf of the kingdom, ambapo nchi hii yetu ya Kenya inajifunia leo hii, hakutakuwa na budi. Akisema inua mkono, unainua. Akisema usifanye, usifanye. And then nimalizie kwa Exodus. Yoshua alikuwa chini ya Musa kwa miaka 40. Hakuinua sauti, hakujilinganisha na Musa until the day Musa aliondoka. Ndiposa Mungu akamwambia, sasa mtumishi wangu Musa ameondoka, wewe inuka, your time has come. Deputy hakungoja. Obedient is the key. If you want to be a good leader, obedient is the key. You don't outshine your master. You don't go against what your master says. You don't go beyond what your boss is saying. When your boss says no, the only thing you can say, how? Yani akisema jump, the only thing you can ask, how high, sir? But because you have umedharau mkubwa wako, anasema twende hivi, wewe unasema, unaanza kupeana excuse, alafu unapitia huku unasema tumefanya, alafu tukafanya. How? Iliweje leo hii wewe unaita mkubwa wako wewe ni tapeli? Alafu ikikuja sasa kwa hiyo track record unakuja kutuambia mlifanya mkiwa na nani? Which means kuna mtu alikuwa anafanya and then you want to take a credit. We unaproduce vitu alafu unakuja sasa unarudi nyuma unaanza kubackbite your boss to take credit for what he has fought for. Kila mapato amefanya amehakikisha kimefanyika. So when the book of Chronicle is going to be opened, na tusome sisi wa Kenya na tuelewe who is who, alifanya nini wakati gani na ni nini haswa alichokifanya ambacho kimefanya tukafika mahali tuko. I'm telling you, all of us, we are going to rally Azimio la Umoja. Hata Wycliffe, my friend, let me tell you, soma vitabu utaelewa kile kitu najaribu kusema hapa. You will see that kwamba kuna watu, they have sacrificed their life for you to get this kind of a platform ambapo you can air your views. Kuna watu wali sacrifice their happiness to make sure ya kwamba huyo TB Ruto anaenjoy hiyo democracy yenye ako nayo today, na hata ukimuuliza yeye mwenyewe in the back of his mind anajua, si ati ajui, anajua. Kuna watu walipitia ndio tupate hii kitu inaitwa freedom of speech yenye watu wana misuse, wana abuse saa hii. Kuna watu walipitia magumu sana ndio hii freedom of speech, freedom of association ikuje ipatikane. So it is the time to open the book of Chronicles and we examine that book, and when we examine that book, mimi naona Mordekai akikuja akifishwa taji na Naamani akiambiwa avalishwe nguo nyeusi na atundikwe kwa msalaba, alafu msoka wake utaliwa na ndege wa angani. Hiyo tu, nimemaliza na nimeenda.
Asante Fred Kasudi for your submission. Now, for purposes of Wycliffe and others, in Bill of Rights, that is our Constitution, Chapter 4, Article 37. For those who have been saying that it was wrong, demonstrations, sijui nini, inasema hivi, every person has the right, peaceably and unarmed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to public authorities. As a constitution, nobody is superior more than the constitution. So for those who have been propagating the idea that, oh, Raila atio walienda wakademonstrate, oh, sijui akafanya nini, picketing is assured and entrenched within the constitution. And even you, Wycliffe, you can preach to your people, tell them the constitution is not coming written someone's name. Even you can exercise your constitutional right. If you feel that there's something you're not happy about, exercise your constitutional rights. It is not about Ruto, it's not about Raila, it's not about anybody. That's the constitution. Today, I think today or yesterday, one person that even the lawyers have even castigated is one Okiya Omtata. Okiya Omtata has gone to court for so many things that are of public interest, until even some lawyers were saying that this person has gone to court more than some lawyers who have gone. Why? Because it is in the constitution. Anyone can go to court, even you. Right now, he's going to court to say that the deputy president should step down because he's a public officer. Now, that's constitution. Constitution does not work by itself. It is meant to work. So don't blame someone who makes the constitution work. And that for me is probably a sense of how we open up our minds, not to think in a very narrow manner. We need to have more divergent thought and a global look at our systems, processes, and what is happening, rather than just have a small prism. If you come, the only thing we say, bottom up, you don't even know the constitution, what it says. The other day I put to people here a challenge. Can we even say the 3 stanzas of the national anthem? People don't know, but we are comfortably, and yet the constitution puts it as a symbol of national unity, the national anthem. So how do you bring in Ukenya if you cannot even know the national anthem? Those are some of the simple tenets that unite us. We look more into things that divide us rather than things that unite us. The national anthem unites us. And some people could not even tell me what are some other symbols of national unity. But we are easily coming in to focus on things that divide us. I want to bring in Geoffrey. Geoffrey, karibu.
Okay, thank you Brother Temba kwa nafasi na wasalimu panelists wote, wengine ni na jioni, wengine asubuhi. Habari asubuhi ama ya jioni. Nashukuru sana for this platform. I've been listening because ilikuwa full na nikaingia late, but really getting education from this platform. Nasoma vitu mingi na nisaidia kuelewa what's going on in our country. Kwanza mimi nitasema hivi kwa mjadala leo, alafu kuna ingine nitaongea juu ya brother Wycliffe yenye alikuwa anasema juu ya hizo allegations za David President. Wacha nisema hivi, I think all of us wenye tuko hapa tulisaliwa before multi-party, so we knew what we used to be wakati kulikuwa na one party. So hakuna mtu mwenye akona akili zake timama zasema kwamba chama kimoja ni mzuri kwa nchi yetu. Even developed countries, Western countries, they have more than one party. People have freedom. You know, multi-party imeleta freedom mingi. Freedom of speech. Nowadays you can talk anything you want to talk. We can tell the leaders anything we want to tell them without fearing kwamba tutapata shida. But during one party system, hakuna mtu mwenye angeongea vibaya for any leader. Watu walikuwa wananyanyaswa, so nobody gonna want we go back to such a dark era ya one party system. Let me come to my brother Wycliffe. Kuna swali aliuliza hapa vizuri, azini ole yenye nasikianga kwamba ni allegation kwamba David President ni mwizi, is corrupt. Let me say this, and I'm happy brother for bringing that one, because that's how everybody's saying. Kila mtu anasema hivyo, those people wenye wanaunga David President. I can give a few examples. You know, if our country Kenya was in the other country like Western countries, whenever you are mentioned or any ministry yenye una lead inakuwa mentioned ni kitu ya corruption, you have to resign. There's no way utasacho endelee na kazi. Hiyo hakuna vile hata media za kupatia nafasi. So brother Wycliffe, let me tell you this. When we mambo ya Western Hotel wakati wa Lang'ata Primary, wakati hiyo kiwanja ilikuwa inataka kunyakuliwa, it came that Western Hotel ilikuwa inataka kuchukua hiyo uwanja ifanye nini, extend hiyo hotel huko. And other one, we know that's corruption. As in, hakuna vile tasa nini paka rangi kuwe kitu kingine tofauti. Vile wengine wanasema. When we came to May scandals, wakati Deputy President alikuwa agriculture minister paka akasimamishwa kasi, you know, that was corruption. It was his department alikuwa na read, ilikuwa na hizo scandals. Hakuna vile angepukana nayo. So he knew very well, you know, when such a things happen, everything stops in the back of the boss of that department. That's really corruption yenye watu wetu wanatakana kujua kwamba those are the things yenye fanya nini, yenye nafanya kwa makamu wa rais ama David President anaitwa somebody who is very corrupt. Okay, let me come to the latest one. Wakati wa Kimwarer Dam and all. As in, Rotich ndiye alikuwa finance minister. When there was so much noise about the loss of money, Deputy President alisimama akasema, kwanza alisema hakuna pesa yenye imepotea. Then after that, wakati things zimekuwa very hard, akasema kwamba it's only 7 billion imefanya nini? Imelipa, sio 21 billion vile wanasema. So he knew very well what's going on there. Rotich is his man mwenye aliweka huko, kwa hivyo hiyo kitu anajua kwamba Rotich is just a sacrificing lamb. Na hiyo ni ukweli kabisa. There's no way you can sugarcoat it. So those are the few things and few examples zenye tunatoa kwamba our deputy president is corrupt. The only thing yenye namfanya ako free because he really knows how to do it. Yes, some people are doing it on his behalf. So even if they are trying to link him, kuna watu wanakuanga sacrifice lamb, and then he's scot free. And there's no way someone can say that the deputy president amefanikiwa kwamba ni mtu mwenye ako very rich. You have some very, 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 very rich people in Kenya, but they don't, as in, hakuna vile utaweza kuwa unapeana pesa like that, like nothing, that being generous. Where are you getting the money from? That's one thing which shows how corrupt he is, using that money to influence his followers. So, brother, as in, and these are the examples, brother, nakwambia kwamba, brother Wycliffe, kwamba the deputy president, William Samoei Ruto, is corrupt. Ndio maana tunasema, that's what tunasema nini, ndugu yangu, we need you to join us kwa Azimio ili tuchenge nchi yetu after this coming election on August, tukue pamoja, we move forward. You know, if people gonna be looking this, si at mtu wetu, hata akiwa namna gani, people have that mentality kusema kwamba ni mtu wetu, it's our person. They don't look the mistake the person is doing. They're just looking the name mtu wetu. And that one is the one which is really failing us, especially in our leadership in our country. People are using that, even if mtu wetu atakuwa na shida fulani, they don't see that problem. They see their person, their people. Tukiwa, we as a young generation, tukiangalia tuona kwamba we need to have, we have some good people, let me say this, who can stand and say, call an evil, a spade, from North Rift, from South Rift, when you're huko. And there are very nice people ukiangalia hivi, when I see, I know I have so many friends like in those region, when you unaona kwamba mtu akisimama anaongea ni mtu mwenye akona, yani mwenye anafikiria kwamba nchi yetu vile inatakana kuwa. We have very good people, but because ni watu wenye wanasimama kwa nini kusema ukweli, wanakuwa branded, wanaitwa mall. That's what happened. That's what's happening in our country. Mtu kama Kutuny, Fred Ketel, they can call a spade, but because they are being intimidated, sasa nafanya watu wanakuwa nini? Kuna hiyo intimidation kwamba we ni mtu wetu. Hata mtu wetu akiwa mchafu acha wezi mwanika hivyo. No. If we're gonna have our people to stand up and say no. The kitu ingine watu wana nini, tunasahau kwamba the issue ya kusema mtu wetu, when this person is eating, anajitachirisha, people are languishing in poverty. We have so many people wenye wako nini, they have degrees, they have masters, but they cannot get employed. Watu wenye nakuwa employed, there's one thing inasema hivi, kuna mtoto wa deputy president mwenye ako nini, sijui ni Poland, where we have some people who are able can go and work. People have not worked just from school on a shule tunapeleka kwa kazi, and we have some people have been tamaking because nini, So watu wanatakana kuchenuka waangalie kwamba the issue ya kusema kwamba ni mtu wetu, this mtu wetu is not going to help anything. Ni yeye na familia yake. But we down here, we are fighting for those people wenye tunajua that they are not there for a good cause of our country. Ni hayo tu, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. Captain Robani?
Temba, yes.
Ni wakati wako, toa maoni yako.
Naona tunaongelea mambo ya single party state and multipartyism.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
Yes, hiyo ndio mada ya leo. Toa maoni yako.
Okay, maoni yangu kwa mambo ya multiparty, I think it is okay. The other day I was talking of debating when we were in school, and Stone PK was not happy about it. And right now you have brought it, the way we've been discussing when we were in primary school, that better multipartyism than single party state, which I can say it's better we have a multi-party state. I'll not explain more about that, but all of you guys, you understand why. What I wanted only to say is when I heard of, I think Bernard is gone. Kuna jamaa alilalamika kuhusu mambo ya Parties Act. Kuna chama zingine unapata siko na kabila, all the officials are one tribe. But Ben akakuja na akaprotect through IBC ya kwamba haingeweza kuwa registered kama haina ile sura ya Wakenya. So mi nikarudi hapo nyuma nikajiuliza, chama kama CMC ya Isaac Ruto iko na ofisi yake pale Lodwar, juu katika ile ile Through Parties Act lazima ufungue ofisi kwa kila mahali, all the 47 counties. Hata mimi kwetu venye natoka inasikika kidogo, lakini sijaona ofisi ya CCM pale kwetu, which I can say sometimes when it comes to registering of parties, some of the rules that IBC should be following, they are not following. Wana register tu chama, mtu ameenda pale na pesa yake, registration fee and all whatever, wanakubali anaingiza pale chama, wafuati hiyo, which is I can tell you Temba, that or on behalf of Bernard, all these parties hawafuati sheria, hata wenye wana register wenyewe hawafuati sheria. Nimeona Geoffrey sahi ameongea hapo kuhusu corruption, that William is corrupt. I can tell Geoffrey that thank you very much, sir. Welcome to those people. You are among the 5 now. I think you are the 6th one opposing William Ruto. That is Musalia Mudavadi, Gideon Moi, Kalonzo Musyoka, hata Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga. Those 5 guys, they are fighting one man. You are now among them. You are the 6th one on Hokoa, Kenya, to fight one man. When this man is fighting for the rights of the hustlers in Kenya, you are the one derailing it, and you are joining those teams to deny William Ruto the right to assist Kenya. Nilikuwa nafikiria wewe ni hasala kama sisi wengine, unatukaribisha kwa Azimio, and you are not seeing any fruitful thing there. Hakuna, tunakasana pale, tunaumia. So William sio mtu rahisi hivyo. Ukiona mnajipangia wanaume wa 6, sasa wewe ni wa 6, sio rahisi. You have so many corruptions. Even Matiang'i was mentioned the other day on Ruaka land. You are not talking about. We have COVID-19 billionaires. We have Murathe hapo, yani mtu wa Jubilee. Even katika ile commission ilitengenezwa na serikali iangalie, ichunguze wale walitajwa. Uliona Babu Owino vizuri sana akitetea David Murathe, mpaka akaulizwa na chairman huyu jamaa wa Mombasa, Babu Owino, do you have any interest in COVID-19? Akasema sijui nini. And then why are you protecting David Murathe? Sijui akajitetea hapo when the sijui you should have to follow this and that, which is not right, because Babu Owino, even the way he was talking there, mpaka anafinya macho, sijui anafinyia macho chairman pale kwamba don't question David Marath. Why? You have so many billionaires, even this other guy, the CS himself for health, is the beneficiary of these things, killing Kenyans and killing the people globally. He has benefited a lot. Some people, they are making some apartments in Lavington, Runda, and all other parts of the country because of the money they got through the COVID-19, whatever. But you cannot mention them here. They say, somebody, Temba, I heard you saying the people, they have the right through the constitution. People are practicing their rights through the constitution. Like ukiwa mtu hata akienda kotini, ni haki yake ile amepatiwa na katiba. So it will be our right again if our election will be taken away next in this coming election, if we swear in ourselves, like the other day when Baba was swearing in himself, hakuna katiba alikuwa anavunja. You are trying to tell us such a thing, if I'm not wrong. Because if it is wrong, Baba angekuwa ndani sahi, lakini hakuwahi wekwa ndani. As it is divine in our constitution, hakuna mtu anaweza jiapisha kama serikali ingine inaendelea. I'm here to be thrown with stones now. I'm with you. Let me wait. Let me go now and listen to what guys will be saying. I see Geoffrey want to ask a question. So Geoffrey.
Now, before
Temba,
Geoffrey, hold on.
can I be the
Before
first? Can I be the first one, Temba, to ask a question?
Hold on. Now,
No, let Temba first.
I like this platform to be a platform of just like we have a House of Records, House of Hansard. There's Hansard in Parliament. When someone comes and says the Constitution says that these are the requirements of registration of a political party, I want us to be as factual as you can. Now, I want to read for you the Political Parties Act, right? Article 7. First, it says an application for full registration of a political party shall be in writing and shall be signed by an authorized official of the political party. Part 2 of Article 7 says, a provisionally registered political party shall be qualified to be fully registered if, number 1A, Article 7(2)A says, it has recruited as members not fewer than 1,000 registered voters from each of more than half of the counties. Each of more than half of the counties. So they should be in at least 26 counties, right? B, the members referred to in paragraph 1A reflect regional and ethnic diversity, gender balance, and representation of minorities and marginalized groups, right? C, the composition of its governing body reflects regional and ethnic diversity, gender balance, and representation of minorities and marginalized groups. D, not more than 2/3 of the members of its governing body are of the same gender. E, it has demonstrated that members of its governing body meet the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the laws relating to ethics. F, it has submitted to the registrar a list of the names, addresses, and identification particulars of all its members. F2, the location of its head office, which shall be a registered office within Kenya, and a postal address to which notices and other communications may be sent. And part 3 of that, the location and addresses of the branch offices of the political party, which shall be in more than half of the counties, that is 26 counties. It has undertaken to be bound by this act and the code of conduct. Now, there's no part there that it says that it has to have offices across the country. Number 2, there's no part there where the IEBC is the one registering a political party. In your submission, you said IEBC is the one registering political parties. IEBC does not register political parties. Political parties are registered under the Political Parties Act by the Registrar of Political Parties. The basic requirement of that is simple there, 26. So if you are not in, if you are in 26, but not in the 21, it doesn't disqualify you as a political party. So let's try to educate ourselves on the requirements, and then we comment from a point of information. So that is my first correction on what you're saying. So that if with that argument, if you don't see ODM in Kericho, it doesn't mean it doesn't qualify. It might be in the other 26. If you don't see Chama cha Kazi in Bomet, it doesn't mean it doesn't qualify. It could be in all the other 26 apart from yours. If you don't see ANC in Uasin Gishu, it doesn't mean it doesn't qualify. It could be in the other 26 counties. So, and who determines that? The records that are submitted to the Registrar of Political Parties. So let's argue from a point of information. Yes, Patriot.
Oh, okay, Temba, just a minute. We are arguing at a point of Political Parties Act, whatever, Register of Political Party. What I'm requesting is that can we pick one party and we Google their offices or the local offices until we arrive at the 26th one, as you've said.
Now, Captain Robani.
Not now.
Hold on.
Not now. At our own free time.
I agree with you, but I'm saying this.
Say that we have evidence. Let's pick one party, all of us.
I agree with you, but it is not up to. It is the registrar who determines which party qualifies.
No, it's
You and I are participants in the registration of political parties. So as we go and submit our requirements, no, it is the registrar who decides which party qualifies and which doesn't qualify.
That is why now we will not have the Kenya that we want, because even as a citizen, we are not there to follow the right thing until to the bitter end. Are you seeing? If you were to follow it like the way citizen is doing, following things, that's a media house, is following things until to the end. Even as citizens, we are allowed to follow until we see, yes, this party, it has all the requirements and this is required. And one of them, example, is that one of the offices. Are you seeing?
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me, because if we were to follow these people, I know most of them, they don't have any office. They are just there, they go there, they pay the registration and they go on. Okay, it's okay. So you run the program.
Uko tu sawa. I mean, you are seeking information, and you are here to get information. So that's a good way of course, trying to interrogate, which is okay. I agree with you.
It's my right as entrenched in the Constitution of Kenya. The way Okiya Omtatah also is going to court. I think soon I'll be going to court also to seek that thing.
Okay, Patrick.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Captain. Thank you, Themba, for the opportunity. It is always getting better, when we have this kind of opportunity to talk, because as we said from yesterday, when we give our views, then we know how to deal with each other as brothers. Captain, I want to seize this opportunity to say thank you that I'm debating with you. Where are you going, Captain, my friend? Now we are speaking, you want to disappear. I think that's not good manners, Captain. When you
I'm here. Where should I go? I'm here with you.
Onga to Patriot is here.
It's our Themba. No, it's all right. Let me do it, Themba. So I did that deliberately. It is not fair. Captain, take these things lightly. When somebody is doing this, we do it with lightness. Apana ruka from your skin. Fanya kama mandago. So apana leta makasiriko. I was just saying because I wanted to see you.
I think it is maumbile vile naongeanga sometimes ni maumbile, but sina hasira na mtu yote, sina hasira na mtu.
No, I know Captain is a good guy. So Patriot, just proceed on.
Thank you, Themba. So I just wanted to, I think that is a very good statement you made, Themba, because part of the submission I wanted to make was to address that issue of how Captain has been speaking. You know, Captain, as much as you are saying that ni maumbile, then unatoa hiyo meno mzuri yenye Mungu amekupea, then it makes somebody feel like una makasiriko, because when you smile, it's better. Smiling is done by everybody, and you know, Kalenjins, you are my neighbors, mnajua kusmile. Anyway, let me say what I was saying. I was saying this, Captain, there's something that you have alluded to that you are very wrong about, and I think on that one, I can be almost say I'm speaking from an authoritative point of view, because the way you even submitted, you reached somewhere ukasema sijui nini. You know, when you hear someone saying ati hapo sijui nini, I knew you were trying to cherry pick, and I want to correct you. The issue of KEMSA, and for the sake of discussion, I don't want to go deeper on saying why we think we are authorities around that. But on the issue of KEMSA, I want to give you very valid information, which should be put to proper record. KEMSA issue that brought in the name of the man that you've mentioned, the deputy party leader for Jubilee. You're talking about Murathe, and the issue of Babu Owino. And I'm doing this with a lot of respect, Captain. I know you guys, you have a beef with Babu Owino, and for one reason or the other, that's politics. There are a few things probably he's not done well. He's one of the serious, outspoken legislator from ODM. So definitely, I know you will not have kind words for him, but I want to narrow down to that very, procession that happened in Parliament about KEMSA's scandal. Because I listened, and I want to give you much of the weight so that next time when you're dispensing, you speak from knowledge point of view. What happened that day, the day you have quoted, and I'm sure you saw it, I will remind you, Captain. The issue against the Murathe was an allegation that meant Murathe was a guarantor of friends who were doing supply at KEMSA. Murathe was asked whether the gentleman had the capacity to do the supply. Murathe, being the friends of the people that he knew, he said, as far as I know, just like I can say, Captain, that kama ni mahindi inatakana from Eldoret na mtu anataka kununua anipigie mimi, aniulize, is Captain somebody who is trustworthy? Then mimi nimwambie, as far as I know, Captain akikwambia atakupea mahindi na maziwa atakupa. That's what Murathe's role was in as far as that KEMSA scandal was concerned. Now, when it came to Babu Owino raised his hand severally to speak, and the gentleman that you've actually alluded to, let's be very practical, he was also cherry picking. The chairman that you're talking about, some people thought he was even biased. Babu Owino forced himself to speak. If you can remember, Captain, what Babu Owino said was this: Murathe was given what we call a BQ that everybody was given, right? If you remember that BQ was not only attributed to the friends of Murathe, but anybody who wanted to do supply received that BQ that was manipulated, that was doctored. However, in the course of the supply chain, no effective supply that was done on the BQ that was doctored. That you remember, Captain. Don't say Sikutia kasema nini nini. That's where now they asked Babu Owino, what interest do you have? Babu Owino said clearly that was an hypothetical process. The friends of Murathe did not supply anything. It was not put to effect. It was an intended, document of supply that was being discussed that day. So in my view, where I sit, I want to let you know this, Captain, for the record purposes. There was no scandal in terms of evidence that Murathe was involved. Murathe was only involved as collateral. He only said, those people, I know them, they can do it. That's what he did. He never signed any document. He only did that, the way I've given an example when I can speak about you in relation to Eldoret. That's what happened, Captain, on a very honest and a clear platform. That's what happened. However, I want to tell you this, that what will determine the outcome of this election, mark my words, the language, the mood, the attitude, the terms and language words that we are picking. Kenyans, Captain, are watching. Normally, the winning team inafanya maneno ikismile, lakini unapoona team inakuja ni makasiriko, ni vita, hawataki wengine waongee, your guess is as good as mine, who is on the losing end. And I want to say this, it's not in my place to advise UDA on how they should have whichever attitude they want to adopt. I'm actually happy that majority of Kenyans are wise, just the way the DP has been saying. And this is something I agree with the DP so much. Wajinga Kenya walisha. That one I agree with him 150%. The DP has always been saying the truth. On that one, I will stand by him. Wakenya, wajinga waliisha. They are not there. That being the case, which we seem to agree with you people, the UDA, I will tell you, Kenyans have an opportunity to make the right decision. And remember, we have gone to school. Wakenya, angalia, the literacy level of Kenyans, it's close to 80 something. It's an A, by the way. When you look at the literacy level in Kenya, in as far as literacy level is concerned, we are doing very well, despite the challenges that we have. I want to remind our opponents, our valid and our opponents that we value, that if you really believes that wajinga Kenya waliisha, be careful the way you speak to Kenyans. Weigh your words. Don't do it na makasiriko, because if that is the way you'll continue, which I think is good for me, I'm telling you, come August on 9th, trust me, we will welcome you to the party. Wakati utajua ya kwamba mukisema kazi ni kazi, pia we meant chama ni chama. You will know the meaning. When we will be saying, we told you chama ni chama, mukatuambia kazi ni kazi. Those are words that you really have to mark. And I want to say with a smile on my face, respect every party, because I'm now addressing myself to the coalition so that I conclude. Respect every party. There is no village party, my brother. We are a tribal-based country, democracy that we're enjoying today. The element of tribe is in the center of that fabric, and we respect so. When I see a Kamau, I respect him as a Kenyan. When I see a Kiprotich, I respect you as a Kenyan. But I want to tell you, Kenyans are not going to be forced. Kenyans are not going to be intimidated. Kenyans are not going to be put into cocoon in terms of thinking that if we don't vote for so-and-so, we shall not be in a safe country. I want to agree with those who subscribe to the unity of the country, Kenya, where I am a citizen. Trust me, we can speak here until tomorrow. I'm finishing, Pembe. Just a second.
Maliza, we move on.
Okay, thank you. So we can sit here, talk until morning, but the truth remains, Kenyans are watching. they'll make their decision. My only thing that I want to pray, because I might ask, it might not be given, but through prayers, God will do that. I'm asking for peaceful election. Results will be seen, and Kenyans will actually make that decision. Thank you so much for listening to me. May God bless you guys. Thank you.
Remember, let me answer him what he said. Just
Was that
like
a question or a
2 seconds.
submission? You know,
No, I'm just telling him. He was answering me something, but give me just like 1 minute.
So he
So
was
why you answering nothing again?
he
Give me
cleverly
1
gave
minute.
a
Answer. You said
submission.
nothing. You shouldn't
Like
answer.
No, just give me 1 minute.
he didn't ask a question. He didn't. Anyway,
Point
what
of
do you want to say,
information. Point of
Captain Robert?
information.
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
what I want to tell him is that, and I'm assuring him that in this country, Kenya, if you are cheating yourself that this election will not be peaceful, let me tell you myself that I come from the area where it is in the cameras now of the world. This country or this election will be peaceful. Get it from me myself. I come from there. And again, when you are supporting somebody that
bro.
when you are supporting somebody that is agreeing that there are no fools in Kenya, shortage of fools maybe, it cannot be 150%. You are the one now making Kenyans to be fools to accept that there is 150%. There is no 150% in any mathematics. It's 100%. Let me ask you one question, Patriot. Did COVID-19 money get lost? Kuna mali ilipotea? It is just a yes or no answer. Usiseme na explanation.
Sasa ngoja Captain Robani. Ngoja.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just mute a little bit. You see, the question that you're trying to ask is just mute a little bit, Patriot. Patriot, mute. Patriot, mute. Thank you. You know, what you're asking is just like the chicken and the egg, which one came first? Because when whatever Patriot says, you won't agree with it, and whatever you say, we won't. So it's something you have had here. You said the same thing earlier. He talked about it. You are bringing in the same thing. So we don't want to engage in the chicken and egg kind of debate that, okay, KEMSA was stolen. Okay, KEMSA was not stolen. Okay, KEMSA was stolen. That's the kind of debate I want to engage in. Right now, I think whatever it is that's official has already been put there. Whether you believe it or not, that is the official position. So whether you know, whichever side you argue from, you will agree with what has been put on there. I know to UDA supporters, whatever answers that have been given have not answered whatever it is that we are looking for. I mean, as UDA people. And of course, the same thing like the Azimio guys, whatever answers have been given about Aurora and Kimarer, whatever answers have been given has not been met. So the chicken and the egg kind of debate, if we engage in it, it will not really help us progress. But what we are saying here is, for you and I, at least we agree on one thing. We need a peaceful Kenya. And that is what I think Patriot said a while ago. You have also agreed on that we need peaceful elections. So I think there's more that we agree on than more than the things that divide us. We are divided by our perceptions about whether money has been stolen or not. That is out there, and but we are united in the fact that there's need for peaceful election. And even if you are sure, Patriot, that there'll be peaceful election, you are assuring him as far as you are concerned as a voter. You are not going to wake up to disturb the peace of your neighbor. And also we are saying the people that you are talking to them that let's wake up, go vote, go back home. But you are not the arm of government that is given the authority to maintain peace. So the arm that is given that authority is the police and the government. So they're the ones who have that kind of authority to maintain and keep peace. But now for you and I, what is our role? exercise our constitutional right, which is to go vote, then go home, get your voter's card. There's no other way of removing those people. On this thing you keep saying, every time you wake up, you start saying, oh, sijui wanaume watano wanaungana na wanaume mmoja. Kwani huyo mwanaume anatafuta nini? Yeye mwenyewe anatafuta kuwa cattle dip chairman, ama anatafuta kuwa nini? Si anatafuta kuwa president. So you can't say at wanaungana. It is a competition for everyone. So it is part of what we have to keep doing every other day. Anybody going into the battlefield should be ready for a fight. They are not just going there to be given for free. Yes, Alex Isoe. Sema.
Yeah. Unajua, I think they are both agreeing. But this is a case whereby principle supersedes our likeness. And truth be told, you're going to have political quandary. You're going to find yourself in a conundrum whereby you have to let your principles supersede your lineage to politics. Corruption of any nature, we should not fetishize it, or we should not in any manner massage it, because it goes down to mashinani. Unapata somebody dies just because they couldn't get to the hospital to give birth to another voter. So the issue of corruption, let's be honest, I mean, as a human being, it's a global phenomenon, but the truth is that wherever it is, it must be dealt. KEPSA money was stolen. The investigations were shoddy. It was across both sides. And that is the conundrum I say, is that in 1992, when the Goldenberg money was lost, when the investigations were made, and those who remember very well, those who were making a lot of noise like Muite only found out that they ate the money without their knowledge. So the perpetrators of corruption knows how to make sure that there is a book that is so beautiful called Leaders Do Not Eat Alone. And how they eat, you find that you have been involved in corruption without even your knowledge. And Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, including Kijana Wamalwa, when the investigations were made, on the record in the newspaper, we realized somehow they thought it was a donation from somewhere, and they found themselves in there. So we must condemn corruption across. I was caught in a very bad situation in the election when Trump was elected. When Gaddafi died, I was a bitter man. I've gone to Tripoli several times. I saw their economy. I saw how they were thriving. Nilieka gari mafuta huko. Gari ilikuwa mpaka unajiuliza, watu nimeiba mafuta ya watu, kwa sababu gari inajaa na tank mpaka unashangaa. So in as much as he was a dictator, the education, the social welfare, everything, the security, there was a functional economy. So when they went after him, later on when I went there, and the security and everything, I realized this is it. So when the elections came in this country, I had to walk through a hard place and a hard rock. I had to ask myself, Clinton, Mrs. Clinton, has been alleged that they did kill this man for no reason. So I had to make a decision. Should I vote for Clinton or should I vote for Trump? Whichever decision I had to make, I was making. If I don't vote for somebody, I was still making a decision that somebody was going to win. So in the end, I voted for Trump, not because I wanted to, his principles, but I never wanted Clinton to win because he destroyed an economy and livelihood for people. And if we are true hustlers, and we start fetishizing corruption, that is wrong. If unasema unapigania mtu wa mshinani mwenye anapewa mpaka wheelbarrow, if corruption is here, criticize it. If it's here, criticize it. Across the board, then we become true Kenyans. So if Babu Owino tried to explain something that was beyond himself and he was not there, it was wrong. If he was not part of it and he doesn't know, I think Babu Owino should have.
No, Alex. Alex,
speaking. It's me speaking. I'm speaking.
On that one, you don't. Okay, fine, but you're wrong on that one. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Patriot, I'm speaking.
No, let Alex to speak because he's right on what he's saying. Let's sanitize Kenya and let it fit all of us the way we are supposed to be.
So corruption. If we take sides on corruption, we will never kill it. Trust me, we will never kill it. The other thing, Nani Wycliffe Amanda, and I wanted to remind Wycliffe on the issue of legitimacy. Yenye alikuwa anasema kuwa will Raila accept? I wanted to give him a classical example. 2-3 weeks ago, on the newspaper, on the print media, on the videos everywhere, there was a plantera of lawyers preparing for a petition for William Ruto in case he doesn't win. Does that indicate that he's not going to accept? That is a contingency plan. So every election team must prepare in advance in every way. So this issue ya kuanza kuleta legitimacy, will he accept? No, every team has a right to fight, because sometimes we forget that election is about kupiga kura. Election is the fight for power. And what is power? Power is the point between ideology and implementation. So they seek power so that they can bring their ideology to implement what they have told us. So, and power is not given, power is fought. You fight for it. So if he thinks that it's wrong, then Ruto should also not have given us lawyers in case it happens. So let us agree that both parties, when they fight for power so that they can put their manifesto into use, we must respect that as long as it is peaceful, because we are peace loving. So corruption, whether this side or the other side, must be condoned. Babu Owino had no right to comment on something he doesn't know.
Just like you don't, just on this one, Temba, just
hold on, Patriot. I want us to move away from that, because I noticed that, of course, we have varied opinion. Now, this is it. Let's agree that corruption, once evidence has been found, let's condemn corruption, whether it is in Azimio, whether it is in UDA, whichever side, let's condemn corruption. So I think that's another point we agree. Peaceful election, at least that's a point of agreement. Corruption, I agree. We shouldn't have any corrupt, individuals. So anybody with corruption issues, prosecuted, and if possible, in the next Kenya, they should not even be close to anywhere where elections are held. They should be used in integrity clause. It should be used so that these people are not anywhere close to that. So I think we will do good if we allow that matter to rest there. I mean, it's neither here.
It's just a second, Temba, if you really don't mind.
No, Patriot. I want to close that, because once you talk again, Captain, you want to come in and again.
Definitely, I'll come in. Patriot, if you talk, I'll come in.
Let's let it rest. Kindly.
Really, it's Temba,
let's let it rest.
A second.
Thank you. We have agreed.
You have agreed. Temba,
it's okay, Patriot.
It was a committee.
It's okay.
And really.
It's okay, Patriot. It's okay. Let's just let it.
Before, you have been given, because I was also raised my hand long time ago, was waiting to respond something, but you never gave me a chance.
Yeah, I know that, but not on the issue of this thing. I mean, they have already made their all of us agree corruption is bad, whichever side. So let's put that to the Captain. Corruption is bad. Alex, corruption is bad. Patriot, corruption is bad. So merits or demerits of that tuachie hao wanaenda kufuatana nayo. What did you at least note on that issue? Let's move on. Yes, Geoffrey, what did you want to say? But not on the same issue.
No. So that's one thing I was telling my friend, that we are talking about presidential candidates. We are not talking about anybody else. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Let's move on. Pen Nyagaka, karibu.
Karibu, asante sana ndugu. Habari yako?
Hiyo tuko na shida leo bwana. Kama mzee amefika, mzee karibu.
Haya, Pen. Sema.
Yeye ni kuhutubiwa.
Alex, I look for you, Alex. I look for you, Alex. I'll make a phone call on that one. I will not let you go.
Kama ni yako Pen Nyagaka.
No, ni
Ogola, mute tafadhali, mute. Chiko Ogola.
Juu ya multi-party. Hiyo ndio nasema kwamba asa wacha niseme ya kwamba asante sana captain, hata mtoto yangu ni US captain. He's a captain in the US Army. So congratulations, na unasumuza mzuri sana. Sasa ile nilikuwa nasema ni what if we have to have multi-party as we have today, because we promulgated the constitution in 2010 and everybody was happy. But now we look like we're up in arms to change the constitutions to serve certain people. And we can see it. It's not something rocket scientists can see. But there is no constitution in the world that is changing to benefit anybody. It is changing to benefit everybody at a certain time. And I do realize that we have not met that time. But for us to be a mature nation, because we are very young still, 50-something years, lazima tuone ya kwamba ile constitution tunatengeneza iko namna gani. Finally, nitaka kuzungumza sana. Finally, the examples you keep giving of Tanzania and South Africa, these are presidents who are iconic. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere hata hakutaka kuwa president for long. Yeye ndio president ya kwanza kuresign na kwenda kuishi mahali alizaliwa. President of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, when he was given presidency, he didn't even sit there. He left the table big around the government. So we have to look at the history of these parties. Whilst we appreciate them, like yesterday when the speaker of Tanzanian parliament resigned, we have never asked ourselves, why did he do that? He or she, I think it's he, do that. Because Chama cha Mapinduzi is very clear. It's not like in Kenya, where Jubilee now is being run by ODM, or ODM is in Jubilee. It's confusion. We, the Kenyan people, are very confused with this. I can't justify my position. You as well can't justify your position, because you're in a government that you never fought for. And we are a government that we fought for. So how can you compare Tanzania and South Africa with Kenya just to pass time? You journalists, for example, you, Delo and Bernard, need, to open up your mind and then critique what we are saying. If we are saying it wrong, point it out. There's nothing wrong. You young generation, you're coming up. You have now the internet. We never had that. When we went to America the first time, you wait for a letter to come back for 3 weeks. Now you can make a phone call in 1 hour. I know what more is going on in Kenya than the people living in Kenya. So let us move forward and let us accept that kukasirika, kutukana is not going to help anybody. It's not. Hiyo huwezi kupata maendeleo kutoka hapo. Wengi wanajua mimi ni ODM, wananikasirikia sana, lakini vijana wa Kisii siku hizi wananiheshimu, na hiyo ndio Kisii. That's how we Kisiis behave. Na hiyo sio mbaya. To appreciate your tribe, where you come from, it's not that. It's not that I can talk to you, I can take you out, I can marry your sister. It has nothing to do with that. So let us do the right thing, and we know the right thing from the bad thing. That's where you're tuning on the beer. Now, the most time you keep referring to the U.S. Constitution, they have so many parties and they associate with the parties in the United States, the Democrat and the Republican. They don't. ideologically they can agree, but they don't. You go to this party to say we are here too, or they are married. Hillary Clinton finally, she lost because the person who was Miss Myers took so many numbers, you know, that if they were given to Clinton, she could have won even the college. So the smaller parties are very negative, and we have to see how, we have to know how we can carry them along. So Kenya is still a young country. We cannot compare ourselves to, you know, developed countries like in England, whatever. And, you know, like what you guys were saying earlier about Germany and Israel. Those are parties that follow their constitution, the rules, the way they are set up for everybody. And you saw it in Germany, it took like 3 months before they can get somebody to replace Marco Angelo. In Israel, it took like 15 years before they can beat Netanyahu using the smaller parties and all that stuff. Finally, I do like Ruto because of one thing. He's saying, leave your stuff outside and come here and we do bottom up. He has never said that we want a one-party state. Why a lot of my panelists there keep saying that UDA want one-party state? I don't know. They are lying. I'll point them out and tell them no. I've never had any representative from UDA that we need a one-party state. No, we need somebody competitive. We need somebody on the other side, like you guys. And Peter, if you do, there's nothing wrong. Personally, I can go congratulate him tomorrow if he beats us. So let us grow up and continue. And thank you very much for this show. Hata chai lazima tuwapatie kidogo ndio msilale. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Pen. You're one person I usually find hard to ask questions. Like you disappoint me at times. You disappoint me at times. Like right now, unani disappoint. I mean, what is so wrong in comparing? Would you kindly mute?
Yeah.
Pen, what is so wrong in comparing and contrasting situations? You know, when you say we should not compare, I mean, unanishangaza kwa sababu in this time you have to compare and contrast. And comparing and contrasting means that you look at what is it that is working and what is the differences between the democracies that are there. Secondly, our constitution is not stipulated that it should take 30 years or 8 years for it to be amended. Hakuna mali mesema, kuna amendment clause, but there's no way it says that it should take 8 years for it to be amended. Now, you talk about America. America has all those years, yes, but if you go back to the time he started even amending his constitution, if you read the constitutional amendments that took place immediately after, you know, it didn't take even as long as probably ours has taken. So I think even as we debate, I agree with you that we do have a lot to learn, but it's okay to compare and contrast our situations. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And if you're telling us not to compare and contrast, we don't live in an isolated situation. We are not in a utopia place where we don't have things to learn from. So just saying that Kenya should not is like telling someone, I should not talk to someone who has gone probably to a university elsewhere. I should not talk to someone who has probably bought a car. If for example, Geoffrey has is driving a Toyota, I should not compare his car with its functionality with someone who has a Mercedes and say, hey, how does it work? I mean, it's comparing and contrasting. That's the way of life. If you have built a small house, Pen, ngoja kwanza. Unajua, you just don't bash because it is on the other side.
No, I'm not bashing.
Also, be conscious of the places where people are wrong. It's not like we have come in here we learn from even other democracies. We are learning from, we pick what is good in South Africa. Someone actually has criticized and says that probably South African process hasn't worked as yet. They're still growing as a democracy. someone said that probably even the way they got the, I mean, there are so many critiques that come out there, but we say, let's learn what works and what doesn't work in other democracies.
Can I say a word?
Yes, Ben, you need to stop disappointing me. I want to imagine as an intellectual, you need to appreciate.
No,
Hey.
You are sure that I was told that I'm comparing you to America all the time. I'm using your words. I'm not using my word. I was giving a comparison about how Kenya's position was vote from this place and that place. And somebody from your show told me what I just
pick your call first. Pick your call first.
Always good. I agree with you 100%. I'm no debate. We have to compare and what does it mean. So long as me and you were 10 of us, so long as 8 of us agree. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, I can't be that simplistic to say that we cannot compare. You have to be smart enough to know that you have to compare with who. For example, let me compare today, for example, the 6,000 our friend, Honorable Raila, is talking about is given in countries like Russia. These are like dictatorships. Compare and contrast what you just say. Look for it. You guys are in journalism. I'm not saying I'm coming out here to run anybody down. If I go to Kisi, you will never find me in Kisi town. I'm always with the people. So I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that to say that it is always good to run from anybody. Mostly if you go like Ushago, the people that don't even have shoes on, just ask them any question. The way they explain you is like somebody with a PhD. So it is not, I cannot say that. All I can say is that we have to compare and know when, and the comparison that I give you from South Africa. The people in Kenya are dying for hunger, for power. See, I mean, Tanzania was, there's a comparison. You know, even one word before I go, and I need Jojo. Nyerere called us a man-eat-man society. And then Jojo answered him, we are Tanzania is a man, a country that eats nothing, has nothing to eat. So you are comparing the two. So if we are comparing for example, the parties that we have in Kenya, we have to know these parties. What are they? Like I told you, Chama cha Mapinduzi, the South African party. How did they come along? Who was the members? Even Tanzania, there was somebody named Oscar Kambona that he tried to kick him out because he was a captain and he was a socialist. We have to compare that. But there is nothing wrong with comparing. There's nothing wrong with what you say. All I'm saying is that you guys' opinion is well taken, is meaningful. Lakini wacha kukasirika na sisi ambao na feelings zingine. At the end of the day, we are all brothers. There's no big deal. Or you're all my sons anyway. Asante sana.
Okay, asante sana. I think now we want to take our rounds, our closing rounds. At least Ben Nyagaka has backtracked on his comments, and that is a mark of a gentleman. We want to start taking our rounds, and I want to start with Shiko. Karibu, we take our 2 minutes final round so that we close. Is Shiko there?
Hi, Themba.
Yes, Shiko. Hi, how are you? Ebuta, your final comments. 2 minutes.
About the political party issue, like here in Mount Kenya, we are told we are supposed to be in the UDA party because it's a national party. But the people who are saying that when they go to other regions, wanasema we should be, they are ready to hold talks with other meetings with other parties and have a discussion on whether they are going to form a they are going to form a correction, but sasa tunauliza kama sisi Mount Kenya we have parties like ya kina Mwangi Kionjori and another one called Moses Kuria, yeah, but Moses Kuria was in the UDA party, but after he was when wakati tulikuwa kunachaguliwa mjumbe wa Kiambaa he had a candidate mwenye alikuwa wa chama ya CCM, chama cha kazi, CCK, chama cha kazi, but UDA convinced him to drop his candidate ndo a support mtu wa UDA party. Then my question and those some of my neighbors is why is it sisi Mount Kenya hatukubalishi tukue na chama yetu, we are just like tunaambiwa tufuate UDA, but when when those people goes to do the campaign, wanaenda kufanya campaign to other regions, they are saying that they are ready to hold talks with other parties, yeah, but what is that Mount Kenya, bona sisi tusikue na hizo chama za kina TSP ya Mwangi Kionjori, Moses Kuria and others, yeah. So the question is ni nini hii tumewekewa, tumefichiwa, then maybe after the elections what is going to come up, sisi tunaelekea wapi? Of course we cannot just be told to whatever has happened with the Jubilee party, it has taught us some lessons, yeah, and we can just join ati tuambiwe to form tuingie kwa party moja which we know very well we are not sure after 5 years where are we going to be as a region. So we have to lazima to embrace hii ya kukua na tukue na parties from different regions, watu wakuwe na parties zao. If we want to form a coalition, well and good, but we cannot be told tuingie kwa party moja yenye hatujui mwelekeo. Kama saizi Jubilee, if I wish Uhuru knew, I wish these leaders knew what would have maybe watuambie what we would have known what would have happened after 5 years, because as we are speaking right now tungekuanga tukijua maybe 20 MPs are in the TNA because Uhuru was with the Alliance and Ruto was with the URP, but saa zenye waliunganisha hiyo ndio imeleta hizi shida zote unaona za hizi political parties. Now as a region we want to be given we want to have our own parties in our region. Haki kuingia kwa party moja yenye tunaambiwa ati hiyo party eti ni ya Kenya yote. No. Let us have the freedom of having our own parties with our own leaders from our own region who understands our problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shiko, for that. Captain?
Temba, hata ni mzuri umekuja umenileta saa mzuri. Let me answer Shiko this way that even us in Rift Valley, we have not had any stable party like the people from Luo Nyanza. They've been in ODM. I think those people, they'll be in ODM until God decides something else. Tulikuwa tulikuwa KANU kwanza, wakati William alikuwa youth for KANU 92 YK. Hiyo na kina Jirongo, sijui kidogo hivi wakakoroga nini wakatengana hapo. Kakuja hivi namna hiyo wakashikana na baba, akatoka KANU akashikana na baba. Ikawa sijui Pentagon. Tukaweka shares pale ODM ambapo hata mpaka sasa hatujajua hiyo shares itaendaje. Chama ile siku itaisha itabidi tupatiwe shares hapo. Kaondoka tena ODM, tukakuja UDM huko sijui ikawa nini shida mingi tena. Katoroka huko tukaanza URP kidogo ikakutanishana na TNA, wakakuja wakawa Jubilee. Sijui nini tena imefanyika huko Jubilee Center pale Thika Road, ndio hiyo wanatengana. Jubilee ndio hiyo imebaki kivyake, imerudi tena tukaform UDA ambapo sasa ni affiliate ya chama ya ile ya Moses Kuria na hii ya Mwangi Kunjuri, if I'm not wrong, kwa sababu kama Moses Kuria aliweka ya candidate pale kwa Wanjiku pale, ndio akaambiwa step down for Kawanjiku. I think they are together. So when you claim that Shiko, when you claim that you have never had any stable party since, even some of us from the other region of the Rift, you have never had any stable party apart from ile KANU tunajaribu kulazimishiwa, lakini hiyo iliisha. Hiyo ni kama ile nyumba iliamwa, imebaki tu like a shell. So remember today topic, it was a single party and multi-party state, which I say multi-party is the best thing. Kuna one of our panelists ameondoka, I don't know, I cannot remember the name. Alikuja akaongea bila kuona picha yake, akasema hakuna wakati William Ruto amesema atabadilisha Kenya ikiwa one single party. Ni maneno tunawekelea yeye kwa sababu ya ile hatred tuko naye kwake, lakini ile kitu nitasema ni kwamba kama kitu imepotea na William Ruto imepotea under your name, sitakosa kusema hapo. Kama kitu haijapotea na Raila anatajwa, sitakosa kutetea pale. Nitatetea pale kama kweli najua hapa kuna ukweli. Kama pande ya kwangu huko imeibiwa na wewe mwenzangu ndio imeiba, hata mimi nitakuja kugonga kichwa, kwa sababu uliiba, sikupata, si watoto wangu. Naona labda wenye uliiba pamoja ndio walipenda, but for us it is so hard and it's so painful. Ukipita hivi unaambiwa oh, you are so and so. Hii ilipotea kwa sababu ya hii na hii. Ikipotea ina in other words, ni vile labda nakuja na Kiswahili mingi. So pande ule pia tena pale upande ya opposition, pande ya baba, wao pia wakiona kweli hii imepotea na ni ukweli imepotea, wache ukweli imepotea na tusisingizie mtu. Ile haijapotea na mnajua hii ni uongo, tunajaribu kuchafulia mtu jina kwa upande ya siasa, tusifuate hiyo, tuachane. Like umeona mtu kama some of the leaders from Mount Kenya, they've been saying that tuliadanganywa tuchafulie jina. Mimi ni Mkale, Kiswahili yangu inakuja namna hiyo. Tuchafulie jina baba ati ni mtu mbaya, amefanya hii, lakini sasa hivi anakuja kusema baba sio mtu mbaya, lakini sasa William Ruto ndio mbaya. William Ruto the other day was good, but saa hii ni mbaya. Again, they'll come in next time to tell us tulidanganywa tuseme Ruto ni mbaya na hakuwa mbaya. So tuangalie ukweli penye iko, tusanitize Kenya, tupate kiongozi ule anafaa, and we have a Kenya that we all live in and get satisfied with it. Hii mambo ya kukompea Kenya na nchi kama Uganda hapa, we are beyond such things bana. Unakompea Kenya na watu bado wanakuchukua kuku wanachoma. Unachoma aje kitu ikiwa hai? We don't compare Kenya with some people wananyang'anya Masai ng'ombe na kwenda kuuza. Kenya is supposed to be compared with countries like America, countries like France. Ile economy yao iko sawa. As much as we are fighting for our economy to be good. Somebody mentioned Gaddafi. Wakati Gaddafi alikuwa anahangaishwa hapo, akasema vizuri sana, you will remember me. Na sahihi uliza watu wa Libya kama awali, Gaddafi mwenyewe alisema I turned Libya from being a desert to green, whatever. Kuna jina alitumia, cannot be necessarily that niseme exactly vile alisema, but you understand what I've said. So even one day, one time, we will have a good Kenya that we all want to live, rather than going to Nyayo House, we get passports, we go look for visas in some of those offices in Rwanda, we move out of Kenya because we see some things that are not good. That is my submission. Alex, what's happening bana? Kila siku nakuona uko kwa gari. Unaishi wapi?
Wewe wachana na Alex.
Usiendeshe gari
Zaina,
usiku alafu
Kindly
asiendeshe
give me
gari
a
kila
minute.
mara usiku.
I answer Captain.
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
yes, shiko ni sema.
Okay. Captain, umesema hakuna wakati Ruto amewahi sema hivyo. I'm a Kikuyu and whatever I'm saying, I know. Anasema, I'm not saying just BKSA, right? We have an MP from where I come from, Nyeri, who is not my MP. Anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. On Sunday, kuna kipindi na kujanga on TV inaitangwa Inoro TV. Gachagua being one of the most confident of DP, he stated last Sunday, if you can just go to your YouTube and search your Kererembe, you will see whatever he was asked the same question the interview. Akaulizwa, kwa nini hamkubali hizi ya political party, mnataka hii ya single party? Do you know what he answered? Alisema they don't want that because they feel the parties the parties are not firm on the ground. Hivyo ndio alisema hawezi. Nasema kitu yenye unaweza enda kwa YouTube sahii uangalia, alisema they will not allow that. Moses Kuria, right now as we speaking, he's not so close to the UDA like he was juu ya chama yake, because you are saying maybe they are on the same on bus, but they are not. In Kiagu ward, it's in Meru, whereby kulikuwa unachaguliwa I think it's an MCA. Moses Kuria had a candidate, yeah? Na Moses Kuria wakati alikuwa anaambiwa drop the candidate he had in Kiambaa, it was because of the favor of the UDA party and because they thought they are going to punish Uhuru Kenyatta by installing their own they joined so that they can punish Uhuru Kenyatta. It was not by his wish, right? The third is that we don't want to be told to join one party. As you have said, they have the ODM, the Ruyas have the ANC, the Kambas, they have the Wipers, and what about us Kikuyu? You cannot tell me an outsider will understand our problems more than the people who are brought up in the Mount Kenya region. Whether we support the DP or we don't support him, we want to have our own parties from our leaders. Let them be allowed to let us have our own parties. Then if they want to form a political coalition, well and good, but hatutaki kuambiwa. Now you are saying unasema ati hata unasema UDA pia ni ya watu wote. Ni ukweli, but who is the leader of the UDA? Inaitanishwa na nani? The DP himself. What about the Kikuyus? So what about the Mount Kenya region? Who are we? Tuko na nani? Kama mwenye Rigathi Gachagua on Sunday he said they are not going to allow, hawatakubali kuungana na chama zenye hazina nini. UDA imekuwa kwa ground for how long? It's only that they have only one member of parliament who is Kawanjiku, right? How do they know the ground iko namna gani? Unajua kushinda ukiambiwa na watu, ukikuja huku kushangiliwa na watu ati UDA, it doesn't mean ati those people are going to vote for you. It doesn't mean they are going to vote for you or they still believe in your party. Lazima kukuwe na election. So why are you not giving the other parties a chance also if you want to form a coalition, so that after that sasa the election mnaweza sema tutaungana na party fulani ama tutaungana, but you cannot like dismiss uambie ati hatutaki to form hatutaki ku form political coalitions with you because we feel you are not more popular than us, or you are not on the ground. So we want to be given a chance as Mount Kenya people to have our own parties kama TSP, kama tunasema tunataka kuform a whole government in UDA near the whole Kenyans, yeah. We also need to have people like Mwangi Kiojori, Moses Kuria, Martha Karua,
wote wakuje kwa chama. Hii kitu yenye tumeona na Jubilee, we don't want to repeat itself, and as we know, history repeats itself. UDA has their leader. What about the Mount Kenya? We want leaders from our region who understands our problems, not outsiders. Outsiders are just coming, wanakuja wanaambiwa this is what we go through, this is what we want, this is what we want. But the leader mwenye amezaliwa the same Mount Kenya anajua shida za Mount Kenya, and we want them to be given a chance also.
Okay, Shiko.
Captain, hakuna haja ujibu hiyo bana. Wewe chukua message, pelekea watu wenyu. Already hiyo ni information kutoka kwa ground. Ground imekataa UDA as a single party. Sasa wewe kitu ungefanya kwa ile chat group unakuwa na watu wenyu, waambie kumeanza kuharibika. Hiyo ndio feedback unapeleka huko. Hii kitu inaleta shida, tusiendelee kupushi kitu sana. Ground imeikataa. Mimi ningekuwa wewe, badala kushinda hapa nikipigana na Shiko na represent watu kwa ground, mungeenda huko sasa strategize. Ziana,
nilikuwa nataka kuambia kitu Shiko, tutaenda pale kwa panel beating, tuanze panel beating tena, and then we'll rectify the mistake.
Captain, wacha kuchukua nafasi yangu tafadhali. Temba, nasikia leo unacheka, angalau ni nzuri sana.
Nimeshukuru maombi yako yanafanya kazi.
Naona kuna afueni. Nashukuru sana. Nimesikia vile Shiko amezungumza akielezea Captain, naomba tu uchukua maneno ya Shiko vile unaelezewa, pereka kwa ground na mtengeneze, labda mnaweza kuwa na bahati mkapindua maneno.
Tukijikua serikali mwezi wa 9 tutaanza kubadilisha hiyo maneno yote. Kuna shida.
Captain, nazungumza saa hii tafadhali. Katika hii multi party nilisikia Penny akisema ya kwamba tusije tukajilinganisha na mainchi kama za Amerikani. Tusije tukajilinganisha na mainchi kama Tanzania. Mpaka uangalie ni ipi nzuri, ipi mbaya, uangalie ndio utengeneze. Huwezi kuwa tu wewe unatokelezea ati unataka multi party na ujilinganishi na nchi zingine. Lazima ujilinganishe upate ya kwamba unaweza tengeneza multi party ama uwezi tengeneza multi party. Lakini Kenya tunakuelezea Penny, Kenya ni ya multi party ndiyo inawezekana kwa sababu tuna makabila mingi. Tuna makabila mingi. Multi party ndiyo itatusaidia. Na hatusemi multi party ni lazima iwe ya jamii. Multi party nimesikia hapo Shiko akisema multi party kama ODM ni ya Luos. I don't know. ODM is countrywide ya Kenya. Ukienda upande za Nyanza utapata ODM. Kuja Nairobi utapata ODM. Enda Mombasa utapata hiyo ODM. Lakini hiyo ODM yenyewe pia haiwezi kaunda serikali. Lazima iungane na chama zingine. Kwa hivyo multi party ndio siku hizi inaunda Kenya, ikitengenezwa mingi zikiungana, coalition. Kenya siku hizi tuko coalition. Hakuna chapati moja. Ni coalition ndio tunaweza tengeneza nayo nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kile mi naomba sana sana ni tuwe na umoja, undugu, uwiano na upendo. Ukiwa na upendo, Captain, sitajua unatoka wapi, hata sitaangalia na sitakuuliza we ni kabila gani. Ndio tungali tunarudi tu Tanzania, hapo karibu kwetu, hapo jirani. Tunasema ya kwamba Mtanzania akiwa popote utamsikia akisema yeye ni Mtanzania. Utamuuliza yeye ni Mchaga, Mchane, Msukuma, Mkerewe, atakwambia yeye ni Mtanzania. Na tukichukua hiyo mfano ya kukua mimi ni Mkenya, itakuwa ni kitu cha muhimu sana. Hata tutakuwa na shughuli ya kupigia atipati, utakuwa unaona huyu mtu atafanya kazi, nimpe kura. Wacha nimpe kura kwa sababu atafanya kazi. Sitaangalia huyu ni Odongo, huyu ni Captain, ama huyu ni Shiko. Nitachukua moja kwa moja nimpigie kura na afanye kazi. Kwa hivyo mi naomba Wakenya tuwe na umoja, undugu na uwiano na upendo. Kile naomba Captain, naomba uvuke pande hii nyingine, tuwe pamoja, tuende tukakule matunda pale Canaan.
Hata heri niende NC bwana, nyinyi hamjai shinda.
Sasa unajua mimi ni wa wapi? Hujaniuliza, mimi nimekwambia multi party. Hujasema. Sasa unasema ANC. Unajuaje mimi ni wa ANC?
Najua wewe ni wa multi party.
Wewe njoo. Vuka pande hii.
Taja hiyo sehemu.
Shukrani kwako Themba.
Okay, asante sana Ziana and Captain Rubani, naona anataka kuingia NC na NC pia watu wanatoroka, na Bulinda amevuka amekuja Azimio. NC sasa hata sijui amebaki na kina nani huko, so unaenda mahali watu wanatoroka bwana. Now those who are coming right now tunafanya closing, so kesho mjaribu mkuja mapema kidogo. So for today we'll just give you 2 minutes so that tulikuwa tunafunga. Watu naona wengine wamelala mpaka wakaamka huko Kenya, so wanasema kwani watu walali huko ambia huko ni watu wa diaspora ndio wamebaki, so watu wa Kenya na kwingine walilala. So we just give you 2 minutes, you mtoe maoni yenu kidogo tukifunganya. Amos, tunaanza na Amos alafu Barack Odongo, then nikuje kwa Alex alafu tumalizie na Geoffrey. Amos.
Asante sana Themba. Mimi huwa napenda kukaa nasikiza, wakati naingia ni wakati labda nataka kuchangia kitu kidogo, lakini most of the time I would prefer off the scene so that I can give other people that space to contribute. Otherwise, I really appreciate your contributions. Although I can see there are people still who are taking it so personal, you know. If we look at these rallies that people attend, they are the same people, mostly. I mean, the majority are the same people attending both UDA and Azimio rallies. But then the politicians, wao wenyewe ndio wanaenda wana insight watu huko. Long time ago, I remember campaigns, aspirants, different, those who are contesting against each other, they used to attend the same rally. They sell their own manifesto, whatever they wanted to do to the people. Na wanaenda nyumbani, watu wanaamua. Lakini siku hizi ati mkutane na UDA na Azimio pamoja ni matusi tu. Na nimeona hiyo kitu kama inaingia hapa hata kwa Mtembei TV. What I can only request is that we be tolerant especially the guys from the other side, so that we can listen to what what the ladies have contributed. I really liked it, and I applaud them. And I wish many of the participants here could be as tolerant as that, not to exchange better ideas that zitajenga Kenya. For today, I just don't want to take much. I really appreciate, and I will want to help Mutembe TV to grow. I wish you could tell us how best we can help you people. Yeah, I mean, we need to really boost Mutembe TV hata iendelee zaidi ya hapa. Yeah. So apart from normal subscriptions, is there anything else we can do to help? How about you?
Thank you so much, Amos. And of course, definitely, there are so many ways you can help. Subscribe, share, have as many people, joining the conversation. There are contributions. You can contribute to the channel. If you can, there's a contribution that you can go when you go to the channels page. There's a place where you can contribute to the channel, and that.
I'm a member already.
So what?
I'm a member already, so maybe
Yeah.
Upgrade.
Yeah, you can contribute any amount that you have towards the channel. So if you go to the page, there's a place they indicate if you have any contribution, you do that. But again, we as much as possible welcome all of us to be part of the conversation. Share widely. This, we want it to be a place of choice for concise, articulate, reliable information about political occurrences in and within the country, Kenya. So thank you so much, Amos, for even your feedback about what the members have been able to give. We need such progressive thinkers to develop and build Kenya. Karibu Barack Odongo. Hata wewe dakika mbili.
Happy New Year. I'm happy to join my families from another diaspora. I'm happy to join you. Here in Kenya, it is around 6, and I'm so happy. And so just to dive on the topic of today, I want just to say just a few words. Kenya, we are running from, we don't encourage the tribal, but the truth be told, we are still, our politics is still aligned mostly in tribal. And I usually come here to learn from other people's background, how people are moving from their region, because I can't be all over Kenya. I'm in Nairobi. I want to know whatever the ground, we call it ground from Nyeri saying, and other regions. So even in our workplace, you can't be a secretary, you be a supervisor, you be a HR. You need to be one. So what I'm asking, in coalition, it's so important to have a coalition, because even those who are supporting, like for me, I'm an Azimio, I can't expect one person to be much better in all fields. You need others, like Murithi, the governor for Laikipia, is best in economics. He can give an input which can help the country. There are some lawyers who are left out. So in this, when people comes together in a coalition, it doesn't mean that the important they win election, but the input each and everyone come with is so encouraged. Like someone cannot know how people of Turkana, the places and all of that, like we have seen in one party ruling. So we appreciate the diversity of other people. So me, I will love and advise our members who are supporting a one party state. I think it's good, but the coalition has advantages even in running the government. Thank you so much. Tomorrow I'll join you early, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barack, for your contribution. Alex.
Temba, naona leo sauti imerudi bwana. Praise the Lord.
Hey, amen. Thank you, sir. Narudi pole pole, maybe by Sunday nitakuwa niko sawa kabisa, hata picha itarudi.
Shukrani sana, tunashukuru Mungu na asante sana kwa nafasi nzuri ambayo tumekuwa tukijadili maneno ambayo yamekuwa mazuri, na leo tunashukuru Mungu tumekuwa na nikisema wanawake pia inaonekana mbaya, but the gender parity leo tulikuwa a little bit a third. Leo tulikuwa completely balanced. A third of women were here, and they gave very good contributions. Very good contribution. Nancy ambayo alimsikia, yeah.
Alex, sema
Yeah.
wadada. Sema wadada.
Sasa umenisaidia. So nasikia, shukrani. Wadada watatu ambao walipeana maoni yao ambayo yalikuwa mazuri sana. Ukimsikia dada Nancy, dada Shiko, mpaka I think Princess was very happy kuwasikia vile wanatuambia vile ground iko. Na unajua saa ingine tunafikiria this ground is overrated, but when you hear from people with originality of thoughts, without biasness, they've not been here for a while to wasikize, then I think it makes us realize that maybe things are going in the right direction or the wrong direction. Namshukuru mzee Nyagaka, anakuja hapa anaongea vizuri, lakini isipokuwa ule mtandao mwingine ngua anatushtua sana. But tunamshukuru sana. So kitu nilikuwa nasema ni cha mwisho, when we condemn something, we do it with our whole heart and our whole blood. Ulisema tusiongee juu ya corruption, and that is true. We must do that with all our heart. When we take sides, when the moment of truth will happen, because you took a wrong side, you will not be able to criticize with honesty. That is the worst part of it. And this is my point of departure sometimes with my party ODM. And maybe America imeniharibu kidogo, but I don't think imeniharibu. When I saw the clip of Babu Wino, what he did, I don't know how we'll persuade my party not to give nomination to such kind of people, no matter what. Ikiwa watu wa Azimio la Umoja can lower ourselves to a point that we can give, that was surely buying of justice. If somebody else, Tuseme Nitemba, did that, and he did not have that kind of money, he could not afford to buy a house, he could not afford to bankroll that kind of bills, Temba sai ungekuwa ndani, and justice would have been served. Well, people look at justice in different ways, but justice should never be looked in terms of money. And that is what our courts have become in one way or the other. So when we criticize leaders, let us know that we cannot take sides. A wrong is a wrong, a right is a right. Wanasema mgala muue lakini mpe haki yake. Lakini hata rafiki yako, hata kama unampa haki yake, wacha akuwe mgala wakati amekuwa mgala. So and with that kind of platform and principality, we can move forward. But if we take sides because we belong to UDA or we belong to Azimio, I think then we lose clarity when issues that affect life, ikiwa ni ujinga, ikiwa ni our health, and I think, yes.
Let me ask you on the issue of Babu. You know, I'm one person who is very a stickler to constitution and constitutionalism.
Yes.
And there's the law side, and there's what you and I might think.
Yes.
You know, the law provides for so many ways of redress of a wrong.
Yes.
Out here, what we think about is just someone going to jail.
Yes.
Jail in most cases is sometimes even the last resort. That now, okay, fine.
Yes.
The law provides for plea bargain. The law provides for even whatever he did was legal. It was the constitution that provides for him.
Yes.
You see now, what you're trying to bring across now is a situation in a case called that we need to crucify people outside of the law. You know, if for example you pull the trigger that killed me,
yes,
the law does not say that Alex pulled the trigger that killed me. The law is they say mens rea. You know, like an act is not criminal until the motive is criminal, until the mind is criminal.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You come home right now and then you pull a trigger. The act will not be criminal until the mind is criminal. Right?
Yes.
So did you have criminal intent? Okay? Now, that one is not for us to say that he pulled the trigger that did this. It is now to go to the court of law to say, okay, fine. What are the redress to such a situation? Okay?
Sure.
Now, we need to allow to live in a society where we allow the law to take its course. Because if we don't allow constitution to take its course, there are so many people who will suffer injustices. Even an accused person has a right, right?
Sure.
In spite of how I feel about it, in spite of how I feel about you, you have a right in the Constitution. So we may feel, yes, whatever it is that happened on that day, it was bad. But you see, when you go to a court of law now, we now have the processes of the Constitution protects both the accused and the accuser. Okay?
Sure.
And whatever it is that happened on that particular day now, as they follow the processes. Now, there are two things. You enter into, how do you enter into the criminal justice system? There's now a complainant that brings you into the criminal justice system. Now, he who accuses has the what? The burden of proof. So if I've accused you of doing this, then I have the burden to prove it. All right?
Yes.
Now, what happens after that? Now the case starts. Now, there could be anything that can be said. You know, for us, me and you, from a layman's perspective, we might say that we only saw this person pulling the trigger.
Yes.
But you see, that is not the legal perspective.
Sure.
Now, if we are going to say that anybody who appears to have done something should face this particular whatever, then I think we are going to have a normie society where there are no laws. I mean, the moment you know, the mob justice system, when we get you anywhere, we stone you to death because you look like you have stolen. If you appear like you look like your face is bad, we do it. You know, that's kind of a society where nobody goes to court. Okay. So I agree with you that you may need to have the threshold for leadership. That's what I'm saying. The threshold
So
for
let me
leadership.
respond to that.
Yes.
Let me respond to that. To whom much power is given, every ounce of responsibility is expected. It is demanded. The problem with plea bargains when it comes now to such kind of issues, it goes to a tricky formation that cases in the legal means become a jurisprudence to argue other cases in the future. The standards that are being used lowers to a point that such kind of things, if 2 or 3 happens, will be difficult to put a country forward.
But you don't blame Alex, you don't blame the person for...
I'm building on it. I'm building on it. I listened to you correctly. So what I was saying is, when you could look throughout the historicity of the man from the aspect of leadership from Nairobi University to up to that point, you could see a degeneration of chapter 6 of the Constitution, a chapter that we hold so dear, a chapter under which we scrutinize a man called Ruto and a man called Raila throughout when we are speaking about the politics of our country. So when we speak of that chapter 6 and we speak about history, and I'm glad Nyagaka, he himself spoke of the word history when you look at the history of these countries. And I was laughing, oh, the other side is speaking about history when they don't like Raila talking about history. So let us talk about that historicity. It is quite evident from there that there was some erraticness, irresponsibility that had been going over time. And as a party, at a certain point, there is a threshold of at least when such kind of things, even when the court has not declared you guilty, there is a stand in the party that honestly, can you resign a little bit? Why do we do that? Because it is moral. I am not putting here to say that Babu, what he did was lesser or greater, but when we have to put a country into a functional country and we leave one thing loose, it is difficult to resolve other things that are quietly important. So we engage in the game of cat and mouse. So in the future, when things happen that honestly we must deal with, then we do not have the audacity, the clarity, and the courage to do them. So
Alex,
yes,
Alex, you have a point, but your direction is not in the right direction.
It's
If you have
different perceptions.
If you have weak laws, you don't blame the person who is not caught by the law. You see, if you have a weak law, because it is the law that how do you declare someone guilty? Someone is innocent until proven guilty. How do you do that? By the law. So if your law cannot, if for example, I cannot perceive that Alex is bad, and I cannot prove it by the law. If you have weak laws, then you need to improve on your legal provisions. What are the acts that are used to, let's say, if it is Integrity Act. Now, that chapter, what are the things that we need to put as a threshold so that when someone doesn't meet this, so for example, when they said that now everybody has to have, I mean, those who are going for senator, governor, and president have to have degrees. You see, that already was a sieving point, you know. Now, you see, you don't blame someone simply because you cannot take yourself to court. You cannot say that now take me in because this is what has happened. The law that addresses that is the one that we need to say. If there's a weak law, look at the law, don't look at the person. Don't say that now, you know, Alex is a very bad person. I don't know why he's not doing it. No, you can't be bad because we perceive you as bad. The law has to be used, and if someone uses the law, what we need to insist on is, do we have the necessary legal framework to address certain things? We need to be addressing, like for example, right now, I want to I know Pen Nyagaka want to talk. Can you mute a little bit? We have a weakness in our law because the law did not envisage that we'll have a deputy president who is not in tandem with the president. So it is a legal problem, because now the law protects him. He cannot be fired. He cannot resign. So we are caught in that particular thing. But now you see, we are busy saying, oh, it is a part for him, a moral responsibility for him. You cannot legislate moral responsibility, but you can legislate a provision that says, okay, this is what. So we are in a legal. It's called a lacuna. There was a lacuna there. You know, we assumed that the president and the deputy will be always in chemistry until the end of their time. But
Temba, when it comes to sanctity of life, whether it's through clashes, whether it's through an act of omission, we cannot fetishize that. And I think there was some form of reckless. And my party, which I hold so dear, has bylaws, and they must strengthen them, so that in the event I am capable also criticizing other people when they do wrong things, I have that privilege. But when we lower it, and that is my only worry, I think we are agreeing, and we are also saying from our party standpoint, before even we go to legislation, we have standards, and we have both lowered them. We are seeing the log on somebody's eye, especially when we criticize Ruto on corruption, on ABCD. Sometimes these things also are perpetuating in ours, and we need to have a crossfire on that. I think we were having finishing remarks, and I think Mutembei should have a crossfire whereby you bring your side, I bring my side, and we grill each other to the end. We grill. Like, I think this should have been a very good platform for me and you to grill each other for 30-40 minutes. But I think my submissions may share up.
Yeah, awesome. I can get where you're coming from, but
Where Alex? Where Alex? Alex, where?
Jagaka talk. Yeah, my daddy says Zainabu asiongee. Jagaka talk.
Alex, kidogo, Alex, when Babu Owino and the other side from the DJ side, they are allowed to go outside the court na wasettle out issues yao, inakubalika kulingana na katiba. Lakini sasa
my friend, there is something called the state takes over. Look, when it comes, even in this country, everywhere in the world, when you go to settlement, at some point, if I hit my wife today and kill her, and they forgive me, the state takes over. Trust me. Let us not even go to the legality of that.
I think what you said before, that Americanism has destroyed you.
No, it is even in Kenya. There is a time the DDP said. There is a time the DDP said. There is a time the DDP said that we can take over cases.
Tunasemanga mgala muwe na haki mpe. The time Babu Owino, yes, alifanya hivyo ni sawa, but amekuja pale akaagree na ile familia ya kwamba nitafanya hii na wakaelewana vizuri sana. Lakini sasa constitution yetu pale haijadefine ya kwamba kama wale watu walielewana pale nje, is this person allowed for another to be a leader? Kama washamalizana huko, ama hata chama yenyewe chama
leadership
hakuna kitu kama I divine, it is questionable. That is it. That's what I'm telling you also.
And then nobody then, if that is the truth, while is Ruto being criticized, it becomes unfair.
Kwa sababu mulipitisha katiba ya kwamba Ruto anaweza pigania urais akiwa na president, na hawezi enda president akienda, yeye anarudi pia anakuwa anaomba president. Ruto aliwaambia vizuri sana hii katiba ni mbaya, mkakataa, mkule ujeuri yenu.
Unajua kitu ambao naona from Alex, you quote pretty much of the American Constitution and stuff, but when you try to understand the judicial system, there are so many process before you even arrive at the jailing. You know, there are so many. It's a process, and if you the criminal justice system, until all those. I think we can come some other time so that we can even appreciate each other's views on that, and maybe you can progress what you are saying. But I'm also aware. I'm also aware that we have perceptions of people, and perceptions of people may have certain inputs. But I want to give you an instance.
Okay.
The other day in the US, there was this gentleman who, during I think it was there's this gentleman, what is his name, from the one who was acquitted after he shot and killed several guys.
Oh, the guy. Okay, yeah. What was
you remember the young man who was acquitted?
Yeah. From Florida.
Yes, he had come from a different state, and that day he said he was going to protect businesses of
the Wisconsin boy. The Wisconsin boy. Yeah. The thing that sure.
And the jury found him not guilty, and he was acquitted of a second degree and something murder.
Yes.
Now, you see, there are those, and there are other processes that the court follows before even, that one is
Alex.
When Pen Nyagaka, what is it?
What I'm saying that both of you are right, both Alex and you, Demba, because what you're explaining, the law is an ass, and you just gave a very good example how this guy was acquitted because of how much money they spent, who was in the jury. All these are factors that contribute to that. And what Alex is arguing is, let the law follow wherever it is. But what I will tell young Alex is that in a capitalistic system that we in Kenya are following, is who has the money. Like what his name did, Babu Wino, what he did is who can spend the money. You and me know that there are so many people that can't spend any kind of that money to get their freedom, and they use that to run the system. But simply put, what my young friend Alex was saying, if it was God willing, if it was Ruto who was president, that guy would not get away with what he got away with. Not once, not 2 times, not 3 times. But
what would Ruto have done?
The law works both ways, and you cannot argue with it. The people who have the money control the law, and all those factors before you can condemn anybody.
But Babu Owino was casing with the family of the DJ, not a private president like Uhuru Kenyatta.
What would Ruto have done?
Was Ruto.
No, let me hear. Let me hear what he said.
My friend, those were my submissions. Let's go to another person. It still will be a topic.
Alex, your submission now is part of the forum. It's no longer your submission now.
Nyagaka, I don't think Ruto would have done something.
Nyagaka, what do you think Ruto would have done?
No. It is the hell. It is the atmosphere. Like when Trump was president here, we were like,
no. What do you think Ruto would have done?
Let me finish what I was saying.
Ruto would have broken the law.
No. Let me finish what I was saying. Why are you cutting me off? Why are you cutting me off? I'm saying it's the trajectory of any country, especially in capitalistic societies. When the conservatives take in England, so many of the conservatives are happy. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Ruto was going to break this law, do this. It's what they know. Like today, let me ask you guys a question, a very simple question. Onyoka did what Linturi did. The DPP wrote a letter, just like he did. Why was Linturi in jail and the other one was not? Simple. If the system favors this guy, Matiang'i, and his group are fighting Ruto. Simple as that. And you young people should look at...
Anyway, kila kitu lazima ulete kwa Ruto. Ruto angefanya nini? Hujatujibu.
No, Ruto angefanya kitu. ni watu wanajua the strategy.
Bas, you know, you can't start telling us that Ruto is
Sasa
going to be
umeongea.
breaking the law.
Sasa umeongea.
Geoffrey, your last comment.
Kenya kaka, waja kuharibia president coming jina bana.
Unakumbuka wakati Kenyatta alienda akaajia Ruto usukani, watu ngapi waliogopa? Watu ngapi walikuwa happy? Hadi Ruto alienda Zimbabwe, my friend. It is the trajectory.
Wacha unajua unaribia UDA jina. Ebu mute. Geoffrey.
Okay, thank you Temba kwa nafasi. Nashukuru sana, discussion ya leo ilikuwa mzuri sana. Ni kweli bayana kwamba tumeona kwamba ni vizuri kuwa na ya mambo ya coalition. The coalition imefanya vitu mingi. Kiangalia when the multi-party ilianza, hiyo coalition ilisaidia the distribution of resources na kazi like ministerial post, PS. That's why, you know, whenever the parties are coming together, they are looking at that when you go there, our people are going to get something. So I don't see any problem there for the coalition. Another thing, let me say this. You know, sisi wa Kenya, I'm one of them, tuko na shida fulani. Sema mwizi huko nyumbani Kisii aibe kuku, atauawa na atakufa. Lakini politician akiiba, tutamshangilia and tunamglorify. We forget kwamba when a politician akiiba, anaiba our education, our healthy, anatuibia food, our future, lakini tunasahau. So I conquer with my brothers from the other side. They were saying that let us not glorify anybody. Kama mtu amenafanya vibaya from any side, let us say it. Yeah, that's true. That's how it's supposed to be. But the thing is, let us tuache ile mambo ya kusema and we are glorifying the people when they're doing bad things. That's why we keep on recycling these people who have done wrong things, and they know at the end of the day, after 5 years, they're going to come with that money and you're metuibia, then they're going to give people, then people are going to take them in again. When we are coming to an election time for presidential election, we know that we need someone to be in the helm to lead our country. We don't want to put someone there who's going to destroy our economy, our country. We need someone to steer our country to go where we are supposed to be. No, unajua our country ingekuwa mzuri sasa, hakuna mtu mwenye angekuwa na lalamika kama angekuwa tunaenda nje. Home is the best. We may have so many things wala wenye tunakaa nje. We may enjoy some life in other thing yenye tunaona, lakini wacha nikwambie, nyumbani ni kuzuri. Saizi nyumbani ingekuwa kuzuri, we have a good economy. Nobody would have want to go outside another country. Maybe you have a very harsh climate. Kuna vitu zingine zenye watu wanafumilia tu kaa huko because they are looking for something because of the situation back home. We really need to have leaders who can steer our country ahead, who can create a good economy so that people can go back there and work for our country. Kwa hivyo our brothers from the other side ya UDA naambia kwamba we are not persecuting our DP. Vitendo, unajua ni vitendo zinafanya tunasema hivyo. That's what we are saying. Let us stop glorifying our people kwamba ni mtu wetu, hata akiwa mbaya ni mbaya. No, it's our future. This election determines our future, and that's what we want. Let us be realistic there. Let us choose leaders which we know that they're going to steer us where we want to be. Thank you very much.
Awesome. I think we have come to the end of our show today. We appreciate everyone who came to the comment section. Thank you, Denelli, for giving me that name. Kylie Rittenhouse. That was the name of the gentleman. Someone says it was crime against the state. It was not a civil case. It was a criminal case, you know. So thank you for the correction. I think a lot of learning needs to be done here so that we can all learn. Sometimes we become too emotional and emotive until Penyagaka tells us that Ruto will say jail. Ruto will be saying jail, Babu. You know, that's what Pen is telling us. That is interference. And you see, it is also interference with the criminal justice system when the deputy president says that he's going to make sure that the judiciary works. How will you make sure that the judiciary works? You see, unless you throw away all those independent arms, I'll make sure I jail all thieves. That is a lie. You can't do that. You are not the one who is jailing them. You are not the one. You have to make sure that the principal rule, the law, follows its course. So there's nobody who will tell you that I'm going to jail people. You can't as a president in Kenya unless you become a dictator. That happens in there's a country called where the president is everything. He's a dictator, the longest serving dictator in one of these, Equatorial Guinea. You know, the longest serving president in Africa is in Equatorial Guinea. He has even chosen his own son as minister in the world, right?
Yeah, the longest serving.
Yeah, and it has the richest country but the poorest, you know. So yeah.
Do you believe that one day you will go to heaven?
Who?
You.
Why do you ask?
Because you don't believe that judiciary will one day work.
No, you didn't hear me.
You said Ruto said that he'll make sure judiciary works.
He can't make sure. How will he do that?
How will you go to heaven if you believe in that?
No, Constitution does not allow him to interfere with that, man.
And even the Bible, you cannot interfere with the Bible.
How will you go to heaven? Tell us.
If you are not interfering with the Bible.
Oh, so you're going to interfere with the Constitution?
We have to change things that are not there, but not by referendum or by forcing people. There is a way we can do it in Parliament.
So you're going to change the Constitution so that the president is the one who is saying who goes to jail and who doesn't?
No, we are talking of judiciary. We are not talking of presidency.
You can't interfere with the judiciary, my friend. These are different arms of government.
Anyway, close for these people to sleep because maybe some of them are going to work.
You know you are bringing things that cannot stand. Ben, can you mute?
Confusing me. Give me time. I'll mute, but give me a second when you want.
Okay. Penyagaka, I'm giving you a second. So you go ahead.
I was saying that you accused me of disagreeing with what you were saying. You can never tamper with the courts. I didn't say Ruto is going to put everybody in jail tomorrow. I never said anything like that. I was saying that in any society that is capitalistic, it is the trajectory. It is what that government, like now, Biden is the president. There are stuff that Trump took, it took to another level. Biden is not. That's what I was saying. I was saying you can never interfere with the courts. My old man, my daddy worked in the judicial system. I know how the judicial system works. You cannot, that's why I told you that the law is an ass. They can throw a book on anybody they want, whatever reason, and all that. But I never said, what I want to correct you is that I never said Ruto is going to put everybody in jail. Even about the Constitution. Okay, thank you, my friend.
Okay, Ben, you can mute then.
Ben Nyagaka, sheria ni upanga, unakata pande zote mbili.
Can you both
Yes,
mute?
yes.
Eh, Stephen Mutumbu, asante. Aluman Junior, thank you. David Arika, thank you. Jesse Kogi. Jesse Kogi, we always put the link so you can join when you see it. If you wanna come and join when the studio is not full, but when the topic is hot, the studio is normally full. So you can keep trying until you get lucky. Penya Gaka alikuwa ametoka kupiga kelele huko kwa nini? Akakuja hapa. We appreciate you. Governor Kisii County. It is county 040 what? 047? I don't know. Stephen Mutumbu, Evans Marube, Village Guru, Village Guru, I think something like that. Salez, David Olo, and many others. I know we had already been thrown out of Facebook because we are way past the 8 hours that we are allowed on Facebook. So we had already been thrown out long time ago. And I know normally around this time is mostly diaspora guys because mostly Kenyan guys have slept so that they are ready for the day. We really appreciate you, all of you, for staying locked. I can still see around 30 people still watching us, and we really appreciate your desire to keep learning. Thank you for joining Mutembei TV. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and always giving your comments. We appreciate you, and we say that let's keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting, and we don't want to fight. We want to keep interacting, we want to keep talking. And that is what Mutembei TV is all about, allowing us to share ideas, learn from each other. And as they say, iron sharpens iron. It is from our interactions that we are able to learn new things, understand each other. And as they say, that I think it is one of us who alluded to the fact that you are given 2 years to listen more, one mouth to speak less, and a middle head to accommodate much more. So listen more, hear more, see more, accommodate much more in your head, but speak less. That way we are able to learn a lot from each other. Thank you so much. Today we were talking about coalitions and the single party. Indeed, we have exhausted on the topic. Tomorrow, hopefully, we'll come up with a new occurring topic for us to interrogate. The panelist, Captain Robani, ably representing the UDA fraternity. He's been told very clearly by one Shiko that UDA, a mantra of having one party, is losing ground, and they need to go and revisit that perspective. Penya Gaka, the UDA stalwart, also aspirant governor, Kisii County. Ziana, Azimio la Umoja on the core. Geoffrey, also Azimio la Umoja on the core. Alex, UDA merchandise seller, but a very good Azimio person. We really we really appreciate you. We really appreciate everyone, those who joined us. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei channel, donate to Mutembei channel. But when you are at it also, ladies and gentlemen, I have a channel of my own, Themba Ondiege TV. Kindly pass there, subscribe and like, and put on the notification bell so
Post
that
that
whenever
on the chat.
yeah. Yes, I'm posting it right now on the chat so that you can look for it. I'm posting it right
He has
now.
posted it several times, Alex. You are not taking. Words from
I
Themba.
usually don't have a pen to take notes. Today I want to do that.
Okay.
Kindly, I'll put it
Today
in
I
the
want to
bigger chat,
subscribe. I don't
and
want
also
to miss.
I'm also putting it on the private chat so that you can see it and subscribe tafadhali. Get us to at least 1,000. There you go. If you can subscribe, we'll really appreciate as you subscribe to Motembei. Let's chat, let's talk. As always, diaspora people, thank you always. You guys, I know Alex comes here early from diaspora, anawakilisha, but the rest of us come in later and we take the train up to right now. Thank you from wherever you are listening to us. I know Alex is in upper north. Cherani is in the deep south. I don't know where the Ziana is. Captain Rubani is in Turkey.
Yeah, Themba, I'm in the East Coast.
Ah, you're in East Coast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Viana ni
Coming
mtu ya
down.
deep state, Washington, deep state.
Oh, I go kwa Washington deep state. Okay. Mimi niko down south. Captain Rubani ako Turkey. See you guys. God bless you. Adios.